In the heart of Qing City's neon-drenched underground black market, a hooded young man moved through the crowded alleys, his eyes cautiously scanning the shadows before stepping into a dimly lit shop. Inside, he approached the owner with a chilling proposal. He wanted to sell a kidney and a cornea, totaling 27,500 yuan. The owner, pen in hand, hesitated as he marked the items. "Are you serious?" he asked, frowning. "In the past 6 months, you've already sold a kidney, your spleen, gallbladder, part of your liver, a third of it again, and chunks of your intestines. If you sell another kidney, you'll die in less than 2 days." Lying on a blood-stained stretcher, the young man, Ilin, remained calm. His voice was steady as he muttered, "It's fine. To save my sister, any sacrifice is worth it." The shopkeeper sighed and gave up trying to talk him out of it. Without a second thought, he raised a butcher's knife high above his head. A sickening scream echoed through the shop moments later. Not long after, the so-called dead man walked out, bandages covering his eyes and a wooden stick in hand. Once he was sure no one was tailing him, he unwrapped the bandage and used his regeneration ability to heal his wounds. Pulling out a wad of cash, the payment for his kidney and cornea, he smirked. Between this and his savings, he now had enough to afford the job transfer ritual. He couldn't help but laugh. The whole dying sister story? A complete lie. He was amazed anyone believed it. His name was Ilin, a transmigrator and textbook orphan. In truth, he had no sister to save. This world he had landed in was bursting with spiritual energy and swarming with beasts, demons, and dungeon realms. Life here was brutal, especially for orphans like him. That was until he discovered his unique talent, rapid body regeneration. No matter the injury, even lost organs would grow back within minutes. And so, he'd spent the last several months butchering his own body to raise 100,000 yuan for one reason: the class transfer ritual. Only by undergoing the ritual and awakening a powerful profession could he hope to survive this savage world. Today was the day. When he arrived at the class transfer site, a group of 3 students noticed him. One of them stepped forward and asked why he was there. Everyone knew Ilin as a poor student. They couldn't imagine how he could afford the ritual. Without missing a beat, Ilin took the hand of the girl in the group, Miss Wang, and spoke with feigned emotion. "Miss Wang, I had no choice. I took out a class transfer loan. Naturally, it was a lie, but he needed to keep up appearances." Miss Wang was shocked, and the 2 male students with her looked uneasy. They pitied Ilin, fearing he'd spend the rest of his life repaying the loan if he ended up with a useless class. Still, Miss Wang allowed him to enter, wishing him luck before the ritual began. Inside, the principal began calling students up one by one. First was Gao Dayu from Class 5. Murmurs spread. He wasn't from a wealthy family either. When he placed his hand on the golden orb, the principal declared his profession: an A-rank poultry breeder, a support class. The students laughed, but the principal reassured Gao Dayu that no class was useless, only people could be. Then came a stunning girl in a tight red dress and leather boots, Zuganini. She captivated everyone as she stepped up confidently. As she placed her hand on the orb, a phoenix erupted into the air. The principal announced her class with astonishment: an SSS-ranked fire mage. The students were in awe, and even Ilin couldn't help but admire her. An SSS fire mage was a force capable of wiping out entire armies. After her class transfer, Zuganini was informed that special training would be arranged for her, and she stepped down proudly. Ilin's name was called next. As he walked to the stage, he heard whispers about his so-called loan. He glanced briefly at Zuganini. He wasn't going to live in anyone's shadow. He placed his hands on the golden orb, heart pounding. Then, a massive azure dragon emerged. A blue light engulfed his body as the crowd gasped. Even Zuganini looked impressed. The principal announced Ilin's class: an SSS-ranked Forbidden Curse Master. At first, the principal celebrated, but then his smile froze. Forbidden Curse Master? His expression darkened. The crowd erupted into laughter. The truth of Ilin's class settled in. Anyone with that profession rarely lived past 25. Every skill used consumed life force, leading to early death. Zuganini sighed in disappointment and walked away. Ilin, ever the performer, feigned sorrow. So convincing was his act that the principal patted him on the back with sympathy. "Don't be too negative," the principal told him. "Better to burn brightly than fade meaninglessly." Ilin smiled and replied with a fiery resolve: "Then I'll burn like the sun." The principal promised special training for him alongside Zuganini. Yilin accepted, inwardly amused. After all, the risk of death didn't apply to him. He was practically immortal. As the ceremony ended, students returned home. Yilin headed back too, exhausted and eager for rest. But along the way, a voice called out. It was Zuganini. She offered to team up, explaining that fighting alone would hasten his death. Her concern sounded sincere. However, Yilin refused to accept the offer. Zuganini didn't force him at all. She simply walked away, stating that Yilin was such a stubborn idiot heading for death. Yilin ignored her and continued walking. But then, another group of students blocked his way and told him that he really thought he had risen up just because he had switched to being a curse master. These guys were Yilin's classmates, and they were mad because they could not accept Zuganini's earlier offer to team up with him. Yilin was annoyed. Women really were troublesome. Because of just 2 lines from Zuganini, these idiots were now looking for trouble. He replied that he was on his way back home. The guys laughed at Yilin's expense. One of them mocked him, asking if the poor student was referring to his 10-square-meter shack as a home. Another student, the leader of the group, said arrogantly that now that Yilin was SSS ranked, he should call him daddy, and he'd get Yilin a security job at G Corporation. The others laughed and added that being a G Corp security guard was a privilege. He also ordered Yilin to kneel before their young master. Once Yilin accepted the offer and got paid, he could buy some nice incense for his dead orphanage family. The 3 continued to tease Yilin, even going so far as to say that he was just an orphan who didn't deserve to have a family. Yilin was already mad, and as he stared at them with a serious look, his eyes flamed with a blue and red aura as he activated a curse magic power. He told the idiots that they were the ones who forced his hand. The 3 were confused at Yilin's willingness to use curse magic, knowing full well the implications. They questioned what he was trying to do. Was he really going to use curse magic and shorten his lifespan? Why wouldn't I? Yilin also questioned with a puzzled look. Didn't you fools speak of my dead family? Conjuring a slight lightning strike, Yilin's attack was only meant to scare them. The guys, now scared shitless of Yilin, pleaded with him, saying there was no need for their classmate to use a forbidden curse on them. But Yilin simply stretched out his hand and challenged the idiots to come at him if they dared. However, they decided to run away in fear. Yilin then deactivated his curse ability and uttered, "What a bunch of trash." They actually ran off with just 1 move. As he continued to walk, he felt like his duodenum was scorched. He wasn't aware that Zuganini had witnessed the commotion. She was annoyed that he was getting provoked by a few insults and was ready to throw his life away. She was sure that even if someone acted like Yilin, who wasn't a curse user, they would definitely not go far. For her, Yilin wasn't worthy of standing beside her. The night came, and Yilin was already at his home. Yilin placed his bag down on the couch and sat while checking his system interface. Apparently, sacrificing a piece of duodenum would summon a regular lightning bolt, but sacrificing a bladder would summon in thunder from burial waters. Next, sacrificing a heart could summon destruction, purple lightning. If that was the case, Yilin concluded he would die summoning the most powerful chaos god thunder. He lay down on his couch when he felt his head spinning, but he was aware that it was the side effects of his body recovery. At the same time, Jilingyu went to his father and asked to avenge him. He wanted his dad to send someone to take Yilin out. However, his father reminded him that killing an SSS-ranked curse user was very risky, and there was no benefit in it for them. He was aware that someone who goes all out using forbidden spells, just because of a few insults, was clearly emotionally unstable. He snuffed out his cigarette on the ashtray and told his son not to forget that Yilin was from a poor background. He wanted his son to learn how to use his greatest advantage to target the enemy's weakest spot. Early the next day, Yilin went to the Qingqing Academy. He kept yawning due to a lack of a well-deserved sleep. The students around started murmuring about what he'd done the day before when suddenly someone tapped Yilin on the shoulder with a bottle. It was none other than Jilingyu. Inside the bottle was milk he brought as a peace offering. He also brought breakfast for Yilin. Yilin was clueless as to why, but accepts the milk regardless. At first, he thought Jilingyu was trying to poison him just because he couldn't beat him, but the poor guy replied that he wouldn't dare. It was just his way of thanking him. "Thank me?" Yilin questioned with a skeptical look. "Yeah," Jilingyu replied with a forced smile. Yilin drank the milk and told Jilingyu to just say what he wants. Unexpectedly, Ji Lingyu stated that he was grateful that Yilin struck him like a bolt of lightning. Apparently, that lightning strike was Ji Lingyu's wake-up call. He also added that Yilin's appearance made him realize that he's been wasting his life in a daze. Yilin called Ji Lingyu on his bullshit and again told the idiot to say what he really wants. Ji Lingyu suddenly kneeled and stated that he wants to call Yilin Big Brother. Yilin was shocked and questioned him if he happened to hit him in the head. But Ji Lingyu replied that he was serious and that the beating he received the day before made him reflect on himself. He deeply reflected and wants to become a better person, but he needs a great role model. Yilin agreed to be his role model, but there need to be some tuition payment. Surprising enough, Ji Lingyu didn't refuse and immediately asked for Yilin's account number. Yilin headed to the field as he gave his account number. He told Ji Lingyu to transfer 2 million as a first-term tuition payment. When Yilin asked if it was too expensive, Ji Lingyu reassured him that it was not. He will inform his dad to send it right away. At this time, a novice secret realm opened on the field as a test for the students. The principal hopes all the candidates from each academy could perform well. Of course, everyone was wishing for their victory. Yilin and Juganini were in the front, so the old men beside the principal believed both students were from Ching High School, who got the SSS class profession for this year. For them, both looked extraordinary. The principal was annoyed, stating that he had already told Yilin and Juganini to keep a low profile. But these kids really don't know how to behave. 2 of them ended up getting SSS class jobs at once, and it seems to be just infuriating. Absolutely infuriating, isn't it? He then laughed and turned to face the rest, questioning why they weren't saying anything. Were they all born mute or something? The 3 old guys walked away, saying they still had some things to do. As you might have guessed, it turns out they were annoyed by the principal for being full of himself and rubbing their faces in. Anyway, the moment entering the novice secret realm was issued. The examinees began to swamp the entrance like a tidal wave. Before Yilin could enter, Juganini asked him once again to team up with her. Still, Yilin refused, which made her think he was very arrogant. Since he was so eager to die, she won't stop him. Yilin ignored her and immediately entered the secret realm. As he landed, he noticed he was alone. No one was around, so he thought it was a random teleportation. A level 1 leopard cat then appeared. It roared, but Yilin wasn't scared at all, but rather excited. He believed it was a perfect enemy to test his forbidden spell. He then attacked it and instantly killed it without any struggle. Yilin was awarded 10 experience points, but he was disappointed, deeming it too little for him. He walked away while stating that it doesn't even justify the damage to his kidneys and that he has to kill 100 of these leopard cat just to reach level 2, which is why he decided to figure something out. A while later, Yilin let 100 kinds of monsters chase him. As he ran, he couldn't stop smiling, believing this wave of monsters should be enough to give him a good amount of experience points. Some of these monsters have a human half-body. He stops running and turned to look at them, stating his desire to test his newly learned forbidden curse. He then cast his destructive surge. The curse was so terrifying that it increased Yilin's strength, agility, and spirit twofold. With burning reincarnation activated, he believes that even a level 10 monster probably couldn't withstand his full-powered world-ending thunderstrike. He then attacked some of the monsters, slashing them without any hesitation. He noticed he aged in just 5 minutes of using the skill, so he decided to stop using the burning reincarnation forbidden curse after about 1 minute at most, if he didn't want to reveal his undying body. He continued by using his vitality preservation. He sacrificed his left arm and tapped the ground as he activated his world-ending fury forbidden curse. He killed a level 3 gray wolf and was rewarded with 30 experience points. Then a level 5 two-headed snake and received 50 experience points. A level 6 armored scorpion and gained 60 experience points each for the 6 centaur. And finally, a level 2 killed bee and gained 20 experience points. With that, he leveled up to level 3. He was satisfied and amazed with this development. He also learned a new forbidden curse, which was a hellfire scorches the sky. An hour later, Zuganini encountered the area where Yilin had killed all those monsters. She was shocked when she saw so many monsters incinerated to ash. She was in disbelief, wondering what had just happened. Then, she noticed a hellfire. Confused, she checked it out regardless, since she didn't know anyone who had the fire element in Ching besides her. But now, there was such an intense fire element fluctuation. Also, the fire element wave might be even stronger than hers. She then saw something that gave her a hint that this commotion was surely caused by a human. Looks like Ching Ching is full of hidden dragons. Izuganini will definitely find out who you are, she vowed with determination. But at this moment nearby, Yilin was spending some time roasting some meat to eat. He was enjoying a three-eyed demon pig meat. He realized he was eating more than his usual since his body used up too much energy earlier. After eating, he then decided to head to a farther area and grind some more. When he was about to leave, Zuganini suddenly appeared and called him. "Yilin, what are you doing here?" she asked. Yilin was annoyed that he'd ran into her. It was a hassle for him as he didn't want anyone to find out his secret. He smiled at her and replied that he was just casually roasting something to eat. Zuganini then told him once more that a forbidden curse masterclass was totally not suited for solo grinding. Yilin was annoyed when Zuganini walked away, telling him it is too late for regrets now, and following her won't help him anymore. She really assumed Yilin was tagging along with her, so she told him she didn't have time to team up with him anymore. Yilin was thinking Zuganini might be missing a few brain cells. Zuganini, on the other hand, looked back at him and asked him if he had seen anyone else pass the area, and she stated that that person is extremely powerful, very skilled with fire element manipulation, and likely mastered Hellfire. Hellfire? Yeah, I saw him. He was a very handsome guy. He went that way. Yilin replied calmly. He knew he could not let Zuganini cling to him, so he decided not to use the Hellfire spell anymore going forward. As Zuganini continued walking, she blamed Yilin for wasting her time. Otherwise, she would have found a Hellfire user by now. She noticed a shadow looming above her, but when she raised her head, she was shocked to see a level 8 Dragonblood behemoth. She dodged when it tried to attack her. Zuganini was puzzled as to why a level 8 monster would appear in the area she was. She looked behind her, deducing that Yilin might have run away far by now. She then attacked the monster with her Fireball Storm. However, it didn't deal much damage, not enough to kill the monster. The monster looked at her with anger. It charged toward her at a fast speed and bumped her, trashing her away. Oh man, for a second I really thought I was about to see the heavens. But yeah, turns out I've got zero luck. But anyway, back to the story. She fights back with her flame, but the monster roared, blowing the flame back at her. Zuganini was dumbfounded as all the flames hit her. The monster stood there as the smoke settles. When it eventually did, Zuganini was on the ground with her clothes ripped, trembling in pain. She admitted that she was too arrogant to believe that she can definitely defeat a level 8 Dragonblood behemoth in this secret realm. She was afraid she would die at the hands of a level 8 monster, knowing it would be a humiliating death. Lucky for her, someone intervened and attacked the monster using a forbidden curse Hellfire. The poor monster was literally burned to ash. As expected, Zuganini was shocked, knowing this Hellfire user was the one she was searching for. Turning to face her savior, Zuganini thanked this mysterious person and wanted to know his name. The questionable masked individual was none other than Yilin. Yilin was standing on a tree branch with a mask. He told Zuganini to call him Ling E, which meant early dawn and night. Ling for early dawn, E for night. Placing a finger on her lips, Zuganini acted all pitiful and curious, asking the mysterious Ling E which school he was from. Although she was grateful to her savior, she also wanted to know who exactly was underneath that mask. So she concealed her intentions by stating she simply wanted to thank Yilin properly when they exit the dungeon. Yilin just stared at her like she was an idiot. He didn't need her fucking thanks. He told Zuganini that there was no need to thank him. It was just the small effort after all. Anyway, the moment Yilin was about to bounce, Zuganini pleaded for him to wait. She tried to get on her feet, but Yilin told her not to follow him. There were even stronger monsters ahead, and it was definitely not a place for someone of her strength to step into. Also, she might want to put her clothes back on properly before anything else. This sudden realization drew Zuganini's attention to the current state of her outfit. She blushed hard, immediately laying on the ground in a desperate attempt to cover herself, wishing the earth could just swallow her whole. When she finally raised her head, she realized the mysterious Ling E was gone. Zuganini shouted his name with resolve, vowing to catch up to him one day. She would stand proudly by his side. Yilin, on the other hand, had already leapt far ahead, moving seamlessly from one tree branch to the next. After putting enough distance between them, he figured what just happened should be enough to stop Zuganini from clinging to him anymore. He'd already wasted too much time, and he needed to hurry and level up. Opening his status window, Yilin noticed something new, a forbidden curse named Undying. It required sacrificing 2.5 years of lifespan to negate one fatal injury. Seriously, what the hell? The Forbidden Spellcaster class really was the definition of short-lived, constantly screwing with a person's life expectancy. But this skill, this was practically a bonus. With this forbidden curse, Yilin could survive even a fatal blow. It meant that even if someone stabbed him in the heart from behind, he wouldn't go down. What's more, this also meant he could now use other forbidden curses that required sacrificing his heart or even his freaking head once. This was just too good to be true. Now, he could grind recklessly without restraint. No one could stop his leveling pace. 3 days passed. It was the final day of the test. The old guys had gathered at the entrance of the novice secret realm. The principal of Qingchong Academy greeted his old colleagues with his usual condescending smile. The short-haired man among them, Principal Su, scoffed and asked what he was showing off for. So what if he had 2 SSS-ranked job changers? Exactly, another principal chimed in. Level can matter more than class rank. The red-haired one nodded, reminding everyone that the highest record for Qingchong's secret realm test was level 11, and it hadn't been broken in years. Then, turning to Principal Su, he remarked that, if memory served, the student who set that record was from Su's Yutsai Academy. Principal Su nodded. "You're right," he said, then added with a smirk, "I wonder if someone will break the record this year." The principal of Qingchong Academy responded, "We'll see. I believe my student can surprise everyone." Just then, an unexpected figure stepped onto the scene and greeted the principals politely. It was Zhuge Qinxing, Zuganini's father. Principal Su was surprised. "It's been a long time. An honor," added the Qingchong principal. After all, Zhuge Qinxing was their school's astrologer. With pleasantries exchanged, Zhuge Qinxing got straight to the point. He asked about his daughter and whether she had caused any trouble for the principal. Seeing how much Qinxing doted on his daughter, the principal replied calmly, "No, not at all. Zhuganini is the pride of our Chongqing Academy." But right then, someone emerged from the dungeon. The test timer wasn't over yet, so this early appearance could only mean one thing: injury. To their surprise, the one who stepped out was none other than Zuganini herself. She greeted the principals politely, then did a double take when she saw her father. Zhuge Qinxing immediately asked why she came out early, while the principal asked what level she had reached. Calmly, Zuganini stated, "Level 12. Every principal present was stunned. The record had been broken, just like that. The principal of Qingchong Academy beamed with pride. His student was indeed worthy of being a fire mage. Zhuge Qinxing walked up to his daughter, sighing that she was too willful. If she had just stayed in the dungeon a bit longer, grinded some more, she could have hit level 13. Zuganini replied honestly that the dungeon had gotten boring. It took ages to find level 10 monsters, and the experience rewards were pathetically small. But the real reason she came out early? She wanted to find Ling Yi. Being the first out meant she could see everyone else come out afterward. Meanwhile, back inside the secret realm, Yilin suddenly sneezed like he had a cold. Strange, this area wasn't cold at all. Was someone cursing him? And with all level 10 monsters gone, had he grinded too hard? Looks like he needed to widen his hunting grounds. Raising his hand, Yilin decided to try out another forbidden curse he'd learned: instantaneous range. The spell required sacrificing an organ based on importance, but in return, it could increase agility, with a maximum boost of 10 times for an hour. Wasting no time, Yilin activated the 10x agility boost, sacrificing his kidney. The feeling was insane. Even a level 50 assassin couldn't match this speed. He dashed like lightning, creating a sonic boom as he tore through the landscape. Before a 3-headed storm mantis could even react to his presence, it was already too late. Sacrificing his bladder this time, Yilin unleashed a bolt of lightning, ashen fierce thunder that instantly incinerated the monster into ash. Back at the entrance, more and more students were pouring out of the dungeon. Some were ecstatic, others were just glad to be alive. Through it all, Zuganini waited patiently, eyes fixed on the exit. She still hadn't seen Ling Yi. Only 5 minutes remained, and students were being called back to their designated school zones. With the test nearly over, it looked like the highest record this year would officially belong to Zuganini. Xinjiang Academy had scored big. Not only did they get 2 SSS ranked students, but now they had the record-breaking leveler of the year too. But speaking of Xinjiang Academy's SSS ranked students, the other had yet to exit the secret realm, right? The countdown time had 3 minutes left, and the moment Zuganini heard this, she wondered if she had perhaps missed her target exiting the dungeon. But after briefly thinking it over, she found it to be impossible. She had been staring at the dungeon's entrance the moment she got out. In that moment, the entrance of the secret realm began to shimmer with a golden glow, indicating that someone was coming out. Seeing this, Zuganini was certain it must be Ling Yi, but was surprised when it turned out to be her classmate Ailen. Shocked, she asked why. Why was it Ailen? Ailen was puzzled with this stupid question. The time was up, so of course he had to exit the dungeon. Was there a problem? Zuganini got over her initial shock and began to walk away. She told Ailen that he was a coward and should stay away from him. Hearing this, Ailen gritted his teeth in annoyance. Seriously, what's wrong with this bitch? Was she a psycho? His principal approached him at this moment and asked what level he was at. He didn't have much expectation and was just curious as to what level his second SSS rank student was at. Ailen calmly replied that he was at level 16. The crowd present was stunned. You see, leveling up from 1 to 16 requires a total of 120,000 experience points. And the highest level monster in the novice secret realm was level 10. Killing level 10 monsters gives 100 XP, meaning Ailen killed 1,200 level 10 monsters. How is that even possible? The principal suddenly began praising Ailen like crazy, stating that he was the pride of Xinjiang Academy. Surprised with the young man's talent, Zhuge Qianxing also congratulated Ailen. This annoyed his daughter. She coldly remarked, "With Ailen's profession, what's so special about being level 16? Ailen was a forbidden curse master. If he recklessly uses forbidden curses, isn't it normal for him to level up quickly?" When the other principals heard Ailen's profession, they found Zuganini's explanation reasonable. The rest of the crowd also believed Ailen must be crazy when they heard of his profession, frantically casting forbidden curses in the beginner's secret realm to level up. Other curse masters don't live past 25, and the way Ailen was leveling up meant he probably won't make it to 20. Seriously, trading one's life for empty fame. Truly a foolish behavior. Some also believed Ailen was frantically leveling up just so they'll envy him, but he will pay with his life eventually, so they should let him have his glory for a few days. The long-haired principal approached Ailen and questioned earnestly. "Student Ailen, why bother? Tell me honestly, did Principal Gao put you up to this? It seems you've been deceived. Principal Gao is trading your life for the school's honor." Irritated, Principal Gao asked what nonsense his old mate was spouting. He was a person of integrity. How could he possibly joke with the lives of his students? Ailen finally spoke after putting on a pitiful act. He stated that nobody forced him. It was all voluntary. "I grew up in a poor family and was always looked down upon. Now that I have the chance to go all out, I won't be a coward. Even if I wither in my most brilliant moment, I don't care. I want everyone to know that I can do it." The moment Ailen finished his emotional speech, Zhuge Qianxing clapped and stated calmly, "Well said. This young guy truly has grand ambitions. In any case, he's the highest level student in this beginner's secret realm test. That's undeniable, isn't it? He's number 1. Zhuge Qianxing introduced himself to Ailen as the father of Zuganini. If Ailen needs anything in the future, he can contact him. Zuganini was pissed off when she heard this, questioning her father why he believes Ailen was number 1. When Ling Yi comes out, his level will definitely not be lower than Ailen's. "Oh, is that so?" His father retorted, although his tone was smooth. "Who is this talented Ling Yi?" Hearing this question, the principals began asking themselves if any of them had a student by that name. However, none of them seemed to have heard of this student. But Zuganini still spoke confidently that Ling Yi was a true heaven's pride, and when he comes out of the dungeon, everything will be proven. Meanwhile, inwardly, Yilin was again insulting Zuganini as a stupid bitch. She just couldn't keep her freaking mouth shut. Having enough of this farce, Yilin said his goodbye to Principal Gao and Zhuge Qianxing before taking his leave. He wanted to go home and rest well. Shortly after that, the time was up and the Novice Secret Realm test was over. But Zuganini was puzzled with this outcome. Where was Ling Yi? Could it be that while I was talking to Yilin, Ling Yi quietly slipped away? Cursing, Zuganini started blaming Yilin. She believed Ling Yi's escape was Yilin's fault. Where her father placed a hand on her shoulder, she asked if he believes him. Ling Yi was truly a genius, and he even saved her life. Zhuge Qinxing figured out that her daughter's early exit from the dungeon wasn't random at all. It was simply to find this mysterious Ling Yi. But something about this felt off. He asked Zuganini if it was possible that Yilin was the mysterious Ling Yi she had been looking for. Hearing this, Zuganini vehemently denied the possibility. What was her father thinking? How could that coward ever be compared to Ling Yi? Yilin saw the dragon blood behemoth she faced in the dungeon and ran away in terror like a total coward. And Ling Yi's mastery of the fire element was extremely high. How could Yilin, of all people, know anything about that? Meanwhile, back inside his apartment, Yilin let out another heavy sneeze which jolted him awake. He wondered who was talking behind his back. Seriously, it must be that stupid woman Zuganini. Just then, a knock on his door drew his attention. Yilin asked who the person was. And the moment he opened the door, he questioned the fat business guy in front of him. The fat guy introduced himself as Wang. Mr. Wang, the manager of Ching Chung Brain King Oral Liquid Limited Company. He had been searching for Yilin for a while, and now he'd finally found him. The moment Yilin led Mr. Wang inside his apartment, he questioned what he was there for. Mr. Wang replied that he's got good news for Yilin. He heard Yilin successfully changed profession and even broke the highest level record in Ching Ching's beginner's secret realm. So his company was sincerely inviting him to endorse their product. Of course, the remuneration would definitely be substantial. Yilin asked how much exactly was substantial. Mr. Wang raised 3 fingers, which implied 3 million. He handed Yilin a tiny bottle, telling him to try it. It was the company's new product, a Brain King oral liquid. Not only does it nourish the brain and enhance intelligence, but it also promotes cell regeneration. Consuming 1 bottle, and a person would feel several years younger. Also, this century-old enterprise had a 10 times refund guarantee if the drug was proven ineffective. Yilin should try it. Yilin opened the cap of the bottle, knowing full well 3 million was worth several of his kidneys. It looks like fame really does pay. He drank the content in the bottle, which tasted a little sweet. Then he suddenly felt dizzy. Yilin passed out immediately after. Lying on his couch, Mr. Wang called someone on the phone and told the person that Yilin drank the content in the bottle. He prepared backup plans, but they weren't even needed. It seems Yilin was a simple fool. Mr. Wang was ordered to bring Yilin over. A while later, deep into the night, an unspecified location, inside an abandoned warehouse, Mr. Wang had successfully brought Yilin to his boss. Although he didn't understand why his boss was going through such lengths for a mere student, he knew he didn't have the right to ask questions. His boss, who happened to be the shop owner in the black market Yilin used to sell his organs to, told Mr. Wang to leave. Without his orders, no one should be allowed in. If anyone violated this order, they would be killed. Mr. Wang replied he understands and left the warehouse. The greedy shop owner crouched beside Yilin, recalling how Yilin sold him his liver, coronary arteries, gallbladder, corneas, kidneys, spleen, large intestine, small intestine. And surprisingly enough, they'd all grown back. The organs Yilin previously sold to him had all regenerated. Incredible. This was simply incredible. With Yilin, he could master the secret of organ regeneration. As he got drunk on his delusional fantasies, someone added that the old bastard will have supreme power and wealth. Even the most powerful people will kneel before him. Hearing this, the old bastard Ji Yujin agreed. Exactly. But the moment he said this, he realized what just happened. Turning around, he was stunned to find Yilin casually sitting on a chair with his arms and legs crossed. Ji Yujin wondered how it was possible. How was Yilin awake this early? His sleeping drug could keep even an elephant unconscious for 6 hours. But Yilin wasn't concerned about the stupid sleeping potion. He was more curious about how Ji Yujin managed to track him down. Ji Yujin got over his initial shock, pointed his blade at Yilin, and stated that since his cash cow was awake, he won't be polite anymore. He should surrender obediently, and he will guarantee Yilin won't lose any limb. Ji Yujin's profession was currently a level 20 Phantom Blade. Yilin realized Ji Yujin also had a job change with a higher level than his own. Left with no choice, he decided to get serious. He knew using fire element would easily burn this entire place down, so it was better not to cause too much commotion. Yilin decided to use his eternal freezing gaze. It was a forbidden curse that sacrifices his eyeballs to freeze everything within sight before becoming blind. Petrified, Ji Yujin was shocked to find the entire lower half of his body frozen. Elin kept the spell active as the ice around Ji Yujin started extending. Ji Yujin wondered what was going on. What kind of spell was it? He plunged his blade into the ice around him, but was unable to break it. His eyes widened when the ice finally encased his entire body, leaving only his head exposed. Ji Yujin kept muttering that it was impossible. Elin was only level 16 while he was level 20. Even if Elin was a forbidden curse master, he couldn't possibly defeat him in one strike. What kind of monster was he? Now that Ji Yujin was trapped in place, Elin could have a proper chat with him. He asked Ji Yujin who else knew about his organ regeneration ability. Ji Yujin replied that besides him, no one knew. After all, with such an amazing discovery, why would he tell someone else? Hearing this, Elin chose to believe the old bastard and decided to make his death quick and painless. He raised his fist and smashed the poor old bastard into broken ice lollies. Also, after consuming all the sleeping drug, he decided to sacrifice his stomach first. Sacrificing his stomach, Elin rained lightning on the guards outside. He left one alive for questioning. The poor fatty didn't want to die, so the moment Elin asked who was his boss behind the scenes, he initially tried to reason with Elin that he couldn't say, otherwise he would be killed. But after seeing Elin enveloped with lightning sparks, he spoke up immediately. Their boss was king of Ching Underground Market, Kenz. The poor fatty was struck with a bolt of lightning the moment he was done talking. Grabbing his chin, Elin walked away, trying to recall where he'd heard Kenz. The name seemed familiar. It didn't take much effort to remember that Kenz was one of Ching City's top 10 outstanding philanthropists. This just got complicated. Meanwhile, elsewhere at Ching's underground black market, a middle-aged man with a thick cigar lounged in a leather sofa as one of his men informed him about some urgent news. This fucker was Kenz, and with his brows furrowed, he was shocked upon receiving news that all contact with his agent, Jihu, had been lost. The bald fellow informed him that they hadn't been able to contact Jihu for half an hour, so they went to his farmhouse, only to find the entire area burned to the ground. Judging by the wreckage from the fire, it was done by a job holder. Kenz grew furious and stomped on the table in front of him, wrecking it. He ordered his men to find the culprit immediately, with no delay. The next day, Elin arrived at the grand residence of the Ji family, where he was warmly welcomed by Ji Lingyu, who had become a loyal follower after their previous encounter. As soon as he heard that Elin was visiting, he immediately sent someone to pick him up. Ji Lingyu shyly brought up the 2 million yuan that Elin had asked for earlier, adding that he'd already talked to his father. However, Elin interrupted him, questioning if Ji Lingyu was trying to disrespect him by talking about money at that moment. Since he'd agreed to accept Ji Lingyu as an underling, money was just a small matter. Hearing this, Ji Lingyu placed an arm around Elin's shoulders and welcomed him wholeheartedly. From now on, Elin should consider his home as his as well. Inwardly, Ji Lingyu realized that his father was right. He believed Elin was a simple-minded guy who cared a lot about his dignity. So, as long as he could exploit that, he should be able to achieve his goal. Elin, on the other hand, had planned this encounter with the purpose of using the Ji family as a shield against Kenz and his men. He was sure Kenz wouldn't dare attack him inside the Ji family estate. Elin entered the house and was surprised to find a large number of maids lined up, greeting him politely and respectfully, which left him a bit speechless. He looked at the maids and thought to himself how different life was when one had wealth. Ji Lingyu offered to assign one of the maids to be Elin's personal servant, and Elin accepted the offer. But soon after, Elin felt embarrassed and refused, saying he was only joking. However, Ji Lingyu insisted, adding that his boss should also change his clothes for something important. Elin eagerly asked what the important matter was, but Ji Lingyu told him to wait until they arrived at the destination. Eventually, they arrived at the annual Ching auction, and Ji Lingyu informed him that this was the grand venue he had never visited before. Upon arriving at the annual auction in Ching City, Ji Lingyu told Elin that he would later introduce him to some of the city's most important figures, but Elin preferred to start with food and told Ji Lingyu to go about his own business and not mind him. Internally, Ji Lingyu sarcastically commented on Elin's simplicity and naivety, thinking he still lacked experience due to his poor upbringing. As Ilin ate heartily, especially since he had previously sacrificed his stomach and now needed to compensate by eating more, he heard a voice beside him asking why he was here. When he turned around, he saw Zuganini and her friend Lu Yanwei standing there. Zuganini rolled her eyes and crossed her arms as Lu Yanwei leaned closer, still puzzled. "Who is he again?" she asked, clearly unimpressed. Elin clenched his jaw slightly, barely hiding the irritation bubbling beneath his calm facade. Why the hell did this dumb woman keep bumping into him like some cosmic punishment? With a cold tone, Zuganini replied, "He's just that coward who ran away from the monster in the novice secret realm. Don't know why I keep seeing him. Total bad luck." Her words were sharp and dismissive, as if even acknowledging him too much would ruin her day. Elin simply gave a slight smirk. Oh, if only she knew. If only she realized he was actually Lingyi, the same person she obsessed over like a fangirl chasing an idol. How hilarious would that revelation be? Just then, Ji Lingyu returned with a group of young elites in tow. He proudly stepped up beside Elin and declared, "Everyone, this is my boss. Show some respect." His friends exchanged confused glances. One of them raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Shouldn't you be the one calling the shots, Ji Lingyu?" Ji Lingyu shook his head seriously. "You guys don't understand. He's not just anyone. This man hit level 16 while still in the novice secret realm." Gasps and stunned expressions spread through the group. Some nearly dropped their wine glasses. Compared to their weak levels, level 16 sounded like a distant fantasy. Elin remained composed and said lightly, "Don't be too surprised. If we could get out of the city, I could help all of you level up before the big exam." Instantly, the mood turned electric. The thought of fast leveling made everyone excited. But Ji Lingyu's face darkened slightly. It's forbidden to leave the city before the major exam. They don't want people getting help from higher-level job holders. Elin rubbed his chin and dropped a subtle suggestion. "But the journey to the exam site, that could be useful, no?" His tone was casual, but the message was clear. Ji Lingyu's eyes lit up. "I see what you mean." Then he added with confidence, "Don't worry about equipment. If you need anything, I'll get it for you right here at this auction." Elin blinked. "You sure? Some stuff here costs a fortune." "Doesn't matter," Ji Lingyu said, waving it off. "My dad said as long as we can boost our results in the exam, we've got full support." As they spoke, the auction hall's lights dimmed and a spotlight fell onto the stage. A stunning woman stepped up, smiling gracefully. "Ladies and gentlemen," she began, her voice smooth and melodic. "I'm Ching Ching, your host for this evening. I hope everyone leaves here with what they desire most." Applause followed her words, a mixture of anticipation and tension filling the air. "Now, our first item," she gestured to a pedestal as a velvet cloth was pulled away. "An epic-grade fire-type mage scroll. Bidding starts at 500,000 yuan." The crowd came alive. Hands shot up. Numbers escalated. 800,000, 1.2 million, 2 million, and then 3 million yuan. A commanding voice echoed from the VIP section. Everyone turned to look. Sitting there, calmly fanning himself, was Zhuge Qinqing, Zuganini's father. Elin chuckled quietly to himself. How adorable. Daddy's out here emptying his wallet so his precious little girl can throw fireballs. Meanwhile, he, a forbidden curse master, could summon lightning, plagues, or instant death. No scrolls needed. He leaned back in his chair, quietly enjoying the chaos while sipping tea. Life was starting to get a bit more entertaining. Elin leaned closer to Ji Lingyu and whispered, "Your profession's an A-rank Shadowblade, right? If something comes up that suits your class, don't hesitate. Bid right away. The right skill could save your life." Just as he finished speaking, Ching Ching's voice rang through the hall again, clear and confident. Next up, a rare quality treasure, the Royal Dragon Wish Ring. It increases spirit by 30% and grants the passive skill, Dragon's Aura. Starting bid, 2 million. Minimum increment, 100,000. Ladies and gentlemen, place your bids. The crowd instantly ignited. 2.5 million, 3 million, 3.1 million. Numbers flew as the bidding escalated fast. Elin's eyes gleamed. A 30% spirit boost? That was insane. For any awakened, it was a complete game changer. He nudged Lingyu and gave him a look. This was a must-have. Ji Lingyu immediately turned to his father and whispered, "Dad, I want that ring." President G barely blinked. Without hesitation, he raised a finger and calmly called out, 8 million. To him, 8 million was a small price for his son's success in the national exam. Once in a top university, their family name would be even more solid. And as for Elin, he was a forbidden caster. Those guys didn't live long anyway. In a few years, whatever equipment they gave him would circle back to the G family. The auctioneer's voice rang out again. 8 million going once. Anyone for 8.1? 8.2? The hall quieted. Then suddenly, 10 million. A deep voice echoed from the back. The hall froze. Kenz stepped into view, tall, broad-shouldered, and dressed in a sharp black coat. He casually waved at President G. Long time, President G. How have you been? Gasps rippled across the auction house. Everyone recognized the man. The underground king. This wasn't his usual crowd. Why was he here? Elin instinctively took a step back, vanishing into the nearby shadows. He couldn't be seen. Not by Kenz. Even a passing glance could expose everything. President G narrowed his eyes. What's G Group done to offend you now, Mr. Kenz? Kenz's expression darkened. He slowly raised a finger and pointed. You had my men killed. Now you want me to be polite about it? I don't know what you're talking about. President G replied smoothly. But if it's a fight you're after, G Group isn't exactly easy to push around. He raised his hand. 12 million. Kenz's lips curled into a smile, slow and dangerous. He understood loud and clear. This was war now. As he turned to leave, he muttered to his assistant, That car, did you confirm it came from the warehouse? The assistant nodded. No doubt. We followed it straight to G family's villa. Kenz's smile vanished. Good. Then he can't blame me for what's about to happen. Back in the auction hall, the gavel slammed down. Sold. Royal Dragon Wish Ring. 12 million to President G. President G looked pleased as he handed the ring to Elin. What do you think? Like it? Elin nodded politely. I do. Thank you. Ji Lingyu leaned toward his father. Who was that guy? His father's voice was low. That's Kenz, used to rule the underworld. Been trying to go legit lately. But I think he's set his sights on our empire now. And he's not the kind to make empty threats. Elin listened silently before speaking. G Group has influence, but it attracts attention too. Just a suggestion, stay cautious. President G gave a rare, serious nod. You're right. The Emperor Dragon Rue ring pulsed gently in Elin's hand. It boosted his spirit attribute by 30%, a massive increase in his curse-casting power. And with the dragon's aura blessing him, his luck had gone up by 10 points. Whatever was coming next, he'd need every bit of that luck. Elin slipped the Royal Dragon Wish ring onto his finger, and instantly, a surge of raw energy coursed through his body. His spirit stats shot up by a staggering 30%, and his luck increased by 10. Feeling the boost at his core, he grinned and turned to President G, reassuring him, Don't worry. Even if I have to drag him by force, I'll make sure Lingyu gets into a top academy. President G laughed heartily. No need to be so formal. We're family now. You and my son are practically brothers. Whatever equipment catches your eye, just tell me. It's yours. True to his word, President G spent the rest of the night throwing down massive bids. If Elin so much as glanced at something, a bid was placed. Item after item piled up in their favor. By the time the auction finally ended, Ji Lingyu was completely wiped out, but his father had basically cleaned out the entire auction. They picked up a mountain of treasures, Azure Thunder Ring, boosted spirit by 15%, and all lightning-based abilities gained a 20% power-up. Molten Moon Necklace, granted plus 200 spirit from mental-type casters. Twin Inyong Bracelet, added 40 spiritual attributes, and more importantly, unlocked Cycle of Duality and granted a passive healing factor that rapidly regenerated injuries over time. Elin's eyes sparkled when he got the bracelet. Now, even if someone saw him regenerating from fatal wounds, he had the perfect excuse. It was all just part of the gear. But the true crown jewel of the night, the Falling Star Warblade. This beast of a weapon added plus 300 strength on its own. But under Starlight, the blade's power would stack every few seconds, up to an additional plus 100. Elin nearly trembled. With this in his hand, he could finally unleash that forbidden skill he unlocked at level 10, the Lifespan Blade Arts. With every swing, he'd sacrifice a year of his life. And with each swing, the damage would double from the previous one, stacking all the way to 99 slashes. With this combo, he wouldn't just pass the national exam, he could crush it. Meanwhile, across town, Zuganini lounged in her private bath, soaking in rose-scented water, yet her brows were furrowed in irritation. She still couldn't understand what the G family saw in that coward isling. They pampered him like a royal prince and spent an absurd amount of money on him. What are they planning? She thought bitterly. There's no way this is just goodwill. Her thoughts were interrupted by the knock on the door. A maid stepped in. Miss Zuganini, Liu Yanwei has arrived. She brought someone who claims to have information on the person you've been searching for. Zuganini's eyes lit up. Ling Yi. She rose from the water at once, quickly throwing on a silk robe. Tell them to wait in the lounge. I'll be there immediately. She descended the stairs moments later and found Liu Yanwei sitting with a stern-faced man. Liu Yanwei stood and gestured. This is Officer Huang. He's with the Investigation Bureau. He says he has news about Ling. Officer Huang gave a polite nod. Miss Zuganini, I'm afraid the news isn't good. Her heart skipped. What do you mean? With a grim expression, he took out his phone and turned the screen to her. A photo showed the charred remains of a farmhouse. This property was located just outside Chingching. It was burned to the ground. Several casualties. He swiped again, showing another photo, black, scorched marks resembling clawed fire. We found traces of hellfire at the scene. And based on the description you gave us earlier, we believe the suspect may be the same Ling Yi you mentioned. Zuganini froze. We'd like your assistance in the investigation. Officer Huang said carefully. You're the only person we know who's made direct contact with him. Zuganini stared at the images, the heat of the bath long forgotten. Her breath slowed. Ling Yi, what the hell are you really hiding? Hearing Officer Huang's accusation, Zuganini instantly shot to her feet. That's impossible, she shouted, face red with anger. Ling Yi isn't a killer. He saved my life. He risked himself to protect me. Why would a murderer do that? Officer Huang remained calm, while Liu Yanwei quickly stepped in to soothe her friend. Nini, just hear him out first. I understand your reaction, Officer Huang said patiently. But according to your statement, Ling Yi used hellfire to obliterate an 8th-tier beast in one hit. And when we investigated, we couldn't find any record of someone named Ling. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. However, there was one name that did come up. Someone who fits the timeline and the pattern. Zuganini narrowed her eyes, tension building in her chest. Ilin, Officer Huang said slowly. There's strong reason to believe he might be your mysterious Ling. Zuganini froze, then burst out laughing. That coward? You think he's Ling Yi? No way. He runs from trouble like it's chasing him with a bill. And hellfire? He wouldn't even know how to spell it. Officer Huang activated his lie detection skill, his pupils flickering blue. Are you absolutely certain? Of course, Zuganini replied without hesitation. I've seen Ling Yi with my own eyes. I'd never mistake that for someone like Yilin. Officer Huang studied her quietly. His skill didn't detect a single hint of falsehood. She was telling the truth. Yilin may not be their suspect after all. Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Zuganini. If anything comes up, please let us know immediately. Meanwhile, Yilin had far more exciting things on his mind. It was time to push his new gear to the limit. Ji Lingyu personally brought him to the Awakened Association Center, the heart of training in Qingqing City. A polite receptionist greeted them. Welcome. Will you be training today? Ji Lingyu nodded. Yes. My boss wants to test out his new equipment. The receptionist turned to Yilin. May I ask your level? Level 16, he answered confidently. Her brow lifted, but she nodded. We have standard training rooms for under level 20 awakeners. 100,000 yuan per hour. It includes force analysis and mana calibration. Yilin shook his head. No, I want a room for level 40 and under. The receptionist blinked in surprise, stunned silent for a moment. Then, with a faint smile of understanding, she nodded. Ji Lingyu remained outside, while she led Yilin into the high-tier training room. According to the lady, the training room was made of special materials and was built by an SS-level builder. It can withstand the full force attack of job changers below level 40. This also applies to the dummies. It's extremely difficult for job changers below level 40 to leave marks on the dummies. The moment the door was locked, Yilin walked around and carefully checked the training room. And after confirming that there were no surveillance cameras, he visibly relaxed, then drew out his falling Star War blade. Lin made a dash forward, deciding to try Yongsho, sword technique, which consumes a year of his life with every strike. Lin leaped high in the air, grasped the falling star war blade tightly. The moment he swung the sword, his eyes became firm and deep. The first strike of the sword was followed by a deafening bang in the training room, as if something was completely torn apart. A bright light flashed on the blade of the falling star warblade, which was Lin's burning life. After the first slash was made, the second slash that followed was even sharper and more powerful, and the air in the training room seemed like it's been slashed, forming an invisible sword energy. The third slash followed, then fourth and the fifth. Lin's sword swinging speed was getting faster and faster, and each strike was more powerful than the last. When Lin swung the sword for the 99th time, the entire training room seemed to be shaking, and strong energy fluctuations filled the air. At that moment, it was earth-shattering, and an unprecedented light burst out from the blade of the falling star warblade, illuminating the entire training room. As Lin carried on, testing the rest of the equipment together with his forbidden spells, a slight tremor could be felt outside. Lin Yu explained to the lady that there was a major exams approaching, so Yilin likes to get a little bit crazy when he starts training. The two were interrupted the moment Yilin walked out of the training room with satisfaction. With his two forbidden spells of Burning Reincarnation and Longevity Sword Technique, coupled with the sword and the rest of the equipment, he had a rough estimate of his current strength. Jilin Yu was curious as to why Yilin came out so soon. Yilin replied that he was exhausted and needed to head back and rest. Also, he wanted to know if he doesn't need to pay for breaking things in the training room. The lady initially thought Yilin was joking. After all, the training room was suitable for job changers below level 40. And if Yilin, a level 16 job changer, can damage the things inside, then it means the quality is not up to standard. How can she ask him to pay for it? Relieved, Yilin quickly led Jilin Yu out of there as the lady went into the training room to check. When she found out that almost everything in the training room was completely wrecked, she covered her mouth in shock. The dummies were slashed and charred, and not a single dummy was left standing. Meanwhile, back at the G family residence, the two guards stationed at the entrance were suddenly attacked by an unknown enemy. The neck of one of the guards was pierced with a thin needle coated in poison. As the guard clutched his neck in pain, the other, seeing this, was alarmed and asked what was wrong. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of hands suddenly emerged from the shadows behind him. And just like that, his neck was snapped horribly from behind. Screams and bloodshed followed shortly after as the scene pans to President G, who was currently at his study when he heard all the commotion outside. He wondered what was going on. But just then, the old housekeeper, a bit bloodied and bruised, opened the office door and told his master to run. He was about to explain when suddenly a knife stabbed into his body along his lower back. He screamed in pain as his vitality quickly slipped away. The person responsible for this massacre finally came to view, and it was obviously none other than Kenz. "We meet again," he said, mocking President G. President G was furious as he took out his gun. But before he could even fire a shot, a long knife with a cold glow flashed by like lightning, and under President G's incredulous gaze, his hands had already flown high into the air. Kenz smiled with disdain on his face. He called President G a fool for using a gun against a job changer. Seriously, was he having a brain glitch or something? You see, guns were okay in dealing with those who had just successfully changed jobs. But once their strength reached level 30 or above, guns were no different from toys in front of them. Kenz raised his sword and was ready to kill President G when suddenly, one of his men rushed over and informed him that the two boys were not at the villa. Although Kenz was annoyed upon hearing this, he decided to let President G live a little longer. After all, killing him would be equivalent to cutting off Jilin Yu's weak spot. But if he doesn't annihilate everything about the G family, they will eventually come back and seek revenge in the future. When Jilin Yu and Lin returned to the residence of the G family, they instantly felt that something was off. The guard station outside were missing, the entire villa was eerie quiet, and even the lights were off like there was a power outage. Lin suddenly smelled a strong stench of blood and immediately rushed inside with a sense of dread as he switched on the lights. Jilin Yu was stunned, staring at the horrifying scene. The bodies of the job changers and servants hired by the G family were everywhere, with broken limbs and arms scattered all over the ground. Many people had fear written all over their faces, as if they had encountered the most terrifying evil spirit before they died. Ji Lingyu took a few steps back, his face ashen as he tried to deny the reality. They must have entered the wrong place. This wasn't his home. Elin warned him to be careful as he screamed in fear, frantically rushing towards his father's study like a madman. There was a piece of paper on the table not far from Elin. Picking it up, he called, "Lingyu," he said gravely, "come look at this." Ji Lingyu rushed over, seething with rage. The letter informs them that if Ji Lingyu wants to save his father, he should bring Elin to the underground black market to find him. Also, with every 6 hours, he will cut a piece of flesh from his father. Ji Lingyu's anger was maxed out at this point. He tore the letter in half, vowing to kill Kenz with his own hands. Ji Lingyu was about to go find Kenz to fight him to the death when Elin grabbed his shoulder. He stated that everything happened because of him, so he will go save President Ji while Ji Lingyu find a place to hide. Ji Lingyu wasn't having it, so Elin skillfully knocked him out. He apologized and promised to bring his father safely. Elin laid the unconscious Ji Lingyu on the sofa and left the villa. Elin promised to show Kenz how terrifying a cursed master who doesn't care about his freaking life is. Meanwhile, at the darkest heart of Qingcheng underground black market, Kenz's men were spread all over the place, alert and armed. A black shadow crossed the night sky like a ghost and landed silently without alerting any guard. Elin was wearing black clothes and black shoes, and his face was wrapped in black cloth. Elin completely blended into the night. Although the guards were many, if he could sneak in quietly and catch Kenz off guard, he might actually have a chance to kill him without any fuss. But just when Elin was thinking about this, the next second, one of the guards suddenly turned in his direction, staring directly at him. Shocked, Elin couldn't understand how. He had hidden perfectly, so why was he discovered so easily? The leader pointed his gun arrogantly at the hidden camera above Elin's head and questioned which era he was from to be hiding in the shadows like that. Apparently, the entire place had surveillance cameras with infrared night vision. Sure enough, Elin was still a little careless. But it doesn't matter as long as he will live all these people. The guy told him that their boss had been waiting for him. That's it for today's video. I hope you enjoyed this manhwa. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you either in a new manhwa recap or in the next episode of this one. Until then, take care and bye-bye. 3 of them started approaching, and Ellen, seeing no point in sneaking around anymore, decided to go all in. Since Ling, he had already taken the fall for many of his actions. Ellen had no issue pinning the assassination of Ken on him too. But for that plan to work, not a single person could leave the underground black market alive tonight. Otherwise, the secret of his immortality could be exposed. Now that he was discovered, there was no need for pretense. Ellen pulled off the mask covering his face and subtly started forming complex hand signs with his left hand, hidden from view. Then, without warning, he activated a forbidden spell, Burning Reincarnation. With 5 pieces of gear boosting his mental power and his own already impressive 1,088 points, Ellen's total mental power surged to 2,176. The guards had no idea what kind of monster they were up against. A stream of blazing fire burst from Ellen's palms. The flames, glowing a fierce, purplish red, looked like they could incinerate anything. The 3 guards, already wary of Ellen's reputation, immediately opened fire. But Ellen dodged their bullets effortlessly. Even if they hit, they wouldn't have done much. Then he activated another forbidden spell, Karma Fire, burning the sky. This time, he sacrificed his left kidney. His right one had recently regenerated anyway. With his terrifying mental energy fueling it, the karmic flames roared to life, lighting up the night sky. In an instant, the fire spread and consumed the group, their screams and cries for help silenced by the inferno, leaving only the sound of crackling flames. 2 guards remained. They tried to flank him, but before they even realized what was happening, Ellen used the fleeting dance technique to boost his speed to the max. In a flash, he was right in front of them. He grabbed them by their faces, flames pouring from his hands. Moments later, both were engulfed, their bodies burning as they let out desperate wails before collapsing into scorched remains. Ellen emerged from the flames without a second glance. vowing silently that Kenz would soon know his master had arrived. As Ellen neared the main building, the entrance door exploded into pieces. The air grew sharp and violent, forming two wind blades that sliced through the night, heading straight for him. But Ellen's reflexes were too quick. He dodged with ease. It was clear now, a wind-type awakened had attacked. Judging by the strength, it had to be a job changer above level 30. At the entrance stood two job changers, waiting calmly. The swordsman sneered, calling Ellen a bastard for coming alone, and asked if he wasn't afraid of dying. His partner, a spearman, laughed and reminded him that their boss wanted Ellen alive. The swordsman smirked and told him not to worry. He had no intention of killing Ellen. He just wanted a little warm-up. Ellen didn't reply with words. He slowly drew his falling star warblade, the sword glowing ominously as the curse of the life sword automatically activated. In a cold voice, he warned the two that their luck had run out. Now, they'd face him and his blade. Then, with wind magic surging, he activated his next move, Dragon Pistol. The spearman lunged at Ellen, shouting that he'd wipe that smug look off his face. Ellen met his charge head-on, blocking the blow and countering with his first sword strike. Just then, the swordsman suddenly appeared behind Ellen, launching a powerful wind blade attack. But Ellen's fleeting dance technique was quicker. He dodged and countered with a second slash. Though Ellen's speed gave him an edge, his counterstrikes lacked impact, only grazing their skin. The two enemies scoffed, mocking him for his so-called sword skills. But Ellen wasn't fazed. He calmly warned them to be patient. After all, the power of the Yango sword technique stacked with every strike up to 99 times. Ellen's third slash was blocked by the spearman. The fourth was stopped by both enemies working together. But something shifted. The two began to realize Ellen's sword strikes were gaining strength, harder to block, sharper, more refined. With a loud clang, the fifth strike landed. Then came the sixth, followed closely by the seventh. When the eighth sword hit, it came with such overwhelming force that it shattered the swordsman's weapon and sent him crashing back several meters stunned. The spearman shouted out to his brother in panic. Just 8 strikes into the Yango technique, and they already couldn't keep up. Ellen winced, clutching his chest as the energy of the 8th strike pulsed through him. But despite the pain, he advanced on the spearman, a deadly intent in his eyes. The man stared at him, wide-eyed, demanding to know what kind of sword technique could grow stronger with every slash. Under the glow of the wind blade's light, Ellen's face looked ice-cold. He simply replied, "You don't need to know." Then came the sound of a blade slicing through flesh. Blood sprayed into the air like a fountain. With one casual yet precise swing, Ellen cut him down. As the spearman's body collapsed lifelessly, his brother let out a guttural scream of grief and fury, calling Ellen a devil. Something inhuman. He swore Ellen would die a terrible death. Ellen met the insult with a chilling silence. Then, without hesitation, he activated the burning reincarnation curse spell again. The roaring flames engulfed the man completely, silencing his screams and reducing him to a blackened husk. Without a word, Ellen walked off, his aura cold and dominant. He repeated to himself what he'd said from the start. No one here was leaving alive. He entered the massive building and didn't stop moving. On every floor, he cut through anyone in his way. Several job changers above level 30 tried to challenge him, but it was useless. Against a forbidden spell master like Ellen, who couldn't die and who unleashed devastating cursed spells with every motion, none of them stood a chance. His brutal, self-sacrificing style of combat made it easy to eliminate even high-level foes. But it wasn't without cost. Ellen's body was a wreck, slashed open in places, pierced by countless weapons. His skin was burned, frozen, and scarred beyond recognition. Yet through it all, he pressed forward like a demon, a Shura from the underworld, here to collect the souls of the damned. As he moved deeper into the building, cutting down everyone in his path, there was only one question on his lips. Where is Kenz? But that's when Ellen ran into real trouble. Shiai Showi, a level 42 job changer who stood in his path like an immovable wall. The man was massive, built like a mountain, with a murderous glint in his eyes and a faint smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. Shoei looked Ellen up and down and called him brave. After all, not many dared to barge into the underground black market alone and stir up trouble, especially not against someone like him, a well-known enforcer in these parts. Still, seeing Ellen's body riddled with stab wounds, bullet holes, cuts from swords, spears, and halberds, Zui couldn't help but wonder aloud how this kid was even still breathing. What kind of secret was he hiding? Ellen's instincts immediately sharpened. This wasn't just another thug. Shoei was on a completely different level. He could tell from the man's aura alone that he couldn't afford even the smallest mistake. That axe alone could split a truck in two. Ellen kept his guard up and calmly replied that his secret might just come to light if Shoei was willing to drop the axe. Naturally, Zui laughed off the suggestion. If Ellen wasn't going to talk, then he'd just beat the secret out of him, slowly. In an instant, Zui charged, his giant axe crashing down with a force so great the entire building shook. Chunks of debris flew through the air as the floor trembled beneath them. Ellen gritted his teeth and narrowly avoided the strike by activating both Burning Reincarnation and Fleeting Dance. He knew better than to take this guy lightly. But with both forbidden spells active, Ellen's condition surged to its peak. Zui wasn't impressed. He scoffed and asked how long Ellen thought he could last by burning away his own life just to gain temporary strength. But Ellen pushed through the pain like it was nothing, charging in again and swinging his blade wildly to stack up his sword technique. Yet, the attacks weren't landing hard enough. Shui's next strike released an even more terrifying wave of power, slamming into Ellen with explosive force. His relentless axe swings soon disarmed Ellen, knocking the falling star warblade right out his hands. Ellen's expression darkened. As expected, a level 42 job changer was on a whole different playing field. Even with his 99-layer Yango, sword technique, burning reincarnation, and fleeting dance, he couldn't overpower Shoei. But Ellen had one final edge, his burning immortality. Shoei, riding the momentum of his last attack, swung his axe down hard into Ellen's shoulder. The sickening crunch of bones shattering echoed through the air. His clavicle and shoulder cracked under the pressure, and blood burst from his mouth again as his body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing hard into a distant wall. Shoei slowly approached Ellen's broken form. A bit disappointed, he muttered that he was just getting warmed up, but Ellen already looked done. Lying there, beaten and bloodied, Ellen gave a bitter smile. He had to admit it, when it came to fighting close-range monsters like Shoei, his sword skills just weren't enough. Even so, Ellen wasn't out of cards yet. He had one final trump card left, and Shoei would soon learn that he was the one who forced Ellen to use it. Slowly, painfully, Ellen pushed himself up from the rubble. His mangled shoulder began to heal in real time, bones cracking back into place, torn flesh stitching itself together, and the blood stopped flowing as if time itself reversed. And then came the insane part. Ellen didn't just go all out, he sacrificed everything. His liver, his left lung, stomach, right kidney, gallbladder, duodenum, pancreas, spleen, both his intestines. You name it, he offered it up just to summon one spell, the legendary world-destroying thunder. See, forbidden spells weren't all powerful by themselves. No matter how destructive they were, their true potential could only be unlocked by the strength of the caster. And Ellen? He was only level 16. That alone meant a normal thunder spell wouldn't even make Shoei flinch. But this wasn't just any thunder. This was chaos thunder, brought forth at the cost of half his body, literally. The sheer sacrifice behind it made the spell devastating beyond reason. As the sky cracked open and the world-destroying thunder surged down like an angry god, Shishui's face twisted in panic. His eyes widened, and in that split second he knew he was screwed. Sure, he had a divine physique, and maybe that divine body could absorb part of the impact. But against this, it wasn't even close to enough. The thunder struck with godlike wrath. In a blink, the upper half of Shui's body was vaporized into ash. Only his severed hand, still clutching the battle axe, remained. Then, that too was reduced to nothing. His bottom half disintegrated shortly after, blown away like paper in a storm. Ellen might lack flawless swordsmanship, but when it came to summoning chaos thunder, he was in a league of his own. And if Shui still wanted answers about Ellen's power, well, he could go ask the King of Hell now. Groaning in pain, Ellen staggered toward the staircase to the next floor. His body trembled, and his vision swayed. Turns out sacrificing most of your internal organs hits hard. Who would have guessed? Meanwhile, in the presidential suite located at the top of the same building, Kenz was unfazed by the chaos downstairs. Relaxed, smug, and indulging in the company of one of his many women, he didn't even bother to check on the fight. Someone had told him an intruder was in the building, sure. But Kenz was confident. Shishowi, his so-called mini-boss, was more than enough to deal with any lunatic stupid enough to pick a fight here. After all, if someone somehow defeated every single guard in this fortress, maybe then it'd be worth his attention. For now, the only important thing was offering Miss Chen a taste of something delicious he'd been saving. She caught the implication right away and was clearly into it. But just before things could heat up, Ellen kicked the door open like a madman possessed. He stormed into the suite like a flaming demon, the air around him practically sizzling with killing intent. Before Kenz could even blink, Ellen was demanding to know where President G was. Kenz stood up, visibly annoyed, staring at the blood-covered kid who somehow made it through everything. Confused, he casually asked where Shishowi was. But Ellen had no interest in small talk. He leaped into the air with his sword raised, shouting down at Kenz that his precious little pet was already dead, and he was next on the list. Kenz couldn't help but laugh at the boldness. The sheer audacity of this brat. He didn't even flinch. In one swift motion, he caught Ellen's sword with his bare hand, unmoved. After all, he wasn't called the Underground King of Qing for nothing. A dozen men had tried to kill him before. Ellen was just the latest fool. But this time, he might have underestimated his opponent. But unfortunately, Ellen just wasn't worthy, at least not in Kenz's eyes. With a sneer, Kenz lunged forward and gripped Ellen by the neck. Without wasting a moment, he exerted his overwhelming dominance. He told Ellen to learn something important in his next life, never mess with him. Then he activated a heavy power skill called Breaking Gasp, and just like that, he crushed Ellen's throat as if it was nothing. No struggle, no resistance, just a casual snap. Ellen's lifeless body hit the floor with a thud. Kenz didn't even bother to look back. He was irritated, annoyed at the wasted time and effort spent on what he now saw as a pointless inconvenience. But that smug calm didn't last long. To his shock, the dead kid wasn't dead at all. Ellen got back up, and not only that, every single wound on his body seemed to have healed. Flawlessly, instantly. Kenz blinked in disbelief. That couldn't be possible. He crushed the brat's throat with his own hands. He felt the bones break. Ellen was super dead. And yet, here he was, alive and even smirking. Ellen just scoffed at Kenz's temper tantrum. Dead? Him? That would have been boring. He hadn't even had any fun yet. Without another word, Ellen sacrificed his left eye and activated a cursed spell, Eyes of External Freeze. Instantly, Kenz's legs were sealed within an icy prison, completely locking him in place. The arrogant underground king of Qingqing immediately panicked, questioning what kind of spell this was and why he couldn't move. But Ellen ignored all that. He had a question of his own. Where was President G? Kenz refused. He wasn't about to reveal the hostage's location. So Ellen made him pay. He activated Burning Reincarnation, and in the next moment, Kenz's arms ignited in hellfire. Flames devoured his limbs as he howled in pain, wailing like a woman in labor. Suddenly, during the fiery chaos, a dull thud sounded behind Ellen. Miss Chun had dropped to her knees, holding a loaded gun to the back of a bound and gagged President G. Her voice was tense but clear. Let Kenz go, or she'd pull the trigger. Ellen turned slightly, amused by the scene. He casually commented on how Miss Chen suddenly wanted to play righteous hero for her man. Then he extinguished the flames and proposed an exchange of hostages. But the moment Ellen stepped forward, Miss Chen snapped. She pointed the gun directly at him and warned him not to take another step, or she would shoot. Unbothered, Ellen simply asked whether she actually wanted to make an exchange or not. Kenz, despite being burned and frozen, still barked out orders. He didn't need a woman to save him, but he still wanted to protect her. He told Miss Chen to get out now. But the woman didn't listen. Instead, she pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets struck Ellen in the stomach, chest, and left shoulder. He fell to the floor. Miss Chen rushed to Kenz's side in a panic, believing she'd finally stopped the monster. But Kenz called her a fool, because that brat wasn't dead. As Ellen slowly stood up again, the disbelief on Miss Chen's face was unmistakable. And without wasting time, he made his way toward President G. Once there, he activated the eyes of external freeze once more. Miss Chen's hands, gun and all, froze in place, locked together in solid ice. She stared at him, stunned. The last sliver of fake bravado she had shattered instantly. Kenz, seeing this, shouted desperately. He begged Ellen to come at him and leave the girl alone. But Ellen didn't respond to his pleas. In one swift move, his blade flashed with a starlight gleam, and Kenz's head was severed cleanly from his shoulders. The pleas stopped. So did the arrogance. Kenz, the feared underground king of Qing, died with his eyes wide open. Miss Chen just stared, paralyzed by the horror in front of her. Her lips trembled, and her eyes filled with tears. Then she let out a sharp, uncontrollable scream. But Ellen didn't react. Expressionless, he turned his attention to President G. He lifted the unconscious body and carried it over his shoulder. Miss Chen, voice low and broken, asked if Ellen was going to kill her too. Ellen just sighed. He told her not to be ridiculous. He doesn't kill women. If her lover hadn't kidnapped President G, he never would have been her enemy. Then, with the same coldness in his voice, he told her to leave the building. Miss Chen was left speechless. Whether she listened or not, no one knows. Because shortly after, Ellen burned the entire building to the ground. With a wave of his hand, the cursed hellfire spread everywhere. The building erupted in karmic flames. The very next day, at the GI family residence, President G finally regained consciousness after receiving emergency treatment. He lay in bed, his body wrapped completely in bandages like a full-body mummy. Despite the severity of his injuries, he was fortunate. His severed hands had been successfully reattached and healed. The moment Ji Lingyu saw his father open his eyes, he burst into tears. The thought of never seeing his father again had been eating away at him, and now that fear was finally put to rest. President Ji gently comforted his emotional son, telling him not to worry. As long as he was still breathing, the GI family would be fine. His voice was weak but reassuring. Then his eyes slowly turned toward Ellen, filled with doubt and curiosity. After all, he had been in a coma through the entire ordeal and had no idea how he was rescued. The burning question lingered. How did Ellen pull it off? Ellen awkwardly scratched the back of his neck, clearly trying to dodge the spotlight. He told President GI that, truthfully, he didn't quite know the full story himself. The person who handled the actual rescue was his good friend, Ling Yi. It was Ling Yi who had saved President G from Kenz, and it was him who burned down the entire black market. President GI raised a brow at the name. This Ling Yi character, he had never heard of him before. Even though he was grateful and lucky to still be alive, he couldn't help but wonder, where did this Ling Yi come from? But Ellen wasn't sure either. He admitted he'd only known of Ling Yi's existence for a short while, and based on everything so far, he doubted Ling Yi would reveal anything about himself. President GI understood the hint and chose not to press any further. If Ellen didn't want to talk, then, as an old man, he'd respect that boundary. Instead, he shifted the conversation to a more pressing issue, the college entrance exam. There wasn't time to delay. Ellen and Lingyu reassured him immediately. There were still 27 hours left before the exam began, and they'd been preparing hard. They promised not to disappoint him. Just then, the front gate buzzed, and 3 men in dark suits and sunglasses arrived at the villa. Invited inside, the trio walked in confidently, carrying an air of official authority. They introduced themselves as officers from the Investigation Bureau. Without wasting time, Officer Huang stepped forward and presented an arrest warrant to Ellen. He declared that Ellen was suspected of involvement in a major murder case within the city, and they required him to accompany them for investigation. A single bead of sweat trickled down Ellen's cheek. He hadn't expected the Investigation Bureau to come knocking this quickly. Still, resisting arrest outright would be risky. Very risky, so he decided to cooperate for now, go along with them, assess the situation, and figure out his next move as things progressed. As the officers led him out of the room, Ji Lingyu immediately questioned why they were arresting his boss. But the officers remained stone silent. Ellen turned his head slightly, trying to keep things calm. He simply told the two of them to remember to come pick him up later at the Investigation Bureau. President Ji, ever the composed patriarch, reassured Ellen firmly. He promised to hire the best lawyer available, one who could definitely get him out. Meanwhile, over at the Zuga family villa, the atmosphere was very different. Zhua Chaining knocked gently on his daughter's door, calling out to her. There was new information, news about Ling Yi, the very man she had been obsessively fixated on. The second his daughter Zhuanini heard his voice, she jumped up with uncontainable excitement. It was like she had just received the best news of her life. Her father even had to remind her to change her clothes before coming down to meet their guest, Officer Hang from the Investigation Bureau, who was waiting downstairs. As Zhuanini hurried to her closet to change, her father turned away from the door with a long, weary sigh. He shut it gently behind him, and then began coughing violently in the hallway. From his pocket, Zhua Chongqing pulled out a key and held it up, his expression unreadable but knowing. With a solemn murmur, he acknowledged the unthinkable. He hadn't expected Ellen to be capable of taking down Kensen all by himself. But at that moment, what really had Zhuge Chongqing all serious was the fact that he didn't have much time left. When is Ellen finally going to accept my offer and ask for help? He wondered. Apparently, it seemed Ellen's secret wasn't as airtight as he thought. Meanwhile, at the Qingchong Investigation Bureau, a tall, imposing fortress of a building stood like a symbol of absolute power. Within it, a special solitary confinement cell existed, one that made even the idea of breaking out by force laughable. In that very cell, Ellen sat quietly in the only chair, waiting. The iron door creaked open slowly. From the shadowed hallway stepped a man whose face was still concealed under the cast of light and darkness. Ellen, remaining calm, spoke first. He told the man plainly that until his lawyer arrived, he wouldn't say anything. Of course, even as he said that, he was well aware that President Ji's connections, and whatever high-profile lawyer they could afford, probably wouldn't be enough this time. Too many people had died for this to be swept under the rug. The man clearly had no interest in waiting. He stepped inside, visibly irritated, and before Ellen could get out another word, he was suddenly grabbed by the collar and lifted clean off the ground. The man's tone turned harsh. He demanded to know where that thing was. Ellen, still dazed and struggling for breath, coughed and asked what the hell the man was talking about. He had no idea what thing he was referring to. But the man only got angrier. To him, Ellen was just playing dumb. He threatened to gouge out Ellen's eyes if he kept up the act. Without hesitation, he slammed Ellen into the wall, and Ellen felt like he'd just been hit by a speeding truck. Then the man coldly clarified he was talking about the key. Since Kensen had died by Ellen's hands, the key must have ended up with him. Back then, Ellen had intentionally taken nothing from the underground black market. He wanted to avoid leaving a trace. If there was a key, he likely incinerated it with the rest of the place. But now none of that mattered. What mattered was that he couldn't let this man notice anything unusual. If he reacted strangely or showed any signs of healing too fast, the man might uncover the secret of his immortality. And if not that, he might just blind him for good. Since the truth wasn't being heard, Ellen decided to play along. He claimed the key was with him, but not with him. And if the guy kept up his violence, he'd make sure the key would never be found. But even knowing this, Ellen grit his teeth and demanded that the man get him out of the bureau before anything else. In response, the man yanked him up by the hair and drove a solid punch into Ellen's left cheek. Ellen spat out fresh blood. He silently accepted that the man had no martial ethics, no moral compass whatsoever. Slumped against the floor, Ellen slowly raised one hand like he was calling timeout. He said he wanted to make a phone call. The man, seeing Ellen finally showing some cooperation, pulled out his phone. He sneered, saying if Ellen had just acted like this from the start, he wouldn't have had to suffer. Ellen took the phone. He started dialing. But inside, he was seething. This bastard's getting payback. Tenfold. 10 minutes later, someone entered the cell. And it was none other than Zhuge Chongqing. The moment he walked in, he brushed off the officer's slimy welcome. He cut right to the point. He told the officer to shove it, and added, "Here's the damn key you wanted so bad." In Zhuge Chongqing's hand was the key, the one the officer had been desperate to find. And he handed it over without so much as a fake smile. As the officer made his way out, he paused for a moment, glancing back and asking Zhuge Chongqing why he was helping that little brat. Without even turning to look at him, Zhuge Chongqing replied flatly, it was none of his business. He'd already handed over the key, and as far as he was concerned, their deal was done. That was the end of it. The officer gave a quick, awkward apology and exited the room. Left behind, Ellen sat in silence for a moment, processing everything. He was relieved the brutal interrogation had come to an end, but something didn't sit right. How did Kenson's key end up in Zhuge Chongqing's hands? It didn't make any sense. Did this mean he was entangled in something far bigger than he imagined? Feigning an innocent demeanor, Ellen gave his thanks. If it hadn't been for Zhuge Chongqing's help, he might have been in serious danger. But Zhuge Chongqing wasn't buying any of that. He cut straight to the point. He didn't save Ellen out of the kindness of his heart. He had his own selfish reasons. Besides, if Ellen's secret were to get out, every powerful figure in Dacia, maybe even overseas, would come after him. That sentence hit Ellen like a sledgehammer to the chest. Zhuge Chongqing actually knew about his immortality. Ellen's mind raced. Should I kill him right here? Trying to conceal the spike of emotion rising in his chest, Ellen kept his voice neutral. He tried playing dumb. But Zhuge Chongqing wasn't fooled. He noticed it, the brief flash of killing intent in Ellen's eyes. Was it directed at him? Most likely. That only confirmed his suspicions. Yes, Ellen really was immortal. Just as Ellen debated whether to act, Zhuge Chongqing continued, speaking confidently. He said what he observed made it clear. When you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how unbelievable, must be the truth. An immortal body, it's still so weak. That only made the legend more convincing. Ellen asked directly, what exactly did Zhuge Chongqing want from him? But instead of answering, the old man posed a question of his own. Are you willing to become my disciple? That caught Ellen completely off guard. Disciple? He didn't even know what it would mean. The old man gave a faint cough before answering. He explained he didn't have much time left. Before he died, he wanted to take in a disciple, someone he could entrust with certain responsibilities. Ellen was the one he had chosen. Still puzzled, Ellen asked what these so-called tasks were. Zhuge Chongqing didn't answer with words. Instead, he reached into his coat and pulled out a key, identical to the one he had handed to the officer moments earlier. Ellen's eyes widened in shock. There were two? Reading the confusion on Ellen's face, Zhuge Chongqing gave a faint smile and explained. The key he handed to the officer was a fake, crafted with immense effort by an old blacksmith friend of his. What Ellen now held in his hand was the real one. the ancient key of the apocalypse. Ellen examined the key. It was forged from bronze, flecked with rust, and yet it radiated an ancient and mysterious aura unlike anything he'd ever seen. Zhuge Chongqing began to explain. This world hadn't always had monsters or job changers. Everything changed when the gate of apocalypse descended upon the world. From that gate, 7 ancient artifacts of origin fell and scattered across the earth. Each one contained unimaginable power. The first 7 humans to obtain these artifacts became terrifying, forbidden existences, each one an unstoppable force. From that point on, the entire world began to mutate. People gained job-changing abilities. Strange monsters appeared. Dungeons started popping up. But what Ellen held in his hands was very much real. This key, the ancient key of apocalypse, was the key to opening the gate once again. Zhuge Chongqing turned his gaze back to Ellen. "So, are you willing to become my disciple and help me?" Ellen paused, thinking carefully. With his secret now known by this man, he didn't really have a choice. So finally, he nodded. He agreed to become Zhuge Chongqing's disciple. Still, he confessed uncertainty. Was he even capable of fulfilling the task his new master would give him? Zhuge Chongqing chuckled and placed a hand on Ellen's shoulder. "When did you become so humble?" he asked. "With your current strength? If you enter the Supreme Academy to continue your studies, your future will be immeasurable." But before any of that, there was one more thing he wanted Ellen to take care of. Ellen tilted his head slightly. "What is it?" he asked. Looking weary, Zhuge asked Yilin if he would become his disciple and complete the task he could no longer finish. Knowing his own time was running out, he sought someone capable of continuing his legacy, and Yilin, with his unique body, was the only one who could. Yilin smiled faintly. He admitted that since Zhuge already knew his secret, refusal wasn't an option. Still, he hesitated, saying he wasn't sure he could accomplish such a task. Zhuge only laughed, reassuring him that with his current strength and potential, his future was limitless, especially once he entered the Supreme Academy. Before they left, Zhuge mentioned there was one last thing to entrust to him. When Yilin asked what it was, Zhuge's tone softened. He wanted Yilin to look after his daughter, Ni, after his death. Yilin grew awkward, knowing Ni disliked him and often called him a coward. Trying to lighten the mood, he told Zhuge he would surely live a long life, even though he could see how frail the old man had become. Zhuge smiled, saying that Ni was a good girl and that relationships could be built over time. For now, what mattered most was Yilin's upcoming final test. Yilin agreed, and they left the cell together. Later, at the Zhuge residence, Ni was furious. She couldn't believe her father had chosen Yilin as his disciple. She shouted that it was impossible and confronted Yilin directly, questioning why he was even in their home. Yilin simply told her to ask her father. When Ni demanded answers, Zhuge gently asked why she was so upset and confirmed that Yilin truly was his new disciple. Shocked, she protested, pointing out that Yilin was a forbidden spellcaster who supposedly wouldn't live past 25. Zhuge calmly told her not to speak so harshly, explaining that Yilin was stronger than she realized, and, in fact, the very person known as Ling Yi, whom she had been searching for. Ni refused to believe it, accusing Yilin of lying and even tricking her father. Zhuge Nini sat alone, fuming. She muttered to herself that as long as Yilin stayed in the house, there would be no place for her. She swore to find out his true identity and expose whatever mask he was hiding behind. A little later, Yilin asked Zhuge if he truly wanted to protect her. Zhuge told him not to think too much about what Nini said. She wasn't a bad person, only a bit proud and short-tempered. Then, taking out a small box, Zhuge mentioned that the final test was approaching and handed it to Yilin as a gift. When Yilin asked what it was, Zhuge explained that it was called the illusion skin. Once worn, it would let him disguise himself completely. His appearance, voice, and even his aura would change. Yilin thanked him, knowing this would be very useful. The scene shifted to the large city gate where buses waited. Students crowded around, chatting and laughing under the clear blue sky. Ling Yu greeted Yilin, relieved that he had come, and Yilin assured him that he would keep his promise. Ling Yu mentioned that the matter involving Yilin's master had been settled. Nearby, Nini was still angry, insisting that her father had been deceived. Ling Yu defended Yilin, warning her not to speak without proof. Nini snorted, saying that Yilin was pretending to be Ling Yi just to get close to her, and that she would prove it during the final test. Soon the principal arrived, rallying the students for the big day. He reminded them that this test was their chance to prove themselves and bring honor to Qingqing Academy. The students shouted in response, full of excitement and determination. After a while, everyone gathered again at the city gate. Some students marveled at how tall it was, amazed by the sight. Yilin reminded Ling Yu to stick to their plan once they were outside, and Ling Yu agreed. The official in charge announced that the gate would open soon. All candidates would need to travel 10 kilometers through the wilderness to reach the test zone. He warned them that those who went first would face demonic beasts and that their survival would depend on their own strength. The students shouted that they were ready, and the test officially began. Nini glared at Yilin, declaring she wouldn't lose to him. The principal and his peers chatted among themselves, guessing how many students might enter Daxia Academy this year. One said there were only 5 last year, while another predicted a similar number this time. The principal of Qingchang Academy boasted that at least 2 of their students would make it, drawing a sharp reply from a rival principal not to get ahead of himself. As they spoke, a foul smell filled the air. Some students complained about it, and another explained that it was the scent of demon beast corpses. Suddenly, a huge red-scaled lizard leapt out, a level 11 bloodthirsty demon lizard. Chaos followed as the students screamed and ran. The older observers watching from a distance chuckled, saying the creature was nothing dangerous. The Qingchang principal laughed too, noting that those frightened students clearly weren't from his academy. Yilin moved swiftly through the crowd, telling everyone to clear the way before cutting off the creature's head in a single strike. Students gasped at the power of his sword, whispering that it must be a rare weapon. Some recognized him as the forbidden spellcaster, surprised he hadn't ended the fight sooner. Yilin then called Ling Yu over to finish the battle. Ling Yu rushed forward, and together they defeated the monster. A system notification appeared, confirming they had earned experience points as a team. Students watching were stunned. They realized that Ling Yu was gaining experience through Yilin's strength, and joked that they wished they had a teammate like him. Others even asked if Yilin was looking for more subordinates. Nini, watching from the side, frowned as she thought about how team battles split the earned experience. She clenched her fists and swore to herself that she would surpass Yilin in this test, no matter what. The team continued moving through the forest, cutting down monsters one after another with ease. First came a level 11 werewolf with sharp claws and thick fur, quickly defeated. And Ji Lingyu was thrilled to see his level rise rapidly to 8. He couldn't believe how smoothly everything was going and swore his loyalty to Yilin, who simply told him not to get too excited too soon. As they went deeper into the woods, the trees grew denser and the light dimmed. Yilin noted that there weren't many demonic beasts left nearby and suggested moving further in. Ling Yu hesitated, pointing out that stronger monsters, around levels 20 to 30, would appear deeper in. Yilin didn't seem bothered, saying he could handle anything up to level 20 and that they would run if something stronger showed up. Watching from afar, Principal Gao frowned. He commented that Yilin was being reckless by bringing his teammates into such a dangerous area. Another principal, however, assured him that the examiners had already secured the surroundings and that nothing serious would happen. Further ahead, Yilin spotted several level 20 wolves lurking in the bushes. He warned Ling Yu to be cautious, and Ling Yu replied that he valued his own life too much to take risks. Yilin began planning his next move, realizing that his lifespan sword skill consumed too much energy and couldn't be used for long without drawing attention. After a brief moment of thought, he invoked a different power. Dark energy swirled around him as he summoned lightning from the sky. A massive bolt struck down, wiping out the level 20 beasts instantly and shaking the ground beneath them. Ling Yu stood frozen, stunned by how easily Yilin had destroyed them, asking if this was how he normally fought. Yilin casually brushed it off, saying that this was nothing compared to what was coming next. They continued deeper until an examiner suddenly appeared, stopping them in their tracks. The man warned that they couldn't leave the test area and that the surroundings were too dangerous. Yilin asked if they really couldn't go any further, and Ling Yu added that they might already be close to the edge of the test zone. Realizing they had gone far enough, Yilin sighed, agreed to stop, and told the examiner to stay alert as they turned back. Ling Yu froze in shock, unable to process what had just happened. The examiner, thinking Yilin was joking, laughed and said that he had been an examiner for 20 years and wouldn't fall for such a simple trick. But before he could finish, the ground shook as a massive green goblin hero burst out of the forest, holding a club as large as a tree. The examiner's face went pale as he shouted in fear, realizing it was a level 33 goblin hero. Ling Yu yelled for everyone to run, but before they could move, the creature swung its club in a sudden attack. The examiner was struck hard and screamed in pain. Yilin cursed under his breath, calling him a fool, then shoved Ling Yu away, ordering him to run while he distracted the monster. Ling Yu refused, insisting they escape together, but Yilin kicked him forward and shouted for him to stop arguing. Yilin knew he couldn't defeat such a high-level monster without revealing too much of his power. He steadied himself and gathered his energy, summoning the power of his forbidden spell. The monster staggered back, but wasn't dead yet. Ling Yu glanced over his shoulder, calling out for Yilin to be careful and promising to wait ahead. The injured examiner tried to stand, telling Yilin to run and that he would handle it, but before he could finish, another heavy blow hit him. He managed to fire a flare gun before collapsing. The signal shot through the sky, calling for help. Yilin rushed over and grabbed the fallen man, trying to wake him. Seeing the examiner barely conscious, Yilin muttered to himself that it would have been easier if the man had stayed unconscious, as now he had to be careful not to reveal his strength. He noticed two more examiners approaching in response to the flare and sighed quietly. The newcomers quickly assessed the situation. One shouted that there was a serious threat, while another told Yilin to leave so he wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. Yilin nodded, saying he would carry the injured examiner to safety. As he lifted the man, a plan formed in his mind. He slipped the illusion skin over his face, feeling it tighten and shift. Within seconds, his appearance changed completely. He now looked identical to one of the examiners. Amused, he thought the disguise worked even better than expected. The other two examiners began attacking the goblin with spells and weapons, trying to end the fight quickly without disturbing the ongoing test. Pretending to be their ally, Yilin joined them, shouting that he would help finish the beast. As they fought, he quietly summoned another forbidden spell, concealing the cursed power under his disguise. A black arrow of energy shot from his hand, piercing straight through the goblin hero's heart. The creature collapsed to the ground, dead in an instant. The system chimed, announcing that Yilin's team had slain a level 33 goblin hero and earned a large amount of experience, along with a rare item, the Talisman of Symbiosis. Yilin's eyes gleamed slightly as he examined the drop, thinking to himself that items from monsters this strong were incredibly rare, making this reward all the more valuable. The other examiner got angry and pointed at Yilin, accusing him of stealing their kill. Yilin, still wearing the mask, simply smiled beneath it. After exchanging words with them, he dismissed the argument and referred to himself mockingly as the kind man. One examiner cursed in frustration, while the calmer one urged his teammate to drop it and focus on finishing the exam first. As they argued, Yilin quietly slipped away, removing the mask behind a nearby tree. He smirked to himself, confident that no one would find him now. The surrounding forest of Qingqing outskirts was dense, and the path to the final test teleportation gate was just ahead. He admired the illusion skin's effectiveness before pulling out the talisman he'd acquired. The inscription read, "Symbiotic Talisman, hoist with his own petard." Two awakeners whose levels are less than 10 apart can share all experience gained for 6 hours after activation. Single-use item. Yilin immediately recognized its potential. With this, he and Ling Yu could double their leveling speed. Soon after, he heard shouts for help in the distance. It was Ling Yu, running frantically from a beast. Yilin appeared just in time to save him. Relieved, but startled, Ling Yu asked about the goblin hero. Yilin explained that other examiners had taken care of it and told him not to move. Misunderstanding his intentions, Ling Yu blushed awkwardly before being scolded and slapped back to his senses by Yilin. As the new beast charged toward them, Yilin activated his forbidden spell, the Lifespan Sword Skill. His blade glowed, slicing the level 13 Anubis soldier cleanly in half. The system confirmed the kill and triggered the symbiosis effect, granting both of them experience. Ling Yu was amazed at the talisman's power, asking where Yilin had gotten it, but Yilin ignored him and pointed at more approaching monsters, ordering him to handle them himself. Nervously laughing, Ling Yu tried to explain his earlier misunderstanding, but Yi Lin cut him off, telling him to stop following and to fight separately so they could both gain the maximum experience. Ling Yu reluctantly agreed, admitting that he wasn't strong enough to handle many monsters alone. Not far away, a level 10 werewolf howled from the forest, surrounded by a few examinees preparing to strike. They were confident the monster was about to fall. Other students noticed Yi Lin rushing toward the werewolf and were shocked by his speed. In an instant, he struck with a single lightning attack, wiping out multiple werewolves at once. The onlookers were stunned, whispering to themselves about how powerful his spell was and recognizing him as the top-ranked forbidden spellcaster from the previous test. Some doubted his survival, thinking using forbidden spells recklessly would shorten his life, while others noticed how quickly he seemed to recover, suspecting something unusual about the equipment on his wrist. Yi Lin quickly concealed his regenerative ability, reminding himself that he had to keep his immortal body a secret. Soon, a massive level 20 minotaur emerged from the forest, sending the nearby students into panic. They screamed and ran, knowing how deadly such a creature could be. Yi Lin, however, smiled faintly and drew his sword, determined to claim every monster for himself. In a blur of movement, he cut down the entire pack, experience points flowing in double thanks to the symbiotic talisman. Ling Yu, far away, felt the shared experience surge and thought to himself how no one else could level up as fast as Yi Lin. Back at the academy, Principal Gao watched the test through a magic screen. He sighed, regretting that such a talented student was a forbidden spellcaster, knowing that otherwise, Qingcheng Academy could have gained another prodigy. Another examiner beside him noted that Yi Lin had practically cleared the entire test area of monsters, reducing attacks on other candidates this year. Elsewhere, a group of students walked safely through the forest, chatting casually about how convenient it was that no monsters remained. They laughed, relieved that reaching the teleportation gate would now be easy. Meanwhile, Yi Lin reflected on his progress. With most monsters eliminated, he had already reached level 18 and noted that leveling up was becoming more difficult with each step. Approaching the glowing teleportation gate, he prepared himself for what lay ahead. As he stepped through, light surrounded him, and he looked around, quietly acknowledging that this was the start of the final examination zone. The exam area was crowded, filled with hundreds of students from Qingcheng. Some stood confidently in groups, while others looked tense and uneasy. Yi Lin glanced around, surprised by how many had made it this far. Ling Yu spotted him and rushed over, hugging him tightly in excitement, calling him his true boss. Embarrassed by the attention, Yi Lin quickly pushed him away, telling him to let go since everyone was watching. Ling Yu backed off but couldn't stop talking, proudly saying he had already reached level 15. Yi Lin stepped further back, telling him to keep some distance. Nearby, Zhu Nini was grumbling to herself about only leveling up by 2 after all the effort, but reassured herself that her skills would carry her through the final test. Soon, the voice of the chief examiner echoed across the field, calling everyone to attention. Lin Yuan, the chief examiner, welcomed all the test takers to the 886 final test. He explained that the forest earlier had only been an entry trial, and now the real examination would begin. He outlined the structure, a comprehensive assessment of 10 stages, each worth 10 marks, followed by a ring battle for an additional 10 marks per win. Only those scoring above 85 in the assessment could qualify for the battles, and a maximum total of 150 marks would decide the year's top scorer. He reminded everyone that the use of special items was strictly prohibited. Once finished, he ordered everyone to form groups of 10 and enter the testing rooms. The moment he had been preparing for had finally arrived, the test that would determine his future. He steeled himself, determined to carve his own path. In the back, a woman in white entered, apologizing for arriving late. She introduced herself as Su Chung Xin, a supervisor from the Supreme Academy. Lin Yuan assured her she was just in time. When she asked if there were any exceptional candidates this year, Lin Yuan mentioned Yi Lin, already level 18. She was surprised, saying that such a level qualified him for the Supreme Academy. Lin Yuan, however, said it was unfortunate because Yi Lin was a forbidden spellcaster. Su Chung Xin acknowledged that even forbidden spellcasters with high-class professions could be accepted, though she agreed it was a shame for Qingcheng to lose such potential. As the test began, screens displayed the results. Yilin easily passed through the early stages, scoring full marks. His attribute test drew attention when his strength registered at 480, agility at 270, and mental power at 1199. Examiners were baffled at how a forbidden spellcaster could have such high strength, speculating about equipment or unusual training. They waited eagerly for the next test to see how he attacked. When ordered to use his strongest skill, Yilin hesitated, deciding not to reveal his full power. Instead, he used a weaker version of his thunder spell. Yet when he cast it, lightning crashed violently, destroying the test dummy completely. The observers were stunned, noting that the dummy should have withstood any attack below level 25. As the lightning faded, whispers spread about how absurdly strong his forbidden spell was. Lin Yuan could only watch, astonished that Yilin was openly using forbidden magic in the exam. Moving swiftly, Yilin continued through the remaining stages, showing unmatched speed, strength, and control. One by one, the announcements came. Full marks for agility, power, sustained damage, and escapability, every single category. Each score flashed across the screens. Full marks, 10. Examiners murmured among themselves as they watched Yilin's performance. One of them commented that he was using forbidden spells like it was nothing, adding that it would be a miracle if he even lived to see 20. Another examiner turned to Lin Yuan and asked whether they should raise the difficulty of the final stage just for him. Lin Yuan then asked Su Chang Xin for his opinion, wondering if Yilin could be admitted into the Supreme Academy if he managed to score full marks. Su Chang Xin disagreed, saying that candidates like Luo Jun, Wang Zhenglin, Zhu Ji and Ji Ling were more suitable. He explained that a forbidden spellcaster's power came at the cost of their own life, and accepting Yilin would only waste the Academy's resources. Lin Yuan sighed, expressing quiet regret at the wasted potential. Outside, Ling Yu ran over excitedly after finishing his test, boasting that he had scored 96 marks. Yilin asked why he didn't get full marks, and Ling Yu replied with frustration that some points had been deducted during the combat assessment. Nearby, a few students discussed their own scores. Some were disappointed, while others were just relieved to qualify for good universities. Then, Lin Yuan announced the rankings. Yilin and Zhu Ji both received full marks, followed by Luo Jun with 98, Ji Ling with 96, and Wang Zhenglin with 95. Students scoring below 85 were asked to leave the test area, while those above that mark could choose to stay for the next stage. Zhu Ji suddenly stood up, protesting the results. She questioned why she was placed second when both she and Yilin had received perfect scores. Resentment flickered in her eyes as she wondered why she was ranked below him. Some female students supported her, shouting that it was unfair and accusing the system of discrimination. Lin Yuan silenced them and directed their attention to the large display. The replay showed Zhu Ji's impressive control and adaptability, earning the examiner's praise as a reflection of her father's talent. But then, the footage shifted to Yilin. He had defeated a level 25 demonic flame wolf in less than a second using just one skill. Lin Yuan acknowledged that the result now made sense. There was a clear difference in strength and execution. The crowd fell silent, their focus turning to Yilin and Zhu Ji as the atmosphere grew tense. The stage was now set for the ring battle to begin. No one said a word. Lin Yuan then announced that since there were no objections, all test takers with scores above 85 could rest for half an hour before preparing for the upcoming tournament. Outside the arena, the academy heads were in good spirits. One principal's friend mentioned that both the first and second place scorers, Yilin and Zhu Ji were from Qingqing Academy, saying it looked like Principal Su's institution was about to make history. Principal Su laughed, adding that even the fourth place scorer, Ji Ling was from their academy. It was truly a lucky year. His friend, however, cautioned him not to celebrate too early, reminding him that the real challenge would begin with the tournament. Principal Su then asked if Luo Jun could possibly handle a level 18 forbidden spellcaster. His friend replied calmly that nothing was certain and anything could happen. Half an hour passed quickly. As the participants gathered, Zhu Ji walked by Yilin with her head held high, declaring confidently that she wouldn't lose to him in the tournament. Yilin simply thought to himself, wondering why she was so worked up. The examiner stepped forward and explained the tournament rules. Matches would be determined by lottery. Each pair would consist of test takers whose serial numbers added up to 104. Winning a match would grant 10 extra marks and promotion to the next round. The names appeared on the large screen. Lingyu cheered from the sidelines, pointing out that he was number 24 while his boss was number 18. Yilin replied that his opponent would be number 86 and said he was heading to the ring. Lingyu encouraged him to give it his all. In the arena, a short-haired girl named Bei stood ready with her sword drawn. Both participants displayed their professions and levels before the examiner signaled the start of the match. Yilin looked calm and advised her to surrender early. Angered, Bei refused, shouting that she wouldn't back down and demanded he take her seriously. Yilin sighed, admitting that anyone who had scored at least 85 marks wasn't ordinary, and her courage deserved recognition. As the match began, Yilin released a small attack, intending only to graze her. However, the lightning strike spread faster than expected, dazzling the audience and drawing gasps of amazement at his skill. The examiner quickly warned Yilin not to kill during the tournament or he would be disqualified from the final test. Yilin nodded, saying he had no intention to kill but needed to make her surrender the air. Bye Flotza, trembling as via Overtokea. Tears welled up as she dropped her sword and collapsed to the ground. Some students in the crowd began booing, calling Yilin heartless for making a girl cry, while others murmured in disbelief at how fear alone had defeated her. Yilin calmly approached and told her it would be best to surrender. The examiner then announced the result. Test taker number 18, Yilin, had won the first round, earning 10 additional marks. Yilin thought to himself that it really was a shame and decided to check out the other stages. Around the arena, other battles were already underway. Zhu Ji Nini confidently told her opponent that he couldn't win against her, but he laughed, mocking her for being a girl who dared to face him. The scene moved through several matches quickly. Lingyu laughed while easily overpowering his opponent, saying he had never felt what it was like to crush someone purely through level difference. The examiner's voice echoed across the field, announcing the winners: number 46, number 129, number 79, and number 12. Then came the declaration that the second round of the tournament would officially begin. Yilin's next opponent was a level 11 swordsman named Chun Chung, who looked overly confident. He claimed that while the battle might be difficult, he would still win. His details flashed on the screen, identifying him as a cloud-stepping swordsman. Yilin thought it was strange for someone at level 11 to act so sure of himself, and wondered if the guy had some kind of hidden skill. He unsheathed his weapon, reminding himself not to lower his guard. But before anything could happen, Chun Chung suddenly froze, dropped his sword, and shouted that he surrendered. Yilin was caught off guard, confused at the sudden forfeit, reminding Chun that he had just said he would win. Chun replied that he would, but there was no point risking it now. There would always be another chance for revenge. The examiner announced that test taker number 18, Yilin, had won the second round and earned another 10 marks. The spectators whispered among themselves, surprised that he had won without even fighting. Some thought it was unfairly easy, but others said it made sense. No one would risk their life battling a short-lived forbidden spellcaster. The third round started just as fast. Yilin's new opponent, already terrified, immediately surrendered the moment the match began. The examiner announced again that test taker number 18, Yilin, had won the third round with 10 marks added. Yilin stood there, speechless, thinking it was ridiculous that he didn't even get to do anything. Still, he accepted it. His reputation alone was enough to clear the rounds without a fight. Some kids shook their heads, surprised that Yilin had already won 3 rounds with just one forbidden skill. They questioned whether the final test was really this easy and wondered if he could actually get full marks without lifting a finger. Deciding to focus on the other matches, they turned their attention to the big screen. 2 strong contenders were highlighted next. Wang Zhengguang, a level 13 Iris sword user with incredible speed, and Luo Jun, a level 14 Dragon Shadow Spear fighter known for his dark, swift strikes. Wang Zhengguang smirked at Luo Jun, saying it looked like he was heading into the loser's bracket. Luo Jun just laughed and told him he wasn't capable enough to make that happen. Their battle started instantly, fast, sharp, and hard to follow. Blades flashed, and shadow strikes cut across the stage. The audience could barely track the movements. Some students exclaimed how terrifying it was to see 2 real powerhouses clash, admitting they wouldn't last a second against fighters like that. Su Chang Xin observed quietly from the side. Lin Yuan asked who she thought would win, and she answered simply, Luo Jun, just as she predicted. Luo Jun's spear pierced forward, Calling out his skill, he unleashed Shadow Loud Pierce, and Wang Zhongguang was sent flying back in pain. Meanwhile, Yilin's fifth-round match was skipped. His opponent didn't even show up. The examiner announced it officially, and Yilin sighed, yawning to himself about how boring it was to win by default again. Then came a match that caught his attention, Lingyu versus Zhu Ji Nini. Yilin leaned forward slightly, thinking this one might actually be interesting. In the ring, Zhu Ji Nini glared at Lingyu, demanding to know what Yilin had done to make him follow him so loyally. Lingyu proudly declared that Yilin was his boss, and that one day she'd understand who he really was. Annoyed, Nini snapped at him for being stubborn and immediately attacked, summoning a fiery explosion with Phoenix Flame Explosion. Lingyu barely dodged, shocked by how fast her fire spells came out. Realizing she had the advantage as a ranged caster, he knew he couldn't afford to get hit. Nini kept firing bursts of flame, taunting him to see how long he could keep dodging. Out of stamina and options, Lingyu decided to charge straight through, swinging his sword with slash to cut through the flames. Though he managed to block a few, his breathing grew heavy. Nini called him an idiot and told him to surrender, her hands already igniting again as she prepared her next spell, Red Flame Surge. Fire burst across the stage as Zhu Ji Nini shouted that anyone who underestimated her would pay the price. She called Lingyu overconfident and sent another wave of flames forward. Watching from a distance, Yilin thought to himself that Lingyu wasn't strong enough to face someone like her. One of the examiners muttered that Ji Lingyu was definitely going to lose, and the chief examiner ordered the staff to stand by, ready to intervene. Despite the danger, Lingyu stood up again, refusing to back down. Nini's eyes widened in disbelief as he charged straight through the flames. She yelled at him, asking if he'd lost his mind, but he kept going, slashing one last time before collapsing. Nini stumbled back in shock while Lingyu, burned and exhausted, told her this was a warning. She could provoke him, but never his boss. Yilin jumped up from the stands and sprinted over, shouting Lingyu's name. Medics rushed in as the examiner called for immediate medical aid. Yilin leapt past the barrier, kneeling beside his friend, saying he would use the yin-yang bangle to protect his heart. Nini, shaken, said she hadn't meant for it to go that far. Yilin told her he knew it wasn't her fault. The medic checked Lingyu and confirmed that he wasn't in any life-threatening danger, but his burns were severe and he needed to be taken to the hospital right away. Lingyu weakly grabbed Yilin's hand, telling him to give it his all. Yilin held his hand tightly and told him he had done well. The next round was announced, the quarterfinals. Zhu Ji Nini would face Lin Ling Lin. While Yilin was set to battle Luo Jun, the examiner stated that the top scorer of this year's final test would emerge from these four. In the stands, the principals debated. Principal Su's friend asked if Luo Jun would win, and Principal Su confidently replied yes, praising Luo Jun as a genius from Yutsai Academy. Another principal disagreed, saying that a level 18 forbidden spellcaster was too much for anyone to handle. They continued to argue, one claiming Yilin couldn't possibly use forbidden spells continuously without risking his life, the other insisting Luo Jun wouldn't last even a single spell. The conversation ended when another official told them to stop bickering, as the next round was about to begin. Back on the stage, Yilin cracked his knuckles and took a deep breath, ready for the real fight to start. Luo Jun entered the ring with his spear glowing, full of confidence. The screen displayed his information, Luo Jun, Shadow Dragon Spear, level 14. He told Yilin that he finally had the chance to fight him, calling him his only true rival. As long as he defeated Yilin, he would be the year's top scorer. Yilin smiled slightly and replied calmly. The bell rang, signaling the start of the match. Luo Jun charged forward immediately, shouting for Yilin to kneel and beg. Yilin drew his sword, but didn't use magic, deciding not to rely on forbidden spells. He wanted to see how many strikes Luo Jun could withstand from his lifespan sword skill. Luo Jun swung his spear, sending shadows flying, but Yilin dodged and countered at close range. Spectators were shocked to see a forbidden spellcaster skilled in sword combat. Yilin's blade glowed dark as he announced his move, Lifespan Sword Skill, demonstrating the power of a forbidden spellcaster's sword technique. Luo Jun blocked, but was forced back, gritting his teeth. The crowd erupted in disbelief, wondering why Yilin wasn't casting any spells. Some speculated that his sword skill itself was a forbidden spell. One of the principals confirmed it, explaining that the lifespan sword skill consumed the user's lifespan to make each strike stronger than the last. The other principal questioned how many swings Yi Lin could endure and whether winning was worth sacrificing his life. The debate continued between them, one insisting that Luo Jun was losing, while the other told him not to celebrate too soon. Back in the fight, Yi Lin pressed forward relentlessly, asking Luo Jun if he was ready to surrender. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Luo Jun decided to take a risk. He pulled out a talisman and activated Heavy Shadow Strike, releasing dark energy that forced Yi Lin back. The impact hurt Yi Lin badly, and he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Luo Jun laughed, revealing that Yi Lin wasn't the only one capable of using forbidden spells. Yi Lin recognized it as a forbidden spell talisman. Luo Jun then unleashed another attack, Forbidden Spell Shadow Dragon Meteor, sending a massive shadow dragon crashing down. The attack struck Yi Lin in the chest, blood spraying as he stumbled back. Luo Jun mocked him, saying he wouldn't live much longer and should just die. The crowd believed the fight was over, thinking Luo Jun had won. One of the examiners, shocked, remarked that Luo Jun had actually used a forbidden spell talisman, which severely damaged the user's body. Another examinee added that Yutsai Academy's principal had allowed him to use it just to secure the title of top scorer. The examiner spoke grimly, saying that only winning would secure a future. But it was a pity. Examinee Yi Lin's life was in danger. He immediately shouted for medics. Principal Gao, furious, turned to Principal Su. He shouted, calling him an old dog and accusing him of letting his student use a forbidden spell talisman just to win. He demanded to know if Su had any conscience left, calling him shameless. Principal Su stayed calm, replying that Luo Jun had agreed to use it himself. He said that a loss was still a loss, no matter what Gao thought, and declared that this year's top scorer would belong to Yutsai Academy. Zhuge Nini looked down, sadness in her eyes. She whispered to herself that she never expected Luo Jun to use a forbidden spell talisman to win. Even she wouldn't have been able to dodge that attack. She wondered if Yi Lin really died and admitted she felt strangely sad. If he had just listened to her advice, things might have been different. Her father placed a hand on her shoulder, telling her not to be so anxious. The match wasn't over yet. On the stage, Luo Jun stepped closer to the fallen Yi Lin, spear still glowing. He sneered, saying that even if Yi Lin was level 18, he was still losing. But Yi Lin slowly stood back up, blood dripping, the hole in his chest closing before everyone's eyes. He replied coldly, asking who said he had lost. Luo Jun's eyes went wide in disbelief, trembling as he stammered that Yi Lin's heart had been pierced. He shouldn't still be alive. Yi Lin answered calmly, saying that people must have forgotten how terrifying forbidden spellcasters were. No one could kill one. They could only die by their own spells. His body began to glow faintly as he whispered the words of another forbidden spell, Undying. Gasps rippled through the crowd. One of the kids shouted that he was still alive, another asking if forbidden spellcasters were truly that terrifying, surviving even after a fatal wound. An examiner shouted in shock that the Undying spell had long been considered lost, yet Yi Lin had mastered it. Another examiner added that if Yi Lin weren't a forbidden spellcaster, he would still be considered a genius. He was calmly using his lifespan to survive and his equipment to heal, a terrifying mix of skill and composure. Yi Lin gripped his sword tightly, eyes glowing. He told Luo Jun that it was his turn now. The sky darkened as clouds spiraled above the arena. Yi Lin murmured the next incantation, Forbidden Spell, World-Destroying Thunder. Luo Jun froze, panic breaking across his face. He screamed that it was impossible as lightning crashed down around him. The crowd erupted in chaos. A kid shouted in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. The examiner raised his voice above the roaring thunder, announcing the result. Yi Lin wins. Medics rushed to the ring. Luo Jun lay on the ground, coughing weakly. Yi Lin turned his gaze toward the stands, where Principal Gao and Principal Su's friend watched silently. Su's friend smirked faintly and said, "We're now set." Yi Lin coughed, pretending to be hurt from the forbidden spell's backlash. Principal Gao looked tense, while Su's friend muttered angrily that Yi Lin's forbidden spell had backfired. Gao sighed to himself, realizing that using such a strong spell must have damaged Yi Lin's internal organs. Yi Lin forced himself to stand slowly, acting weaker than he actually was. He thought to himself that he had to sell the act. If anyone suspected him, it would only bring trouble. From the stands, Principal Su shouted that he wanted to file a report, accusing Qing City Academy's Yi Lin of attempted murder for using such a powerful forbidden spell against a level 14 job changer. Principal Gao's face turned red with anger. He snapped back, asking if Su had any dignity in reminding him who started first. Some examiners agreed with Gao, saying that Yutsai Academy was the one crossing the line. Su glared at him and yelled that this wasn't over, vowing to report him to the Ministry of Education. Yi Lin left the ring, feeling real pain in his chest this time. The forbidden spell's recoil had taken its toll. He thought to himself that this exam was more tiring than fighting Kenz, and that something troublesome was still waiting ahead. In the next ring, Zhuge Nini stood ready but looked conflicted. She offered to wait until Yi Lin recovered, saying she didn't want to take advantage of him. Yi Lin shook his head and told her there was no need. Half an hour later, the arena was loud again. The examiner stepped up, announcing that the long-awaited final round was about to begin, the match that would decide this year's top scorer. Yi Lin and Nini faced each other. She prepared her fire spells, determined not to take any chances after seeing what happened with Luo Jun. She knew one mistake could end it. Yi Lin thought about which spell to use. He didn't want to seriously hurt her. If he did, Zhuge Qianxing wouldn't let him off easily. It was a headache he didn't need. Nini struck first, fire bursting from her hands as she shouted her spell. Flames surged across the ring. She told herself that no matter how strong Yi Lin was, she had to win this. Nini attacked first, flames bursting across the field. Yi Lin dodged calmly, deciding to wait until she ran out of mana rather than counter with full force. His movements were precise and efficient, giving no openings while keeping the fight under control. The spectators began whispering, questioning why he was only dodging. Some thought he was too tired to use the thunder spell again. Others believed he felt pity for Nini, or that he might even be holding back because of her family's influence. Their comments only fueled Nini's anger, and her fire magic became increasingly unstable. She shouted at Yi Lin, demanding to know if he was mocking her, while he stayed silent, continuing to dodge with steady focus. Yi Lin slipped past another blast with controlled movements, questioning the limit of what counted as fair defense. Nini erupted into a furious counterattack, channeling a red flame surge that raised walls of fire across the ring and sealed off escape routes. The heat and pressure built quickly. Yi Lin read the rhythm of her casting and accelerated, forcing her spells to overreach. He moved so fast that his sword never landed a killing blow, only a light, non-lethal tap to break her balance and ruin her timing. Nini reacted with raw anger, shouting and lashing out more wildly. As the fight escalated, she concentrated her power into a homing fire tornado. Yi Lin recognized the tracking pattern and spun along the tornado's edge, using small, efficient steps to stay safe while forcing the spell to waste mana and strength. The tornado began to lose coherence as its energy collapsed inward. Exhaustion showed in Nini's breathing. Her cast grew sloppy and the flames dimmed into smoke. Examiners and medics moved to the ring's edge, prepared to intervene the moment the duel crossed a safety line. Yi Lin kept his distance, ending the confrontation decisively without causing permanent harm, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Yi Lin noticed the incoming flames closing in fast and reacted instantly. He pulled Nini away from the blast, his grip firm and controlled. Channeling his energy, he activated a forbidden spell. Dark energy rose from beneath the stage, forming a solid, shadowy barrier known as the Wailing Wall. The fire collided against it but failed to penetrate, dispersing harmlessly into smoke and sparks. The crowd was left in awe, unable to believe a student could perform such an advanced spell. Yi Lin, though slightly drained, stayed composed and released Nini once the danger had passed. The wall faded slowly, leaving the ring scorched but stable. Nini, shaken and speechless, stared at him in disbelief. She had seen countless spells before, but nothing like this. The crowd whispered, some joking about how close the two had stood together, others admiring Yi Lin's control and restraint. Once the match resumed, Yi Lin ended it cleanly, disarming Nini with a swift motion that sent her tumbling off the ring without injury. The audience went silent for a moment before erupting into cheers as the examiner declared Yi Lin the winner and the top scorer of the final exams. Amid the celebration, Yi Lin calmly stated his intention to join the Supreme Academy. The crowd cheered even louder, but their excitement faded when Su Cheng Xin stepped forward, explaining that forbidden spellcasters were not accepted, their lifespan too short to be considered worth training. Yilin accepted the verdict without protest, maintaining his composure. The audience murmured, some expressing pity, others respect for his calm response. Then, as the tension hung in the air, Zhuge Chongqing stepped out and interrupted, saying he might have already found a solution to the problem that made everyone doubt Yilin's future. Su Cheng Xin questioned Zhuge Chongqing's statement, unsure what he meant. Zhuge calmly explained that Yilin was his disciple and that he had discovered a new method to lessen the damage forbidden spellcasters suffer when casting their spells. He offered to let them examine Yilin's body as proof. The examiners and Principal Gao were skeptical, asking if what Zhuge claimed was true. Su Cheng Xin pressed further, pointing out that while Zhuge was known for his skill in astrology, he was no expert on job changers. She argued that even if his claim worked temporarily, there was no guarantee Yilin would live beyond 25, and questioned if Zhuge would take responsibility for any wasted resources. Zhuge tried to reason with her, asking her not to destroy a young genius's future. But Su Cheng Xin refused to let emotions sway her decision, insisting the Supreme Academy could not accept a forbidden spellcaster. The crowd murmured, gossiping about a possible connection between Zhuge and Su Cheng Xin. Some students complained that she was being too strict and that a simple checkup on Yilin could have proven his condition safely. Yilin stepped in, calmly telling his master to let it go. He said it didn't matter if he couldn't enter the Supreme Academy and that he held no resentment. It was only an academy, after all. Before Zhuge could respond, a student from the Supreme Academy jumped down from the stands, attacking Yilin without warning. Yilin quickly dodged the strike, surprised by the sudden assault. The attacker introduced himself arrogantly as Yun Guanluo, a first-year student of the Supreme Academy, mocking Yilin for being a forbidden spellcaster and claiming that such people were destined to die young. Su Cheng Xin intervened sharply, warning Yun Guanluo to stop or face disciplinary action. Yun only smirked, pretending it was just a greeting and laughing off his aggression. After the brief skirmish, the examiners and Principal Gao rushed to Yilin's side, asking if he was injured. Yilin assured them he was fine, standing composed despite the hostility directed at him. That's it for today's video. I hope you enjoyed this manhwa. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you either in a new manhwa recap or in the next episode of this one. Until then, take care and bye-bye. Knowing how scheming this guy was, it was not hard to imagine that he might turn this disappointment into something else. Yelin's expression turned cold as he approached Yun Guanlu, silently vowing to remember what had happened. Seeing Yelin still acting tough, and even giving him a cold stare, the corner of Yun Guanlu's mouth lifted slightly. If the top scorer of Qingqing was not convinced, he could challenge him at any time. After all, if Yelin were to go all out without considering the consequences, there was a chance he could defeat Yun Guanlu and even kill him. For now, however, there were too many spectators, so he chose to let the matter pass. Still, Yun Guanlu should not misunderstand the situation. Yelin intended to settle this sooner or later. Yun Guanlu paused for a moment, then laughed in open disdain. Was Yelin really threatening him? He had not noticed anything worth taking seriously. In his eyes, Yelin was simply a loser. Did he really think he was someone worth Yun Guanlu's attention? Or that speaking to him meant Yun Guanlu actually cared? Yelin's empty threats meant nothing. In Yun Guanlu's view, Yelin would never be able to defeat him in his lifetime. Yun Guanlu then began belittling Zhuge chaining. That crossed the limit of what Yelin could tolerate. Yun Guanlu could insult him as much as he wanted, but dragging his teacher into it was something he would not allow. Since Yun Guanlu was so confident in his strength, Yelin proposed a bet. He challenged Yun Guanlu to a life-and-death duel 1 year later. The crowd fell silent. No one had expected Yelin to be bold enough to sign a deathmatch agreement with Yun Guanlu, whose level was already close to 45. Within a year, it was entirely possible for Yun Guanlu to break through to level 50, or even reach level 60. Zhuge Chaining was not worried that Yelin would lose. Instead, he was concerned that Yelin might accidentally reveal the secret of his immortality. He warned him not to act impulsively. Yelin reassured him that he had thought it through. He knew Yun Guanlu was arrogant and irritating, but also strong. Even so, that would not matter in the long run. Yin Guanlu accepted the challenge, though he treated it dismissively. With the agreement made, Yelin coolly left the stage. To him, the death duel would determine who is truly superior, and he intended to use it to crush the pride of the Supreme Academy. The thought of the upcoming duel even gave him a sense of excitement. As the principal of Qingqing Academy, Gao Jinggu personally congratulated Yelin for becoming the top scorer. In front of the cheering crowd, he thanked his student for bringing the academy to a new level. Later that afternoon, the scene shifted to the Zhuge family's villa. Yelin asked about Zhuge Nini, wondering if she was alright. Zhuge Chaining replied that she was fine. She was simply feeling down after losing to Yelin, but she would recover soon. Yelin then asked another question, one that was somewhat intrusive. He was curious about the relationship between Zhuge Chaining and Suching Xin. Zhuge Chaining had expected this question and was not surprised by it. He explained that Suching Xin had been his first love. At that moment, Zhuge Nini happened to be walking downstairs and overheard her father's words. She was stunned by the revelation. Yelin was equally surprised, as the idea that the two had once been in a romantic relationship seemed unusual. Zhuge Chaining sighed and said it was a long story. When he had first entered the academy as a young man, he had fallen in love with Suching Xin, and they soon began dating. However, their relationship eventually ended because of differences in their personalities. According to him, Suching Xin liked to play psychological games in relationships. She also believed she was always right and that her actions were completely justified. 5 years after their breakup, Suching Xin suddenly returned. She told Zhuge Chaining that she had never been able to forget him and wanted to reconcile. The two of them, especially Zhuanini, wanted to know whether they had reconciled. Zhuge Chaining calmly replied that it was impossible because by that time he already had Zuganini. His answer immediately silenced them. Ellen, being rational, accepted the situation, although he felt some regret. Zhuge Chaining also felt slightly apologetic, as he had not expected his past relationship to affect his disciple's future. For Ellen, the next suitable option would be Dasha Academy. As for Zuganini, her strength and talent were enough to enter the Supreme Academy, so she should not worry and simply do her best there. Ellen agreed. Enrolling in Dasha Academy was not a bad alternative and was now his next best choice. With the matter settled, Zhuge Chaining told the two to rest. The various admission officers would likely arrive at the school early the next morning. Ellen and Zuganini followed his advice and got some rest. The next morning, Qingqing Academy was filled with excitement. Principal Gao proudly introduced the academy's two geniuses to the press. What surprised everyone, however, was the presence of the city lord and the supervisor of the Supreme Academy. After exchanging greetings, Suching Xin formally invited Zuganini to join the Supreme Academy. Zuganini thanked her and then glanced at Ellen with a smug expression. Internally, she felt satisfied to have finally gotten the better of him and did not care how unfair the outcome had been. Meanwhile, Principal Gao, still in high spirits, placed a hand on Ellen's shoulder and led him toward the city lord, Huang. It was time for Ellen to receive his prize of 5 million yuan. Hearing the amount, Ellen was visibly shocked and quickly stepped forward to shake Huang's hand. Huang praised Ellen for his composure and character as the city's top scorer, while the media eagerly recorded the moment. Ellen, who had always been concerned about money, could not help asking when he would actually receive the 5 million. Huang assured him that the full amount would be given. Ellen then openly told the media that he had lived in poverty for years in the slums and was worried about remaining poor, so he hoped everyone present would witness the promise of his reward. To his surprise, the 5 million yuan was only part of the reward. There were also skill scrolls. As a representative of Qingqing, Huang had prepared not only the cash prize, but also an epic-grade self-selection skill scroll for Ellen. In addition, he was granted a rare admission qualification to the top scorer realm, a secret realm that only the top scorer from each city could enter. At this point, Ellen was stunned by his good fortune. Although the epic-grade skill scroll was useless to him as a forbidden spellcaster, the opportunity to enter the top scorer realm was extremely valuable. This secret realm was special because everyone who entered gained immunity to all damage. Participants could ignore threats and focus entirely on defeating monsters. While this did not give Ellen a direct advantage in every situation, it meant he could challenge monsters of any level. For him, it could be the key to reaching level 99 before leaving. Principal Gao clarified that the top scorer realm was not quite as exaggerated as it sounded, since the number of monsters inside was limited. Even so, the damage immunity would still be very suitable for Ellen. The city lord added that they had high expectations for him. The top scorer realm was also a test. Whoever performed best there could obtain the title of national top scorer. Ellen had not even known such a title existed. Principal Gao confirmed that it was real and represented the champion of the Xian nation. If Ellen achieved the highest level inside the top scorer realm, he would become the nation's top scorer. Feeling confident, Ellen assured everyone that he would do his best and become the national top scorer. Afterward, the three of them took a group photo to commemorate the city's top scorer of the year. Later, when everything was finished, Zhuge Channing went for a walk with his disciple. Once they were alone, he shared an important warning about the top scorer realm. Zhuge Channing told Ellen never to use any of his lifespan-consuming skills inside the secret realm. However, Ellen had already realized this himself. Although the realm granted immunity to damage, it did not stop aging. Any skill that consumed lifespan would still reduce his remaining life. Zhuge Channing confirmed that Ellen's understanding was correct and praised him for being perceptive. He then explained that he had other urgent matters to handle in Qingcheng, so Ellen would need to be careful on his own. Zhuge Channing also told Ellen to return to Qingcheng immediately after leaving the top score realm. He had recently received news that the researchers might soon locate the Gate of Apocalypse. With the help of the city's teleportation array, Ellen arrived in the city of Shening without any problems. As he walked through the streets of this large city, he could not help feeling surprised by how different and refreshing everything looked. It was his first time leaving Qingcheng, although he unfortunately did not have time to explore properly. He headed straight to the registration building to report his arrival. At the entrance, he met a female receptionist who introduced herself as Bin. After confirming Ellen's identity, she asked him to follow her, explaining that Huang had already arranged everything. On the way, Bin informed him that the top score realm had not opened yet, so he would have some time to rest. She also told him that if he encountered any problems during his stay, he could contact her at any time. Bin then brought Ellen to a high-rise building, where he completed the registration and check-in procedures at the front desk. Not long after, he arrived at his room and lay down on the bed with a skill scroll in his hand. Since the top scorer realm had not opened yet, he thought he might explore the city later. However, at that moment, he heard noise and muffled voices outside the door. Someone on the other side kept complaining that the room key card was not working. Ellen walked to the door, wondering who was trying to enter his room. He briefly considered whether the rooms were meant to be shared. Before he could say anything, the door was suddenly pushed open with force, breaking the lock and startling him. A petite girl appeared at the doorway. She wore a blue dress, carried a teddy bear backpack, and had blonde hair tied with two bows. Blinking her large eyes, she looked at Ellen in confusion and asked who he was and why he was in her room. Ellen was stunned, thinking he should be the one asking that question. However, after seeing his surprised expression, the girl immediately assumed he was a pervert. She convinced herself that Ellen had targeted her and was hiding in her room. Her expression changed instantly. The veins in her arms bulged as her muscles suddenly expanded, and she threw a powerful punch toward Ellen. Ellen reacted quickly by using fleeting dance, stepping aside and narrowly avoiding the punch. Even the wind from the strike shook the nearby windows. He was shocked that such a small girl possessed such overwhelming strength. He hurriedly tried to explain that he was not a pervert, but the girl refused to believe him. In her view, a pervert would never admit to being one, so she assumed he was lying. Realizing that talking would not solve the situation, Ellen decided to act. He sacrificed his appendix and cast the forbidden spell, Descent of the Wood Realm. Inside the small room, countless wooden vines suddenly emerged and wrapped tightly around the girl's arm like tentacles. She tried to break free using brute force, but the vines were extremely resilient. Since the Wood Realm specialized in restraining forceful movements, her struggles had little effect. After some time, the girl, named Mishu, finally stopped resisting. Ellen then took out his room card and showed it to her. When she saw the number 6099, Mishu immediately exclaimed that it was impossible because her room card also showed 6099. Ellen released her from the spell and asked her to show him her card. Still confused, but confident, Mishu took the card from her bag and handed it over. To her surprise, the number on it was 6609. It quickly became clear that she had been holding the card upside down and had read the number incorrectly. With the misunderstanding resolved, Mishu began apologizing repeatedly for her behavior. Ellen, however, was more concerned about reminding her to inform the staff to repair the broken door on her way out. Mishu nodded in agreement, but insisted on treating him to a meal as compensation. Ellen initially declined, but since she continued insisting, he suggested that she simply accompany him for a walk through the streets instead. As they explored the city together, Ellen learned that her name was Miwa and that she was an SSS-class berserker, which explained her sudden and explosive strength. Mishu explained that she was the top scorer of Hang. Ellen then introduced himself as being from Qingcheng and confirmed that he was also a top scorer. After all, he had managed to subdue her with a powerful skill. Hearing this, Mishu assumed that Ellen must have been admitted to the Supreme Academy. However, Ellen calmly explained that although he had originally planned to attend that academy, he had been rejected. Mishu became confused. From what she had just witnessed, Ellen's strength should have made admission easy. Ellen simply shrugged and said that his path had already been decided elsewhere. To clarify the situation, he revealed that he was a forbidden spellcaster. Because of the short lifespan associated with that profession, the academy likely had its own concerns. Hearing this, guilt appeared on Mishu's face. Forbidden spellcasters already had short lifespans, yet she had forced him to use one of those spells earlier. On top of that, she had broken his door, mistaken him for a pervert, and attacked him. She felt she needed to make up for it. To change the mood, Mishu grabbed Ellen's hand and pulled him along. She had heard about a nearby place with excellent food. It was Xinjiang's most famous restaurant, known for its view and high-end service. Ellen looked around after entering and found the place impressive. However, before they could find a table, someone suddenly called out to Mishu, mocking how someone as rough as her had managed to find a guy to eat with. Mishu's expression darkened as she turned and saw the speaker, her half-sister, Enrolls. Enrolls was wearing a revealing black strap dress, and her high heels echoed across the floor as she approached them. Beside her stood her boyfriend, Wu Zaiwei. Enrolls mocked Mishu, saying that she had finally entered a mating season but still had nothing appealing about her. She wondered what Ellen could possibly see in her. Clearly upset, Mishu warned her that she was not interested in arguing. However, Enrolls ignored the warning and turned to Ellen, suggesting that she could introduce him to some of her attractive friends if he agreed to leave with her immediately. Ellen responded bluntly, telling her to step out of his personal space because her breath smelled bad. Mishu struggled to hold back her laughter, while Enrolls stood frozen, repeating his words in disbelief. Furious, she could not accept being humiliated by someone she considered insignificant. Ignoring her, Ellen walked past and suggested to Mishu that they should eat somewhere else, preferably somewhere that had not suddenly become unpleasant. Mishu happily agreed. Before they could leave, however, someone blocked their path. Wu Zaiwei stepped forward, clearly irritated, and declared that they did not have his permission to leave. The level 22 Angel Paladin demanded that they apologize to his girlfriend. He also stated that he disliked people from small cities the most. Someone like Ellen might be treated as a treasure there, but that meant nothing in the city of Xinjiang. Encouraged by her boyfriend, Enrolls urged him to teach them a lesson. Mishu, looking worried, quietly admitted that they were no match for Wu Zaiwei. Ellen, however, dismissed the concern. He remarked that the situation was quite a coincidence, because he also disliked arrogant rich people like Wu Zaiwei. Wu Zaiwei's aura suddenly condensed, and a powerful pressure spread through the entire restaurant. Behind him, a radiant angelic figure gradually formed, surrounded by a holy aura. In response, Ellen slightly raised his hand. Arcs of lightning gathered around him as he prepared to fight. The tension immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. Just as the two were about to clash, an investigator stepped in and reminded them that job changers were not allowed to fight within the city. Anyone who violated the rule would be fined 30,000 yuan and detained for 30 days. Since the top scorer realm would open in only a few hours, Mishu advised Ellen that fighting Wu Zaiwei was not worth the trouble. Ellen agreed, and Wu Zaiwei eventually withdrew as well. Before leaving, however, Wu Zaiwei warned Ellen not to cross paths with him inside the top scorer realm. Although killing was not allowed there, he could still make Ellen experience a fate worse than death. Enrolls looked satisfied as Wu Zaiwei took her hand and led her out of the restaurant. Once the two were out of earshot, Mishu let out a heavy sigh and apologized for the trouble. Ellen then asked who Enrolls was and why she seemed so hostile toward her. Mishu explained that Enrolls was her half-sister, born to her stepmother. Ever since childhood, she had constantly tried to compete with her in everything: career level, skills, equipment, appearance, and even physical features. She had even been worried about losing to Mishu during the final test, so she requested a transfer to a smaller city. There she met Wu Zaiwei, and since then she'd been acting even more arrogantly. Feeling slightly discouraged, Mishu apologized again. She had only wanted to repay Ellen by treating him to a meal, but instead she had caused more trouble. Ellen reassured her that it was not a problem. In fact, he suddenly felt hungry, so they should just find a place to eat. Mishu was surprised that he still wanted to eat there after everything that had happened. Ellen reminded her that she was the one who recommended the restaurant, so there was no reason to let two unpleasant people ruin their meal. Early the next morning, the top scorers from across the province gathered at a large square on the outskirts of Xinjiang City. In the center stood an enormous red gate nearly 40 feet tall, while dozens of drones monitored the entire event from above. On the platform, a middle-aged man introduced himself as Zankini, the supervisor of this year's top scorer realm. He welcomed the participants and asked everyone to prepare themselves. Among the crowd were Ellen and Mishu, who were making final preparations. When Ellen checked his backpack, he found it filled with large amounts of food. When he asked about it, Mishu explained that since they would be staying inside the secret realm for several days, she had packed as much food as possible in case of emergencies. Meanwhile, Zenkini began explaining the rules before the realm opened. The first rule was about the realm's protection. Inside the secret realm, all participants would be immune to damage. However, this effect only applied within the realm itself. If someone received continuous or fatal damage, they should remain inside until they were treated. Priests above level 50 had been stationed at the entrance to provide healing. Participants should receive treatment before exiting, otherwise the consequences could be severe. The second rule was that if anyone lost a limb, they should try to bring the severed limb with them and find a priest to reattach it before leaving the realm. This was far easier than attempting to regenerate a completely new limb later. The third rule was to avoid being eaten by demonic monsters. If someone's body was digested, the experience would be extremely painful and unpleasant. From this explanation, Ellen concluded that the realm did not actually block damage. Instead, it prevented the body from being harmed by it. After finishing the explanation, Zenkini wished all the participants a safe return and good results. He then ordered the teleportation portal to be opened. Everyone was given 10 minutes to form teams. Those who preferred to enter alone were also free to do so. Mishu suggested that she and Ellen form a team. Ellen agreed, but with one condition: she would carry his bag. Mishu accepted without hesitation. As an SSS-class berserker, the weight of the bag was nothing to her. A nearby participant noticed this and criticized Ellen for being ungentlemanly. He asked how Ellen could make such a small girl carry a heavy load. He then offered to team up with Mishu instead, saying that if she joined him, she would not need to do any menial work. In response, Mishu raised her fist, which quickly swelled with strength, and asked what qualifications he had to propose teaming up with her. She told him to leave before she beat him up. Not far away, Wu Xiaoai proudly displayed his profession and level, while Yining Ning loudly announced that they were accepting job changers above level 20. Anyone who wanted to survive inside the realm could join their group. Soon, Wu Xiaoai and Yining Ning noticed Ellen and Mishu and approached them with several followers behind them. Within earshot, Wu Xiaoai told Ellen that he had already investigated him. It was quite rare, he admitted, for a job changer from a small county town like Qingqing to reach level 18. However, in his opinion, someone from such a place would never rise much higher. He gave Ellen one last chance. If Ellen knelt down and bowed to him 3 times, he would forgive what happened the previous day. Otherwise, once they entered the secret realm, the outcome might not be pleasant. Ellen simply laughed and told him to leave. Angered by the response, Wu Xiaoai was about to attack when Zenkini suddenly appeared and stopped him. He warned Wu Xiaoai that this was not the Wu family's territory. If he caused any trouble here, his qualification for the examination would be revoked immediately. Zenkini then raised his voice and reminded all the participants once again about the rules. Now that the secret realm had opened, anyone who violated the regulations would be disqualified on the spot. Wu Xiaoai left with a hostile expression, silently vowing to settle the matter with Ellen later. Soon afterward, the top scorers began entering the enormous red gate in an orderly line. As they waited for their turn, Mishu warned Ellen that Wu Xiaoai was reckless, so they needed to be careful once inside the secret realm. Ellen assured her that he already understood the situation. When their turn arrived, they stepped through the gate and entered a completely different world. The top scorer realm appeared as a vast forest filled with towering ancient trees, singing birds, and fragrant flowers. Although the scenery looked peaceful, countless dangers were hidden throughout the area. One of those dangers appeared almost immediately. A level 20 gargoyles suddenly rushed out of nearby fog and charged toward them with a hungry expression. Ellen warned Mishu to be careful and was about to cast a forbidden spell. However, Mishu had already dashed forward. Her muscles expanded sharply, contrasting with her small and cute appearance. The gargoyle roared loudly as she swung her fist toward its face. It managed to block the attack with its arm, but the impact shattered its stone hand, sending fragments flying everywhere. It was clear that Mishu would eventually defeat the monster through brute force. However, this method was too slow for Ellen. He decided to end the fight quickly. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck down, instantly blasting the gargoyle into fragments. Seeing this, Mishu stared in shock, instantly killing a level 20 monster normally required a job changer of around level 25 or higher. After the gargoyle was defeated, the two received 70 experience points. Mishu turned to Ellen and asked how his magic could be so powerful. The answer, however, was obvious: he was a forbidden spellcaster. Ellen then pretended to feel some pain and commented that the damage immunity inside the top scorer realm was very convenient. Otherwise, his kidneys might not survive casting such spells. Mishu accepted the explanation immediately. remembering how forbidden spells required severe sacrifices. Since time was limited, Ellen suggested that they move deeper into the secret realm. Mishu hesitated slightly. Instantly defeating a level 20 monster was impressive, but stronger monsters would appear the deeper they went into the forest. They would also need to stay alert at all times. Ellen reassured her once again and told her to stay close to him. Thinking about his strength and confidence, Mishu felt it was unfortunate that the Supreme Academy had rejected him. Ellen, however, seemed unconcerned about the rejection or even about his short lifespan. As long as he accomplished what he wanted in his lifetime, he believed dying young would not be a bad outcome. Not long after, a massive creature slowly emerged from the forest. Its body was covered with a hard carapace, and its enormous shadow fell over them. It was a giant poisoned centipede. The monster stared at them with glowing green eyes before lunging forward. Gray saliva dripped from its large jaws, and the liquid was highly corrosive, producing white smoke wherever it landed. Ellen immediately grabbed Mishu and used Fleeting Dance to move away from the area as the centipede crashed down. However, while shielding Mishu, part of Ellen's lower abdomen, left leg, and left arm were still splashed by the corrosive liquid, burning the flesh down to the bone. After reaching a safe distance, Ellen remained calm and told Mishu to leave the battle to him, explaining that she would only become a hindrance in this fight. He then raised his hand and summoned world-destroying thunder. The familiar blue thunder dragon appeared in the sky and struck down instantly. The giant venomous centipede, which had seemed extremely terrifying to Mishu, had no time to resist before being burned into a charred corpse. Still stunned, Mishu followed as Ellen pulled her deeper into the forest, where they encountered wave after wave of monsters. First came a level 22 poisonous scorpion, followed by a level 25 skeleton blade shield swordsman. Both monsters were killed the same way, each struck down by a bolt of lightning. Mishu could only watch in silence as Ellen eliminated one monster after another with lightning magic without showing any signs of strain. Suddenly, a level 28 Abyss Ratman emerged from underground and grabbed Ellen's leg, attempting a surprise attack. Ellen immediately freed himself, raised his hand, and cast the forbidden spell Eternal Thunder Element. Golden energy gathered in his palm and condensed into a dazzling golden spear. Ellen threw the spear directly at the Abyss Ratman, killing it instantly. With that kill, Ellen finally reached level 20, which pleased him greatly. However, after the battle, Mishu suddenly seemed to realize something and looked surprised, as if she had solved an important problem. Since Ellen was a forbidden spellcaster and the secret realm granted immunity to damage, he could use forbidden spells here at full strength without worrying about their usual consequences. Ellen was slightly confused that she had only figured this out now. In his view, she seemed to rely more on physical strength than careful thinking. Now that he had reached level 20, Ellen opened his attribute window to unlock his second talent. The new talent was called Ultimate Sublimation. This ability allowed him to sublimate any skill he learned into a forbidden spell. Previously, Ellen could not use skill scrolls at all, whether they were common, rare, epic, or legendary. With this new talent, that limitation was removed. Ellen asked Mishu to hand him a fireball spell skill scroll that had dropped earlier. Although it was a basic spell, he wanted to test his new talent immediately. He learned the skill without hesitation. The moment he did, Ultimate Sublimation activated automatically, transforming the ordinary fireball spell into a forbidden spell called Flame God's Breath. This spell burned Ellen's life force to summon divine flames capable of incinerating everything in their path. Golden light appeared as powerful energy waves spread outward. The surrounding air seemed to ignite, and the temperature rose rapidly as a massive fireball formed. When Ellen infused his own energy into it, the fireball expanded further, radiating intense heat and brilliant golden light. He then hurled the enormous fireball into the sky. A deafening explosion followed. The sky lit up as if a small sun had detonated overhead. Ellen clenched his fist in excitement. Having more forbidden spells meant he would gain far greater flexibility and strategy when facing stronger opponents. With Ultimate Sublimation, he could now create any type of forbidden spell simply by obtaining low-level skill scrolls, which only cost a few thousand yuan. In a good mood, Ellen and Mishu left the area to continue hunting monsters. Not far away, Yining Ning and Wu Xiaowai were standing on a large tree branch. They had also seen the explosion and were confused by its scale. When Yining Ning asked what kind of skill could create such destruction, Wu Xiaowai guessed that it might have been one of the invigilators, since none of the participants should possess such a powerful ability. Elsewhere, Zenkini was also observing the explosion through a monitoring screen, wondering what could have caused such destructive energy. As night fell, Ellen suggested they find a place to rest and eat. Mishu agreed without hesitation. She had been handling most of the logistics, carrying supplies, and preparing food, while Ellen focused on hunting monsters. Even so, she was satisfied with the arrangement because she had been gaining experience quickly. Before settling down, Ellen remained cautious and decided to scout the surroundings. While searching the area, he suddenly noticed something that made his eyes widen with interest. In a quiet voice, he called Mishu over. Not far away was a clear spring where water flowed down like a small waterfall. Beside the spring stood a large black rock, and sitting on it was a golden toad. Its skin shone brightly under the night light, as if coated with a thin golden layer. This enormous creature was known as the treasure toad. It stood 4 to 5 meters tall, with a pair of bright vertical pupils watching its surroundings. The treasure toad was known for storing treasures inside its stomach. The higher its level, the more valuable the treasures it carried. This particular treasure toad was level 25, which meant it would likely drop valuable rewards if they managed to catch it. Ellen signaled Mishu to remain extremely quiet. They could not risk scaring it away. His plan was to approach it carefully, restrain it, and let Mishu capture it. The two slowly moved closer, taking nearly half an hour to reach a position behind the treasure toad. Just as they were about to act, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them, arrogantly complaining about how troublesome it had been to track Ellen down. Wu Zioi and his group had arrived. Their sudden appearance startled the treasure toad. Ellen immediately tried to restrain it by summoning Realm of Woods, but it was already too late. The treasure toad quickly fled. Ellen's expression darkened as he clenched his teeth. Wu Zioi had ruined their plan, yet he continued speaking arrogantly. He declared that it was time to settle their previous conflict, and that he would make Ellen experience a fate worse than death. Several people nearby overheard the confrontation and quietly pitted Ellen. In their eyes, anyone who crossed paths with Wu Zioi and his group would be in trouble. Even though the secret realm was vast, they felt Ellen had brought this situation upon himself. However, Ellen showed no fear. His expression was cold and controlled. He had reached his limit and had no intention of tolerating the situation. Wu Zioi had threatened him with a life worse than death, so Ellen decided to respond in kind. He calmly raised his hand and summoned a fireball. One of Wu Zioi's followers immediately laughed in contempt. Fireball was the most basic spell, something almost any job changer could learn. Using such a skill against them seemed unrealistic. But his expression froze when Ellen lifted his fingers slightly. The ordinary fireball suddenly expanded several times over, transforming into a dark golden sphere several meters wide. It radiated intense heat as Ellen threw it directly toward the minion standing beside Wu Zioi. The man had no time to react before the attack struck him. In an instant, he was burned into a charred body, barely clinging to life. The sudden scene left everyone stunned. Wu Zioi finally realized that Ellen might have been the one responsible for the massive explosion earlier. The possibility shocked him. Enrolls quickly understood the danger of their situation and tried to persuade Ellen to stop. She reminded him that they were all future candidates for Dasha Academy, and that making an enemy of the Wu family would not benefit him. Ellen held another skill scroll in his hand and calmly replied that he treated everyone equally. Since they had threatened him, they should be prepared to experience the same treatment as their companion. The skill scroll he held contained Ice Vortex, another common spell that normally created a rotating cone of ice to attack enemies. However, in Ellen's hands, the spell transformed dramatically. Countless enormous ice spikes formed in the air, each as thick as a pillar and radiating intense cold. They spun rapidly like a massive icy gyroscope before launching toward Wu Zioi and his group. Wu Zioi was shocked. He could not understand how an ordinary spell could produce such destructive power. At the same time, Enrolls was confused about how Ellen could simultaneously use both fire and ice magic. Reacting quickly, Wu Zioi activated his Angel Paladin abilities and raised a holy shield glowing with golden light to block the incoming attack. The shield stopped the first ice spike, but cracks immediately spread across its surface like spider webs. When the second spike struck, the shield shattered instantly. Wu Zioi's expression changed drastically. He immediately used his strongest attack, forming a golden sword in his hand and slashing upward in a cross-shaped strike to break the incoming ice spikes. At the same time, he ordered his followers to attack together, believing Ellen could not fight all of them at once. The spectators who had gathered earlier initially assumed Ellen was an elemental mage. However, after seeing the scale of his spells, they realized he was actually a forbidden spellcaster. They also understood why Ellen was fighting so fiercely. A forbidden spellcaster was already destined to have a short lifespan, so using powerful spells without concern for personal cost made sense. Although Wu Zioi was strong, in the top score realm, where forbidden spells could be used freely, he was at a clear disadvantage against Ellen. After learning another low-level spell, Rockfall, Ellen raised his hand and summoned a rock to descend from the sky toward his enemies. However, what appeared above them was no ordinary rock. A massive boulder, like a falling meteor, crashed down toward Wu Zaioi and his group. The spectators immediately realized that the spell had transformed into a forbidden version. Their faces turned pale. Wu Zaioi and his companions tried desperately to resist, but the enormous weight pressing down on them left no room to escape. The boulder slammed into the ground, leaving Wu Zaioi and his group severely injured and unable to resist any further. Even then, Wu Zaioi tried to rely on his family background. He warned Ellen to think carefully about whether he truly wanted to oppose the Wu family. Ellen calmly told him not to worry. He had no intention of killing him. Since the Wu family was so powerful, Wu Zaioi could simply endure a bit more pain. Ellen raised his hand again and summoned another boulder. The crowd watched in shock as it descended once more. Yinning quickly tried to persuade him to stop. Even if he was not afraid of the Wu family, she asked whether he had considered the Supreme Academy. Wu Zaioi immediately supported her words, saying that they were all future students of the Supreme Academy. Was Ellen really going to treat his future classmates this way? However, mentioning the Supreme Academy only made Ellen more irritated. The Academy had already rejected him, so there was no possibility that they would ever become colleagues. As soon as he finished speaking, he dropped the boulder. A loud impact echoed through the forest, as if the ground itself had split open. When the dust settled, Wu Zaioi and his group were embedded deep in the ground, completely battered. Because of the rules of the top scorer realm, they were still alive. The surrounding area fell silent. Those who had gathered to watch began to regret coming. No one dared even make a sound, worried that Ellen might target them next. Ellen then asked them to carry Wu Zaioi and his companions to the entrance so they could receive treatment. Carefully using their abilities, the students dug the injured bodies out from beneath the rubble. Afterward, Ellen remarked that the secret realm had finally become quiet after dealing with those nuisances. Now, they could continue searching for the treasure toad. Meanwhile, near the exit of the secret realm, Zankini, the supervisor of this year's event, was waiting with 3 priests and more than a dozen medical staff members. He noted that the top scorers this year seemed unusually capable. Although the realm had been open for some time, no one had come out seeking treatment yet. One of the priests agreed, mentioning that in previous years they would already be busy treating injured participants. Just then, a group of students rushed in carrying several severely injured people. Zankini quickly examined the wounds and ordered the priests to begin healing them. He then asked what had happened and whether they had encountered a high-level monster. One of the students hesitantly explained that the injuries were caused by another participant. Wu Zaioi and his entire group had been defeated by a forbidden spellcaster. Zankini found it hard to believe that a single student could have caused such damage. Back inside the secret realm, Ellen and Mishu continued searching in the direction where the treasure toad had escaped. Despite their efforts, they were unable to find it. Ellen eventually gave up the pursuit. If Wu Zaioi and his group had not interfered earlier, the treasure toad would likely have been captured. By then, night had already fallen. Ellen skipped his meal and said he was not hungry. Instead, he wanted to rest and prepare for more leveling the next day. Mishu had never seen anyone level up as quickly as Ellen, which motivated her to work even harder. However, when she lifted her head, she suddenly noticed 3 pairs of red eyes staring at her from the darkness. A massive figure then leaped out from the shadows. It was a huge, dog-like creature with a muscular body covered in red flames. Its glowing eyes shone in the darkness, and foul, corrosive saliva dripped from its mouth as it exposed its fangs. The creature was the legendary 3-headed hellhound, Cerberus, a true high-level monster. The level 36 Cerberus spat a stream of corrosive green liquid toward them. Mishu reacted quickly, grabbing Ellen's arm and pulling him away from the attack. Ellen was surprised. It was his first encounter with such a high-level monster, and its presence was far more intimidating than he expected. Taking the initiative, Ellen immediately cast Flame God's Breath. Ellen launched a huge dark golden flame toward the 3-headed hellhound. However, the middle head of the beast opened its mouth wide and bit into the blazing sphere. With a single gulp, it swallowed the forbidden spell. Both Ellen and Mishu gasped in disbelief. The creature had consumed the attack as if it were nothing. There was even a mocking glint in the hellhound's eyes. Its first head opened its mouth and spewed a thick stream of green, foul-smelling liquid toward them. The two quickly dodged to the side as the corrosive substance destroyed everything it touched. Suddenly, Ellen sensed another attack from behind. He immediately activated Fleeting Dance and leaped sideways, narrowly avoiding the strike. While still in the air, he raised his hand as golden light gathered in his palm, condensing into a bright spear. The golden spear shot forward like a meteor across the night sky and pierced toward the hellhound with unstoppable force. The beast growled and spat another stream of corrosive liquid to block the attack. However, the spear cut through the fluid and stabbed directly into the hellhound's mouth, destroying one of its heads. A shrill scream echoed through the forest as the monster's body trembled violently in pain. Enraged, the now two-headed hellhound opened its mouth again and sprayed an even larger wave of corrosive liquid that covered a wide area. Ellen immediately summoned the Wailing Wall. Since the level difference between him and the monster was less than 20 levels, the barrier easily blocked the corrosive attack. He then formed another golden spear and hurled it forward, piercing the first head of the Cerberus. With only one head remaining, the beast roared painfully. Ellen followed up by summoning world-destroying thunder. A powerful lightning strike crashed down, leaving the hellhound severely burned. However, the creature was still alive. When Mishu asked why it had not died yet, Ellen suddenly sensed something wrong. Alarmed, he grabbed her hand and told her to run immediately. The Cerberus was about to self-destruct. If they were caught in the explosion of its corrosive fluids, the damage could be devastating. Moments later, the monster exploded, sending corrosive energy across a large portion of the forest. Fortunately, Ellen and Mishu had already escaped beyond the blast range. Defeating the level 36 high-grade Cerberus granted them 720 experience points. Unexpectedly, they were not the only ones who had survived nearby. The treasure toad they had been chasing earlier happened to cross their path again. This time, they had no intention of letting it escape. They quickly captured the creature. The first item it spat out was dragon scale gold, or an extremely rare crafting material. If Ellen gave it to a skilled blacksmith, it could be used to forge epic-grade equipment. However, compared to the epic items that might be hidden in the toad's stomach, this was only a minor reward. The treasure toad remained tightly restrained. Even when threatened repeatedly, it stubbornly spat out nothing more than an ordinary stone. This annoyed Ellen, who struck the toad on the head with the hilt of his sword. Meanwhile, at the medical center near the Secret Realm's exit, Zankini was waiting when the three priests emerged from the treatment tent. They reported that the operation had been successful and that Wu Zaioi and his companions had mostly recovered. Zankini thanked them and assured them that their efforts would be reported to the higher authorities for proper compensation. Wu Zaioi soon walked out of the tent as well. Zankini told him to rest until he fully recovered, but Wu Zaioi refused. Gritting his teeth, he cursed angrily and swore that he would avenge the humiliation and make Ellen suffer. Back in the forest, Ellen and Mishu had tied the treasure toad to a tree. Despite being beaten by Mishu until its belly was bruised, the stubborn creature still refused to produce any epic items. Since the treasure toad still refused to cooperate, Ellen decided to end the situation quickly by killing it. Hearing this, the treasure toad immediately shrieked in fear. Ellen remained unmoved and raised his hand, gathering lightning in his palm. Frightened by the threat, the treasure toad let out another cry and quickly spat out a staff that emitted a faint golden glow. The staff was carved with intricate patterns, and its design carried a mysterious aura. Ellen was surprised. He had not expected the creature to possess such an item. He immediately checked its properties. It was an epic-grade magic staff that increased psychic power by 50% and reduced the cost of fire-type spells while enhancing their strength. Ellen's attitude changed immediately. He praised the treasure toad for finally cooperating and remarked that if it had done so earlier, it would not have suffered so much. With ultimate sublimation activated, the staff evolved into a forbidden ability called Flame God's Fury Slash. Ellen waved the red flame staff with a smile. A destructive flame gathered at its tip and split into several giant blazing blades that shot forward, cutting through everything in their path. The destructive aftermath left both Ellen and Mishu momentarily speechless. The treasure toad, now clearly frightened, looked at Ellen nervously. It seemed to hope that Ellen would keep his word now that it had given up its treasure. Keeping his promise, Ellen decided to release it. The two then continued hunting stronger monsters before the time limit expired. Eventually, Ellen led Mishu closer to the exit area of the secret realm. However, after searching around, he noticed something strange. There were no monsters left. When he asked about it, Mishu bluntly replied that it was obvious why. Over the past few days, Ellen had practically killed most of the monsters inside the top scorer realm. Since there were no more monsters left to hunt, Ellen suggested they simply leave the secret realm. Although the exam had not officially ended yet, staying any longer would only waste time. Meanwhile, near the exit of the secret realm, many top scorers had already gathered there. They were all facing the same problem. Even though there were still 2 days remaining before the realm closed, a large number of participants had already returned early. The reason was simple: there were almost no monsters left to hunt. Some had spent the first day hunting in the outer areas. However, when they moved into the inner region after gaining levels, they discovered that all the monsters had already been eliminated, leaving only scorch marks and traces of destruction. During the discussion, someone suddenly mentioned Wu Xiaoai and his group, wondering whether they had managed to level up after recovering. Just then, a disturbance nearby caught everyone's attention. Ellen had arrived. As soon as people saw him, they instinctively kept their distance. After hearing what he had done to Wu Xiaoai and his group earlier, many of them were afraid of him. Zankini walked over and asked Ellen whether he was certain about leaving the secret realm. The realm would remain open for another 48 hours, and exiting now would officially end his trial. Ellen answered without hesitation that he was sure. However, before leaving, every participant had to record their final level. The assistant supervisor asked Ellen to display his level so it could be documented. Ellen showed his profession and level, treating the result as nothing unusual. But the crowd and the officials were stunned. He had advanced 7 levels in just a few days. Even Zankini had never witnessed such leveling speed. Many participants clearly remembered that Ellen had been level 18 when he entered the realm. At that point, it became obvious to everyone who had eliminated the monsters in the inner region of the secret realm. Ellen ignored their reactions and simply asked whether he could leave now. Unexpectedly, Zankini told him he could not. The reason was straightforward. Based on his current level, Ellen was likely to become this year's national top scorer. Because of that, he had to remain until the secret realm officially closed to receive his reward. The moment Ellen heard the word reward, his eyes lit up, and he immediately decided to stay. Originally, he had planned to return to Qingqing as soon as possible to avoid further trouble, especially after offending Wu Xiaoai, who was considered a local tyrant in Qingqing City. At that moment, Wu Xiaoai himself appeared near the exit area, complaining along with others about the lack of monsters. He even said that he had spent a lot of effort catching a golden treasure toad, only to find nothing valuable in its stomach. On top of that, after searching for an entire day, he had not encountered a single monster. Soon, he noticed the commotion around Ellen and asked what was happening. When someone informed him that Ellen had wiped out all the monsters in the secret realm and had already reached level 25, Wu Xiaoai's expression twisted with frustration as he cursed loudly. Seeing Wu Xiaoai's reaction, Mishu immediately mocked him. It was embarrassing, she said, that the well-known young master of the Wu family had entered the top scorer realm at level 22 and was now leaving at the same level. Wu Xiaoai snorted and replied coldly. In his view, it was disgusting that a short-lived, forbidden spellcaster like Ellen had taken all the monsters. Yining Ning supported his words, adding that no forbidden spellcaster had ever lived past the age of 25. In her opinion, cultivating such a class was pointless. Ellen was simply interfering with the real future of Dasha. Mishu grew furious on Ellen's behalf. She argued that Wu Xiaoai and his group were simply not strong enough to kill high-level monsters in time. Despite that, they still dared to mock Ellen. Before the argument could continue, the sky above the secret realm suddenly darkened. It was as if all light had been swallowed. A strange sense of fear spread through the crowd, tightening everyone's hearts. A deafening roar suddenly echoed from the center of the secret realm, as though something underground had awakened. Immediately afterward, the entire realm began shaking violently, making many people lose their balance. Everyone's expressions changed when they realized that the exit of the top scorer realm had somehow closed. Even Zankini was unable to reopen it despite repeated attempts. Then a scarlet beam of light erupted from deep within the realm, tearing through the darkness and illuminating the entire area. Within the red glow, enormous figures could be seen approaching. The creatures had various forms. Some had horns, others wings, while some were covered in scales. All of them radiated a powerful and sinister aura. Zankini's pupils shrank as he recognized what they were seeing. It was a demon invasion. Among monsters, there were both low-level and high-level creatures. High-level monsters could command lower ones. However, above even those monsters existed something far more dangerous, the demon clan. No one knew where demons originally came from. What was known was that every demon was extremely dangerous. They possessed intelligence comparable to humans and could even speak human language. Whenever demons appeared on Blue Star, it usually resulted in a major catastrophe. At that moment, Zankini could clearly see large numbers of them. Forcing himself to stay calm, he stepped forward and shouted angrily at the demons for trespassing in human territory. However, the demons ignored him. Instead, they suddenly bowed and knelt, as if welcoming someone important. A dark purple portal appeared above them, and from it emerged a tall figure with pale white skin. The only clear difference between this figure and a human was his deep, cold, and strangely colored pupils. This figure was the demon leader. He looked down at the humans with open contempt. To demons, humans were little more than food. Yet humans not only hunted demons, but even captured and enslaved some of them. In his eyes, humans were inviting their own destruction. His cold voice carried a pressure that filled everyone present with fear. Even Zankini felt the fear, though his concern was not for himself. The people behind him were all top scorers selected from across the nation through the entrance examination. If they all died here, it would be a devastating loss for the entire Dacia nation. He ordered the students to remain behind him. The disturbance in the secret realm must have already been detected by the authorities in Qingqing, and reinforcements might already be on the way. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared before him without warning. The creature was as tall as an iron tower and immediately threw a powerful punch. Zankini blocked the attack, but despite being a level 70 job changer, he was forced several steps backward. The demon leader casually dismissed him and instructed the towering demon, Luda, to deal with Zankini. Luda responded with a low sound and moved toward him. Zankini tried to keep the demon leader's attention by shouting threats, but the demon ignored him completely. Instead, the demon leader walked toward the group of test takers and calmly told them not to worry. He simply wanted to play a game. He revealed his level as 20 and explained that he had heard these students were the strongest humans selected this year. According to the human leveling system, someone at level 20 should be within their ability to defeat. He then proposed a challenge. If they fought him and won, he would allow them to leave the secret realm. The students looked at each other in confusion. When they examined his aura carefully, it did seem comparable to that of a level 20 monster. Their initial fear began to weaken. Soon, the top scorer of Chao City, Linzian, stepped forward from the crowd. He was a level 21 divine knight with short hair and a well-built physique. The moment Linzian closed the distance between himself and the demon leader, the crowd immediately began cheering for Linzian, believing he had the advantage. However, their excitement lasted only a moment. With a casual flick of his hand, the demon leader sent Linzian flying backward like a cannonball. His body crashed into the crowd, knocking several people down before Ellen stepped forward and caught him. Linzian coughed blood and could barely remain conscious. If not for the damage immunity inside the top scorer realm, he would have died the moment the attack struck him. The demon leader looked at the scene with contempt. If someone like Linzian was considered a top scorer among humans, then humans were weaker than ants. Looking at the frightened crowd, he repeated his challenge. When no one stepped forward, he mocked them again, asking whether they were too afraid to fight. Moments earlier they had been confident, yet now none of them dared to act. At that moment, Wu Xiaoi suddenly seemed to think of something. He turned toward Ellen and loudly asked what he was waiting for. With exaggerated emphasis, he added that with great power came great responsibility. His words immediately drew everyone's attention to Ellen. Following Wu Xiaoi's lead, many in the crowd began pressuring Ellen as well. Mishu, however, was furious. She pointed at the crowd and scolded them. Just moments earlier they had been mocking Ellen, and now they expected him to risk his life to save them. She also criticized Wu Xiaoi for being shameless. Wu Xiaoi quickly defended himself. If Ellen had not injured them earlier and eliminated all the monsters in the secret realm, they would have had time to level up. In that case, Ellen would not be the only one capable of confronting the demon leader. Ellen remained calm. He walked toward Wu Xiaoi and said he had no problem facing the demon leader. However, his equipment was not strong enough. If Wu Xiaoi and his group wanted him to fight, they should hand over their high-grade equipment to increase his chances. Wu Xiaoi did not like the suggestion and said Ellen was asking for too much. Ellen responded calmly that risking his life against the demon leader was already a great demand. Yet, Wu Xiaoi was unwilling to even provide equipment to support him. With no good response, Wu Xiaoi reluctantly agreed. He handed over the high-grade equipment, but warned Ellen not to be too confident. Whether Ellen would survive long enough to use it was another matter. After collecting the equipment, Ellen passed it to Mishu for safekeeping. Then he walked forward to face the demon leader, who had been patiently observing the entire exchange. The demon leader looked amused. In his eyes, humans were merely food, yet they were still arguing among themselves a moment like this. From his experience, there is always someone among humans who would create conflict even in dangerous situations. The two opponents stood facing each other, Ellen with a calm expression, and the demon leader with clear amusement. Perhaps because the previous fight had ended too quickly, the demon leader waited for Ellen to attack first. Ellen raised his red flame staff, focused his mental energy at its tip, and cast a fireball. When the spell appeared, the crowd reacted with surprise. Instead of a forbidden spell, Ellen had used the most basic fireball technique. Many wondered whether he understood how dangerous the demon leader truly was. Even the demon leader smirked when the fireball flew toward him. The spell seemed poorly aimed and passed by him harmlessly. Laughing, He mocked Ellen for using such a weak attack. He casually raised his falling star warblade and blocked what he thought was a follow-up strike. However, the faint smile on Ellen's face made him hesitate. Turning to the side, the demon leader suddenly noticed that the small fireball had expanded dramatically behind him. It transformed into a massive red-gold sphere, rushing toward him like a blazing sun. A thunderous explosion followed as the attack engulfed him completely. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly, and the intense heat wave could be felt even by the spectators standing far away. The crowd stared in shock. They could not understand how Ellen's fireball spell had become so powerful. Only Wuzioi and his group looked uneasy. They had witnessed the destructive power of Ellen's spells before and understood how dangerous they were. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd began celebrating, believing Ellen had defeated the demon leader. However, just as their excitement rose, the blazing flames suddenly vanished, as if they had been swallowed by a black hole. The demon leader reappeared, looking slightly irritated. His left arm had been burned, but within a few breaths it regenerated and returned to normal. After observing Ellen carefully, the demon leader admitted that he found him interesting. Because of this, he offered Ellen the honor of becoming his servant. Ellen responded calmly. He said he also admired the demon leader and suggested that the demon instead become his son. When he eventually became emperor, the demon leader could then serve as the prince of flattery. Realizing that further conversation was pointless, the demon leader decided to kill him. The moment Ellen attempted to cast illumination, the demon leader appeared instantly in front of him and interrupted the spell. Surprised by the sudden attack, Ellen sacrificed his left kidney and activated Fleeting Dance, narrowly dodging the strike. The demon's punch created a large crater in the ground. When Ellen tried to cast illumination again, the demon leader immediately appeared beside him and launched another devastating punch. Even with Fleeting Dance active, Ellen was forced to block the attack and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ellen tried again, but the demon interrupted him once more. This pattern repeated several times. Watching from below, the crowd became increasingly confused. They could not understand why Ellen kept attempting the same spell repeatedly while refusing to use a forbidden spell. To them, it looked as though Ellen was simply delaying the inevitable. If Ellen died, everyone else trapped inside the realm would likely die as well. Then someone suddenly mentioned feeling thirsty. Others quickly realized they felt the same. The temperature around them had risen noticeably, and the air had become extremely hot. Their lips were even starting to crack from the dryness. Back in the battle, the demon leader laughed and mocked Ellen. As long as he interrupted the spell, Ellen could only continue fleeing like a trapped animal. In the end, he was no different from the weak humans below. Breathing heavily, Ellen told him to look around more carefully. Only then did the demon leader notice something strange. Numerous illumination spells were floating in the air around him. The entire space had been filled with them, like a field of hidden traps. The demon leader turned in confusion, wondering when all of this had happened. Without hesitation, Ellen triggered the spells. Illumination was normally a simple fire element technique that produced a small ball of light. However, in Ellen's hands, the spells erupted into far more violent flames. Under the shocked gazes of everyone watching, powerful fire bursts ignited across the air. The surrounding space seemed to catch fire, forming a massive vortex of heat that closed in on the demon leader. Caught off guard, the demon leader quickly summoned a huge dark magic shield, condensed from his own magical power, to block the attack. The collision between the flames and the shield created a powerful gust of wind, distorting the air around them. With a cold smile, the demon leader mocked Ellen for failing to defeat him. But before he could finish speaking, a dazzling golden spear, Eternal Thunder, shot across the battlefield and pierced straight through his chest. The spear emerged from his back, stained with dark blood. The demon leader lowered his head in disbelief as blood spilled from his mouth. He could not understand how a mere level 25 human had managed to injure him. Slowly gripping the spear, he crushed it in his hand until it shattered into fragments. Furious, he roared and charged at Ellen with renewed violence. In an instant, his shadow claws struck the red flame staff Ellen raised to block the attack. Although the strike was deflected, the force behind it was overwhelming. Ellen was thrown backward, crashing violently into a massive rock behind him. Seeing Ellen lying among the rubble, badly injured, the demon leader felt satisfied. He intended to cut off Ellen's head and keep it as a trophy. However, from within the debris, Ellen sacrificed his duodenum and activated the forbidden spell Burning Reincarnation. With the 50% fire element amplification from the red flame staff and the additional enhancement from the burning karma status, Ellen decided to unleash everything he had. He challenged the demon leader to withstand his next attack. Ellen once again used a fire element spell, Illumination. But this time, he summoned countless spheres of it at once. In the next instant, they detonated simultaneously. The explosion released terrifying power. A trace of fear appeared in the demon leader's eyes as he hurriedly condensed his magic power into a massive, indestructible shield for the second time. However, the flames exceeded his expectations. The raging fire struck the demon leader like a hammer, smashing him into the ground like a falling meteor. For a moment, the entire battlefield fell silent. Everyone stared in shock at the brutal scene before them. As the smoke gradually cleared, a huge crater remained where the attack had landed. At its center lay the demon leader's charred body, trembling weakly. Although demons possessed strong regenerative abilities, even those had limits. Barely conscious, the demon leader understood that he had lost, though he could not accept it. He could not comprehend how a level 25 human had achieved such destructive power. At that moment, Luda saw his master's condition and roared in anger. Ignoring his battle with Zankini, who was already breathing heavily from exhaustion, he charged directly toward Ellen. Zankini tried to warn Ellen, but it was already obvious. The towering demon was rushing forward like a train without brakes. Ellen could sense that Luda's level was likely above 100, far beyond what he could handle in his current state. Just as the demon closed in, an unexpected attack struck. A powerful slash cut through Luda in midair, splitting his massive body into two halves instantly. The crowd looked up and saw the attacker, Hai Yunfang, the city lord of Shening. Relief spread through the group immediately. As the ruler of one of Dasha's major cities, Hai Yunfang was known to be among the strongest fighters in the nation. Since the demons had dared to invade human territory, they had effectively chosen their own fate. Hai Yunfang calmly raised his hand. A bright golden beam shot from his fingertips like a laser and rained down upon the remaining monsters below like a meteor shower. The overwhelming display of power left the crowd stunned as they witnessed the true strength of the city lord. Meanwhile, the demon leader had completely lost the arrogance he once showed. As one of his surviving subordinates helped him stand, he was urgently told that they had to retreat. Against Hai Yunfang, they had no chance of winning. The demon leader, now revealed to be named Gallagher, looked toward Ellen. He said he would remember his name and promised that one day he would avenge this humiliation by cutting off Ellen's head. With that, he fled toward the glowing rift that connected to the demon realm. Ellen simply watched him leave. However, Hai Yunfang noticed the escape and became even more annoyed. As Gallagher attempted to retreat like a frightened rat, the city lord fired a massive golden beam that tore across the sky like a bullet. Gallagher was warned just as the beam approached. Realizing he had no time to dodge, he summoned a gigantic demonic hand from beneath the earth to intercept the attack. As the two forces were about to collide, Gallagher shouted for the city lord not to become too confident. The collision produced a loud explosion that filled the sky with smoke. When the smoke slowly cleared, Gallagher had already used the opportunity to retreat into the rift leading to the demon realm. Before disappearing, he shouted a final challenge, telling Hai Yunfang to come to the demon realm if he dared. Hai Yunfang calmly replied that one day the warriors of Dasha would indeed enter the demon realm and wipe out the entire demon clan. With the demon invasion finally suppressed, Hai Yunfang descended to the ground and apologized to everyone present, especially the top scorers. As the city lord of Shenong, he felt responsible for the lack of security that allowed the invasion to occur. Zankini immediately clarified that the fault lay with the demons, not with him. He believed that one day humans would not only eliminate demons and monsters from Dasha's land, but also conquer the demon realm itself. Turning toward the gathered students, Hai Yunfang informed them that the teleportation portal had already been restored. Their exam results would be announced later. Those who had been seriously injured by Gallagher and the demon forces stayed behind for treatment, while the others left the secret realm and returned to the hotel where they had been staying. Outside, Ellen quietly sighed in relief, glad that the entire incident had finally ended. Later that night, while resting in his hotel room, Ellen was still thinking about the demon encounter when someone suddenly knocked on his door. As the knocking continued, he wondered if Mishu had once again mistaken the room. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see Hai Yunfang standing outside. He invited him in and asked the reason for the visit. Hai Yunfang casually said that he had come to check on Ellen's injuries. Ellen thanked him and explained that he had already recovered almost completely, since the injuries had not been too serious. Hai Yunfang seemed slightly surprised, but did not focus on it. What impressed him more was that Ellen had defeated a royal blood demon in a direct confrontation. Ellen tried to remain modest, but this only impressed Hai Yunfang further. The city lord even offered to support Ellen as a rising talent, and asked if he would be willing to serve Shening City. Ellen was stunned and asked if he was serious. Hai Yunfang confirmed that he was. He knew Ellen was a forbidden spellcaster, and normally investing in someone with such a profession would not be worthwhile. However, with the Demon Clan possibly planning something major, Shining needed someone capable of deterring them if necessary. Ellen was still processing the offer. For a prosperous city like Shining to support him was extremely beneficial. Although he wanted to accept immediately, he felt he should first consult his teacher, Zhuge Channing. Hai Yunfang agreed, and even said he could personally travel to Qingqing to speak with Zhuge Channing himself. Before Ellen could respond, another knock sounded at the door. Ellen told the visitor to come in since the door was unlocked. A waitress wearing a maid outfit with cat ears and black stockings entered, carrying a tray of fruit. She explained that the hotel had prepared it for the top scorers. However, Ellen sensed that something was unusual. As she placed the tray on the table, he deliberately pointed out that the fruit had a strange smell. The waitress immediately realized that he had noticed something suspicious, and her expression changed. Hai Yunfang also sensed the sudden hostility and warned Ellen just as the woman lunged forward with a dagger. Hai Yunfang quickly intercepted the attack and demanded to know who had sent her. The assassin, a level 50 job changer, turned pale when she realized the city lord himself was present. Even when threatened, she refused to reveal the person behind the assassination. She understood that being captured by Hai Yunfang would mean death or a fate worse than death. However, betraying the Wu family could lead to her entire family being destroyed. In her view, dying here was the safest option for them. After Hai Yunfang kicked her across the room, she grabbed the dagger she had dropped. Without hesitation, she drove it into her own stomach. The poison coating the blade acted instantly. Within seconds, the assassin collapsed and died. Hai Yunfang narrowed his eyes as he looked at the assassin's lifeless body. His expression darkened. The person behind this attempt was clearly not ordinary. A level 50 job changer had chosen suicide rather than reveal their employer. Moreover, the poison on the dagger was extremely potent, killing her instantly. Ellen suspected the Wu family. Hai Yunfang reassured him that he would personally investigate the matter and make Wu Zaiwai apologize. However, Ellen knew that a simple apology would not stop the Wu family from trying again. For that reason, he declined the offer to join Shining City. His reasoning was straightforward. If he stayed there, he might not live for another month. Hai Yunfang left the room visibly angry, believing the Wu family had crossed the line. Even so, he intended to investigate the matter thoroughly. Not long after he left, there was another knock on the door. Ellen was already annoyed by the interruptions, but when he opened it, he saw Mishu. She rushed inside excitedly and told him that the results had finally been announced. As expected, Ellen had become the national top scorer. She added that he had brought great honor to his family, but when she remembered that Ellen was an orphan, she became slightly embarrassed. Still enthusiastic, she suggested taking a photo with him to commemorate the achievement and brag about clearing a dungeon with the nation's top scorer. However, while moving around the room, she suddenly noticed the dead woman on the floor. Mishu immediately panicked and demanded to know why there was a corpse in Ellen's room. Before explaining, Ellen asked her to help clean up the situation and told her not to imagine unnecessary things. The woman had been an assassin sent by Wu Zaiwai. Hearing this made Mishu furious. She immediately wanted to confront the spoiled young master. Meanwhile, Wu Zaiwai had already learned that the assassination attempt had failed. He was furious and cursed the assassin as useless. In his view, the gap in strength was obvious. How could a level 50 assassin fail to kill someone who was only level 25, regardless of profession? Before he could continue his outburst, a dignified middle-aged man entered the room. The moment Wu Zaiwai saw him, his father, his face turned pale. The man looked at him with disappointment and asked whether Wu Zaiwai still respected him as his father. He did not care that his son had sent someone to deal with Ellen, but he questioned why Wu Zaiwai had been foolish enough to do it in front of the city lord. Wu Zaiwai could only reply that he had not known Hai Yunfang would be present. His father ignored the excuse. As the direct heir of the Wu family, Wu Zaiwai would likely receive only a minor punishment as a warning. However, he was ordered to pack his things because they would be going to apologize to the city lord. Wu Zaiwai immediately lost his confidence and did not dare argue. Even so, his resentment toward Ellen deepened. The following day, Ellen officially received the National Champions Award, personally presented by Hai Yunfang. As the national top scorer, he was granted 2 rewards, both of legendary grade. Ellen had originally expected money, but a legendary skill scroll and legendary equipment were even more valuable, especially since ranks above legendary included forbidden spells and god-tier equipment. The legendary equipment was the Great Sumo Ring. It provided a 100% enhancement to psychic power and could also be refined. The ring possessed 2 abilities. 1. Sumo World. It could absorb energy-type attacks and store the energy inside the ring. The stored energy could later be converted into temporary psychic power. 2. Inside World. It allowed the user to open a storage space within a ring. The size of the space depended on the user's psychic power. In other words, the ring could both absorb magical attacks to boost Ellen's power and function as a storage device. Ellen smiled slightly as he understood its value. With this ring, even if he were attacked by multiple mages at once, he could absorb their spells, convert the energy into psychic power, and then retaliate with powerful forbidden spells. With the Sumu ring and his undying body, Ellen's combat ability increased significantly. The more energy-type attacks he absorbed, the stronger his psychic power could temporarily become. He thanked Hai Yunfeng and promised to continue improving his strength. Satisfied with the response, Hai Yunfeng briefly mentioned his earlier proposal again, saying they would discuss it further later. For now, Ellen would be sent back to Qingqing through the teleportation array. Soon, the scene shifted to the teleportation square in Qingqing. The moment Ellen stepped out of the portal, a loud wave of cheers suddenly erupted. The unexpected chorus of praise startled him for a moment. Principal Gao and Huang quickly rushed forward, both smiling widely as they congratulated him. Qingqing now had a national top scorer. Ellen modestly replied that it was nothing special, but before he could continue speaking, the surrounding crowd surged forward and nearly surrounded him. Principal Gao and Huang tried to calm the crowd, but it quickly became clear that the situation was difficult to control. Some people wanted photographs, others wanted autographs, and some even asked for hugs. Ellen felt uncomfortable with the overwhelming enthusiasm, especially when a group of middle-aged women insisted on hugging him. He instinctively stepped back. Fortunately, before things escalated further, Principal Gao grabbed his arm and flew him away from the crowd. While flying, Ellen said he was tired and wanted to go home and rest. However, Principal Gao explained that Zhuge Chaining wanted to see him first. He led Ellen through several narrow alleys until they arrived at Zhuge Chaining's courtyard. Zhuge Chaining was calmly preparing tea. When he saw Ellen's disheveled appearance, he smiled slightly and poured a cup of tea, commenting that becoming the national top scorer did not seem easy. Ellen sighed and agreed. Although the experience had been exhausting, the rewards were generous. Seeing that Ellen looked tired, Zhuge Chaining suggested he rest first. There were more important matters waiting for him once he had recovered. Curious, Ellen asked what he meant. Zhuge Chaining calmly replied that the Gate of Apocalypse had appeared. Remembering the information he had heard before, especially that the realm once contained the 7 great ancient origin artifacts, Ellen immediately understood the implication. He asked whether his teacher wanted him to enter the Gate of Apocalypse. Zhuge Chaining clarified that he intended to go there together with him. Slightly surprised, Ellen stood up and left the courtyard. He planned to visit the Job Changer Guild first to handle some equipment. In truth, Ellen had never fully understood why Zhuge Chaining had chosen him as a disciple. Because Zhuge Chaining was a mysterious fortune teller, Ellen had always maintained a degree of caution toward him. Ellen believed there was no such thing as a free favor. He even suspected that earlier events, including Kinson and the agents from the Investigation Bureau, might have been part of a larger plan arranged by Zhuge Chaining to push him into a situation where he would owe him a major favor. If that suspicion were true, then Zhuge Chaining likely had greater ambitions, and the only thing Ellen possessed that might attract such interest was his immortality. Regardless of Zhuge Chaining's intentions, Ellen understood that his current strength was limited. For the time being, he could only continue playing the role of a disciple. After Ellen left, Zhuge Chaining, who had been calmly drinking tea, suddenly began coughing violently. His face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of bright red blood that dripped through his fingers onto the floor. Zhuge Chaining knew that Ellen did not fully trust him, but he also knew that time was running out. All he could do was try. Meanwhile, at the Job Changer Guild, Ellen entered while wearing an illusion mask to avoid attracting attention. He approached the receptionist and stated that he wished to trade skill scrolls and equipment. The receptionist politely asked him to follow her. However, before leaving the trading area, Ellen noticed a familiar figure. She wore a tight leather outfit that highlighted her figure, with long hair flowing down her back and refined features that drew the attention of many job changers passing by. However, when Ellen saw the woman clearly, he frowned. The person was none other than Zuganini. He was secretly relieved that he was wearing the illusion mask. Otherwise, encountering her might have caused even more trouble. Ellen immediately looked away and continued walking as if nothing had happened. At that moment, Zuganini seemed to sense something and suddenly turned her head toward him. She stared at his departing figure and felt an unexpected familiarity. It reminded her of the person she had been searching for. For reasons she could not explain, she felt that the man in front of her might be Ling Yi. She quickly rushed forward and grabbed Ellen's arm, apologizing for interrupting him. She then asked his name, explaining that he looked very similar to someone who had saved her not long ago. Ellen calmly replied that she had mistaken him for someone else. Internally, however, He was startled and thought her intuition was unusually sharp. He shook off her hand and tried to walk away. To Zuganini, however, his cold and indifferent reaction only confirmed her suspicion. A faint blush appeared on her face as she stepped in front of him again and asked why he refused to admit it. In her eyes, there was no doubt. The same cold attitude matched exactly with the person who had once saved her. Ellen ignored her and instead turned toward the receptionist, asking whether such interruptions were common at the Job Changer Guild. The receptionist, slightly surprised, politely warned Zuganini not to disrupt order in the trading area. Otherwise, she would have to ask her to leave. Zuganini reluctantly stepped aside. She did not want to cause further trouble. However, the brief commotion had already attracted attention. Several job changers nearby looked at Ellen with obvious envy. They could not understand why such an outstanding beauty was pursuing someone who appeared so ordinary. Some even assumed Ellen must be extremely wealthy, which was why he acted so indifferent towards Zuganini. Ellen had intended to remain low profile, but the situation had already made him the center of attention. Fortunately, no one had recognized him. Ignoring the surrounding gazes, Ellen opened his great sumo ring and took out more than a dozen pieces of high-level equipment. These items had originally belonged to Wu Zioi and his followers. In addition, he added several intermediate and low-level pieces obtained from the secret realm. In an serious. Everyone present, including Zuganini, stared in shock. Equipment worth millions was piled together as if it were ordinary goods. The receptionist finally regained her composure and asked whether Ellen wanted to exchange the items for gold coins. To her surprise, Ellen said he wished to trade them for other items instead. She handed him a tablet and asked him to select what he needed. Ellen quickly browsed through the list and made his selection. After checking the equipment he had offered, the receptionist informed him that the value was still insufficient. He would need to pay an additional $3 million. Ellen nodded calmly. He was not concerned. Instead, he said he had another item to sell. He then took out a shimmering golden stone from the great sumo ring, a piece of dragon scale gold oregon. The ore was decorated with dragon scale patterns, and the surrounding air seemed to grow colder as a strange magical pressure spread outward. Dragon scale gold ore was an extremely rare material used to forge epic-grade equipment. The reaction of the crowd was even more shocked than before. Compared to this material, the dozen pieces of high-level equipment were insignificant. Zuganini looked at Ellen with bright eyes, increasingly convinced that he was Ling Yi. At that moment, a calm and authoritative voice interrupted the scene, asking what had caused the commotion. A man named Chung Kai stepped onto the platform. He reminded the receptionist that she should remain calm in situations like this. Chung Kai was the vice president of the Qingqing Job Changer Guild, and rumors said his level was close to 60. When his eyes fell on the dragon scale gold or in Ellen's hand, a hint of surprise appeared. With interest, he asked Ellen what he wanted in exchange. Ellen replied that he needed a refinement stone. A refinement stone could increase the star rating of equipment, making it significantly more powerful. Rare-grade equipment refined to 7 stars could rival an unrefined epic-grade item in terms of attributes. Chung Kai had no objection to Ellen's request for refinement stones. He initially suggested exchanging 800 stones for the dragon scale gold ore, but Ellen countered by asking for 1,000 pieces instead. Chung Kai agreed immediately, treating it as a gesture of goodwill for future cooperation. The two shook hands, completing the deal. With this transaction, a cooperative relationship was established. Ellen intended to conduct future trades exclusively with the Job Changer Guild, and Chung Kai was pleased with this arrangement. He assured Ellen that the guild would always welcome him if he wished to trade valuable items in the future. He then instructed the receptionist to retrieve 1,000 refinement stones from the warehouse. At the same time, he reminded her to remain calm in similar situations in the future, just as he had demonstrated. Before she could leave, however, Ellen spoke again in his usual calm tone and said that he had another item to trade. He reached into the great sumo ring and took out a legendary skill scroll. The entire hall fell silent. Even Chung Kai was stunned. For someone who had just been emphasizing the importance of remaining calm, he now shouted loudly for the guild president. Zuganini, standing nearby, was equally shocked. This confirmed her belief that the person before her was far from ordinary. After all, a legendary skill scroll had never appeared in Qingqing before. Chung Kai's loud call quickly attracted an elderly man wearing a robe who appeared in front of everyone almost instantly. The man's calm, yet imposing aura created a sense of quiet authority. He was Wang Lichuan, the president of the Qingqing Job Changer Guild. Seeing him, Chung Kai felt as though help had finally arrived. However, when Wang Lichuan saw the legendary skill scroll, even he paused briefly in surprise before turning his attention to Ellen. This particular scroll was not only legendary, it was adaptive. Adaptive legendary skill scrolls were extremely rare because they could be used by any job changer, regardless of profession. Wang Lichuan asked Ellen what he wanted in exchange. Ellen calmly stated that he wanted all the ordinary skill scrolls available in the guild. This request left everyone present stunned. For Ellen, however, legendary skill scrolls had little value because of his ultimate sublimation talent. Ordinary skill scrolls were far more useful, since he could convert them into forbidden spells. But to the others, this trade seemed absurd. Everyone looked at Ellen as if he had made a serious mistake. Zuganini quickly stepped forward and advised him not to proceed. Ordinary skill scrolls could easily be purchased with money, usually costing between 8,000 and 20,000 each. Legendary skill scrolls, however, were priceless. She even offered to lend Ellen money if he needed it. Although her offer was sincere, Ellen refused without hesitation. Wang Lichuan asked once more whether he was certain. When Ellen confirmed his decision, the president immediately ordered the staff to gather every ordinary skill scroll in the guild, leaving none behind. Soon the transaction was completed. In recognition of the trade, Ellen was given the highest level membership card of the guild, which granted him a 30% discount on purchases within the Qingxin Job Changer Guild. After thanking the president, Ellen left the guild. Once he was gone, Chunk Kai suggested sending someone to secretly protect him. After all, Ellen had just traded extremely valuable items. Wang Lichuan shook his head and rejected the idea. In his view, someone who casually possessed dragon scale gold or a legendary skill scroll could not be an ordinary person. Sending someone without permission might only offend him. Outside the guild, Zuganini had already been waiting near the entrance. As soon as Ellen appeared, she followed him openly. At a nearby intersection, she stepped forward again and stopped him. This time, she was fully convinced that he was Ling Yi. Even when Ellen once again said she had mistaken him for someone else, Zuganini refused to accept it. Zuganini insisted that Ellen follow her home. Someone had impersonated Ling Yi and deceived her father, and she wanted to prove that the real Ling Yi and that imposter were not the same person. Seeing Ellen hesitate, she added that it was fine if he did not want to admit the truth yet. However, she clearly remembered Ling Yi's silhouette and believed it matched him perfectly. If he still refused, she would involve the investigation bureau. Left with little choice, Ellen agreed to go with her. However, he planned to escape using fleeting dance as soon as they entered a less crowded area. By the time they reached the Zhuge family courtyard, it was already evening. Zuganini excitedly introduced the disguised Ellen to her father as Ling Yi. Zhuge Chaining tried to explain the truth, but Zuganini was now completely convinced that the two were different people. She even began praising the man she had brought back, claiming he was better than Ellen. Zhuge Chaining found himself speechless. Seeing how determined his daughter was, he chose not to contradict her and simply acknowledged the situation. This awkward moment made both Ellen and Zhuge Chaining feel uncomfortable. To make matters worse, Zuganini even suggested that her father should take Ling Yi as his disciple instead of Ellen. Adjusting his glasses, Zhuge Chaining played along and agreed that Ling Yi was indeed an outstanding young man. He said he would like to speak with him privately. Satisfied with this response, Zuganini left them alone. She said she would change into a more beautiful dress to properly welcome their guest. Once she was out of earshot, Ellen asked Zhuge Chaining whether he planned to tell her the truth. Zhuge Chaining explained that the situation might actually be beneficial. Although the misunderstanding had happened by coincidence, it had given him an idea. Ellen quickly understood. Zhuge Chaining wanted him to enter the Gate of Apocalypse under the identity of Ling Yi. This would protect Ellen's real identity and allow him to act without restraint if necessary. Outwardly, Ellen remained calm. Inwardly, however, he found the idea amusing. If he entered the Gate of Apocalypse as Ling Yi, then even if something happened inside and Ling Yi disappeared, it would not affect his real identity. For reasons he could not fully explain, Ellen even felt curious about what his teacher might be planning. He agreed to the proposal. With that settled, Zhuge Chaining said he would handle Zuganini so that they could depart in a few days. Later that night, in his room at the Zhuge family villa, Ellen began preparing for the expedition into the Gate of Apocalypse. His first task was to refine his equipment. Even as his strength grew, he believed it was important to remain cautious. On his first attempt, refining the Great Sumu ring succeeded. The ring reached 1-star refinement, increasing its psychic amplification to 120%. Ellen was surprised. A single star had already increased the mental amplification by 20%, pushing the ring close to the level of advanced equipment. Encouraged by this success, he continued refining. Unfortunately, every subsequent attempt failed. Even after using hundreds of refinement stones, the results remained the same. Despite this, Ellen stubbornly refused to give up, believing that at least one more success would eventually appear. As the number of failures increased, he began to feel frustrated. Out of nearly 1,000 refinement stones, he had only achieved one successful refinement. Just as he was about to stop, the Sumu ring suddenly emitted a glow. Another refinement succeeded. The ring jumped to 3 stars, raising the mental power amplification to 160%. Although he had nearly exhausted his refinement stones, Ellen was still satisfied with the result. The next morning, Ellen planned to visit Ji Lingyu to see how he was doing, since it had been a while since they last met. However, the moment he came downstairs, he encountered Zuganini again. Seeing him, she initially smiled brightly, believing she had run into Ling Yi again. She happily said it was a coincidence, since her crush had also come out for some fresh air. But when she realized it was actually Ellen, her expression immediately changed. Her cheerful smile disappeared, replaced by irritation. She clearly disliked seeing the classmate she believed had deceived everyone, especially since she thought she had already found the real Ling Yi. Zuganini looked at Ellen with irritation and asked why he was still in her house. Ellen was not interested in arguing and calmly replied that he was leaving after packing his things. Of course, Zuganini still had to add the final remark. She bluntly said that leaving was something he should have done long ago and that she would not bother seeing him off. She also warned him not to leave anything behind as an excuse to return later. Ellen said nothing more. He knew arguing with her would be pointless. About an hour later, he arrived at the Ji family villa. The new butler guided him into the courtyard. It did not take long for Ji Lingyu to notice him and run over. Ji Lingyu greeted him enthusiastically, saying he had missed him and asking why he had not been informed in advance. If he had known, he would have sent a car to pick him up. After exchanging greetings, Ellen asked about his injuries. Ji Lingyu replied that he was doing well. His father had found the best priest in Qingqing to treat him. Ellen then said he needed a favor. He had come because there was something important Ji Lingyu needed to help him with. Ji Lingyu simply told him to explain what he needed. Ellen quietly asked him to spread certain information for him. Although the details were not fully disclosed, Ji Lingyu understood that it involved circulating rumors. Slightly puzzled, Ji Lingyu asked if that was all. Ellen nodded. Ji Lingyu assured him it was no problem. Soon afterward, rumors began spreading across the busiest streets of Qingqing. People started saying that Ellen, the new national top scorer, had frequently been visiting high-end entertainment venues. Many people began speculating about what had happened. Some believed that because Ellen was a forbidden spellcaster with a short lifespan, he was simply enjoying himself before his time ran out. Others concluded that the title had caused him to fall into indulgence. Gradually, public interest in him faded. In the adult world, attention often followed value. A top scorer who appeared to waste his time on wine and entertainment no longer seemed useful to many people. Some people even commented that it was unfortunate. If Ellen had not been a forbidden spellcaster, Qingqing might have produced a truly remarkable talent. Among those hearing the rumors was Zuganini, who concluded that her troublesome classmate had become completely hopeless. After several days, Ellen was satisfied that the attention surrounding him had largely faded. Disguised once again as Ling Yi, he returned to the Zhuge family villa at night. Zhuge Chaining asked whether he was ready. Ellen confirmed that he was. Just as they were about to leave, someone called out to Ling Yi. It was Zuganini. Blushing slightly, she asked if he would like to go watch a movie together when he returned. Ellen simply replied that they could talk about it after he came back. Zuganini nodded and wished him to be careful. Soon afterward, Zhuge Chaining and Ellen left in a black car. During the drive, Ellen asked if they were heading to a teleportation portal. Zhuge Chaining explained that there was no need. The Gate of Apocalypse had appeared in the wilderness outside Qingqing. He also reminded Ellen not to call him teacher, since that might reveal his identity. Instead, he should address him as Mr. Zhuge Chaining. The journey was short, and they soon arrived. After leaving the car, they walked toward the massive Gate of Apocalypse, where several people were already waiting. Ellen was stunned by the enormous size of the gate. Zhuge Chaining commented that he had felt the same when he first saw it. As they approached, they encountered a familiar person who seemed relieved that Zhuge Chaining had arrived. If he had been any later, someone would have been sent to find him. After exchanging greetings, the man was introduced as Tening Zhang, the deputy director of the Qingqing Investigation Bureau. Tening Zhang returned a key to Zhuge Chaining and asked him to open the Gate of Apocalypse, since time was limited. Zhuge Chaining accepted the key and walked toward the gate with Ellen. As they approached, Ellen quietly told him that he suddenly felt uneasy. Zhuge Chaining replied that he felt the same. The reason, he explained, was that the key he had given Tening Zhang earlier had actually been a fake. Zhuge Chaining explained that if Tening Zhang ever discovered the key he had received earlier was fake, he would probably try to kill them. Hearing this, Ellen asked whether he should take out the real key. Zhuge Chaining shook his head and said it was unnecessary. Ellen only needed to get close to the gate. Zhuge Chaining then pretended to examine the fake key in front of the ancient stone gate. At the same time, Ellen, who had secretly swallowed the real heavenly revelation key earlier, suddenly felt a strange connection with a massive stone door. Following Zhu Ga Chaining's instruction, Ellen stepped forward and placed his hand on the gate. The moment he touched it, the gate of apocalypse sensed the real key. There were no dramatic flashes of light or violent energy. Instead, a deep mechanical sound echoed through the air. Slowly, the ancient stone door opened like an ordinary door. Behind it was a pitch-black passage that seemed to stretch endlessly downward. From within came an ancient and mysterious aura that filled everyone present with awe. Tinning Zhang's eyes immediately lit up with a mixture of surprise and greed. After all, the place behind the gate was rumored to be where the 7 ancient origin artifacts had once fallen. He quickly asked Zhu Ga Chaining to return the key. Zhu Ga Chaining handed it over, calmly saying that the Apocalypse key had originally belonged to the deputy director anyway. Just then, an unexpected voice appeared nearby, remarking that the Gate of Apocalypse had actually been hidden within Qingqing City all along. The newcomer was Wang Lichuan, the president of the Qingqing Job Changer Guild. Tinning Zhang's expression darkened immediately. Allowing Zhu Ga Chaining to come along was one thing, but the appearance of the Job Changer Guild was another matter entirely. He asked Zhu Ga Chaining whether he had summoned them. Zhu Ga Chaining replied that he would not do something so foolish. However, he soon suspected that Ellen might have informed them. If Ellen truly planned to act against him, then stirring up more chaos would make the situation more advantageous for him. Wang Lichuan pretended to be surprised by the encounter and politely asked whether the guild could join the exploration. Tinning Zhang was clearly displeased. In his view, the guild had done none of the work yet expected to share the rewards. Wang Lichuan proposed a compromise. The Job Changer Guild would take the lead, scout ahead, and even serve as the first line of risk if necessary. Tinning Zhang considered the suggestion and found it acceptable. Since the guild had already arrived, they would not leave empty-handed anyway. And given how dangerous the Gate of Apocalypse could be, letting them scout ahead first was a practical choice. He agreed. After thanking him, Wang Lichuan and the guild members moved forward to take the lead. As he passed Ellen, Wang Lichuan glanced at him with a faint smile, slightly surprised to see him present as well. Ellen acted as if he noticed nothing and quietly followed behind Zhu Ga Chaining. Soon, Wang Lichuan and his group entered the dark passage. As they moved deeper inside, a strong light suddenly cut through the darkness, illuminating the entire corridor. The brightness was so intense that everyone had to close their eyes for a moment before adjusting. When they finally looked ahead, the sight stunned them all. Even Ellen was surprised. The world beyond the gate was nothing like what they had imagined. It was not a mysterious realm filled with monsters or strange landscapes. Instead, what stood before them looked exactly like Qingqing City. However, this Qingqing was very different from the one they knew. The tall city walls had collapsed. Streets were broken and buried beneath debris. Trees were withered, and ruins were scattered everywhere. Dust drifted through the air as if the city had been destroyed by some enormous catastrophe. A cold wind blew across the ruins, carrying a heavy sense of desolation. Everyone remained silent for a moment, their expressions filled with confusion and disbelief. They wondered whether they had entered some kind of illusion. They had expected danger beyond the gate, but not a ruined version of their own city. After a moment, Tinning Zhang ordered the group to proceed and investigate. Suppressing their shock, the Job Changer Guild members moved forward to scout the area, while Zhu Ga Chaining and the Investigation Bureau members followed behind them. After entering the ruined version of Qingqing, the group quickly noticed traces of violent battles everywhere. The ground was littered with shattered weapons and fragments of equipment, as if a devastating war had taken place. However, something about the scene was strange. Although there were signs of fierce fighting, they did not encounter a single living creature. Even more unsettling, there were no corpses, neither human nor demonic. A quiet sense of unease spread among the group. The unknown was always the most frightening. Zhu Ga Chaining crouched down and picked up a delicate metal fragment from the ground. Its edges were sharp and engraved with ancient runes. Tinning Zhang asked whether he had discovered anything. Zhu Ga Chaining calmly replied that the fragment had once been part of a divine artifact, but over time, it had completely lost its value. Although it was not particularly useful, it still suggested that powerful relics might have existed here in the past. However, after several hours of searching, Wang Lichuan grew visibly frustrated. They had found nothing, no monsters, no treasures, nothing but ruins. If the Gate of Apocalypse truly contained nothing valuable, then this entire expedition would have been a waste of time. Zhu Ga Chaining suggested that they split up and search the area more thoroughly. If anyone encountered danger, they could call for help. Since the entire place was extremely quiet, any shout would carry far enough for others to hear. Tinning Zhang agreed and ordered the group to divide. Soon the three groups moved in different directions. Ellen was assigned to head toward the slum district. Coincidentally, the apocalypse key inside his stomach had been restless for some time, constantly guiding him toward that very location. Even so, Ellen chose not to rush directly there. He trusted no one, not Zhuge Chaining, who seemed to be growing suspicious of him, nor Wang Lichuan, whom he himself had secretly involved earlier. Instead, he moved slowly through the ruined streets, entering abandoned buildings along the way to maintain the appearance of searching. Once he was certain no one was watching, he took out a skill scroll containing the underground escape technique. Normally, this technique allowed a mage to manipulate earth elements and travel underground within a limited range of about 50 meters. However, when Ellen activated ultimate sublimation, the technique transformed into a forbidden spell called Spatial Leap. Spatial Leap allowed a forbidden spellcaster to sacrifice organs in exchange for short-distance spatial movement, during which the caster became immune to most physical and energy attacks. In an instant, the space around Ellen tore open. A deep, distorted void appeared and swallowed him. Moments later, his body reassembled elsewhere, as if pieces of a puzzle had been put back together. He had arrived in the slums. Before him stood a familiar, dilapidated apartment building covered with moss and withered vines. This had once been his home in the real Qingxi. At that moment, Ellen realized something unsettling. The location indicated by the apocalypse key was his former home. Suddenly, the air grew heavy with a strange sense of ancient decay. A voice called out from behind him. Turning around, Ellen saw a grotesque mass of flesh. It looked like a gigantic brain, its uneven surface composed of countless lumps of meat. Its color was a sickly reddish-gray, and it emitted a nauseating odor. Thin tentacles extended from the surface of the fleshy mass, clinging to the surrounding walls. The creature spoke. It introduced itself as the guardian of an ancient origin artifact, explaining that it had been waiting for Ellen for many years. Ellen was shocked. Not only had the monstrous creature spoken, but it had also called him by name. He asked why. The creature simply replied that with Ellen's arrival, the eternal scale would finally return to its rightful owner. At that moment, the massive ball of flesh began to writhe violently, as if something inside it was about to emerge. Several tentacles from the grotesque mass suddenly plunged back into its own body. Moments later, they pulled out an ancient object and presented it before Ellen. The artifact looked like a balanced scale, its surface covered with intricate carvings and emitting an ancient, solemn glow. After revealing it, the fleshy creature visibly weakened. The scales seemed to alter the atmosphere in the room. On one side floated a dazzling golden gem, while the other side held a swirling black mist. Together, they resembled the eternal balance between light and darkness. The creature explained that this artifact had once belonged to Ellen. It was the reason he possessed infinite regeneration. Only ancient artifacts were capable of granting such abilities, powers far beyond ordinary understanding. As the eternal scale moved toward him, Ellen's heart began to race. The moment it came closer, a deep sense of familiarity surged through him, as if the artifact was connected to his very soul. Just then, a familiar voice spoke quietly behind him, praising him for successfully finding the artifact. At the same instant, a sharp beam shot from the speaker's fingertip, piercing through Ellen's abdomen. Ellen instantly activated Fleeting Dance and jumped back, creating distance between himself and the attacker. Standing before him, it was Zhuge Chaining. His face was completely expressionless as he calmly demanded that Ellen hand over the ancient origin artifact. This was the first time Ellen had seen his teacher reveal his true strength. Holding one hand over his regenerating wound and gripping the crimson flame staff with the other, Ellen stared at his teacher with a complicated expression. Zhuge Chaining coughed lightly, but neither confirmed nor denied Ellen's conclusions. He simply said that it was already too late. At that moment, the weakened mass of flesh began writhing again and urgently told Ellen to take the eternal scale and escape. The artifact possessed the power of equivalent exchange, and Zhuge Chaining intended to use it to transfer Ellen's infinite regeneration to himself. Hearing this made Ellen furious. So this had been his teacher's true goal, to steal his power and use it to repair his dying body. Zhuge Chaining remained calm and slightly impatient. He remarked that Ellen talked too much. At the same time, the creature attacked him with its tentacles. Zhuge Chaining simply raised a finger. With a graceful motion, he pointed toward the fleshy mass. Instantly, countless sword-like beams formed in the air. They were densely packed and radiated a cold, dangerous aura. The beams shot forward, piercing the creature from every direction. Then they merged into a single, overwhelming torrent of blue light that completely annihilated the monster. In a moment, nothing remained, not even a trace of flesh or blood. The attack was so powerful that it blasted a hole through the ruined building. Ellen stood frozen for a moment, staring at Zhuge Chaining as he slowly approached. A terrifying aura radiated from him with each step. Zhuge Chaining calmly asked whether Ellen still intended to resist. Ellen's first instinct was to use spatial leap and escape. However, he knew that no matter how far he ran, Zhuge Chaining would likely catch him with ease. So instead, he raised his staff and cast a fireball spell. With the Sumeru ring amplifying his mental power by 160%, and the Crimson Flame staff boosting fire spells by 50%, Ellen released a fireball that had been sublimated into a forbidden spell. The attack descended toward Zhuge Chaining like a blazing sun. Despite the overwhelming force, Zhuge Chaining remained calm. In his eyes, Ellen was still only a level 25 job changer, regardless of how powerful his forbidden spells were with his immortal body. He calmly told Ellen to stop struggling. With a simple motion, Zhuge Chaining raised his hand and clenched his fist. Instantly, the massive crimson gold sun collapsed and disappeared. Ellen gritted his teeth, shaken by how easily his attack had been destroyed. But he refused to give up. He began casting basic fire spells repeatedly, one after another. Each spell was enhanced by ultimate sublimation, turning them into forbidden spells. The surrounding air ignited as waves of scorching flames engulfed Zhuge Chaining. The heat was intense enough to melt steel, reducing everything nearby to ash. Yet Zhuge Chaining stood quietly within the flames. The raging heat seemed to have no effect on him. He remarked that his disciple should already understand that resistance was useless in the face of absolute power. As the flames raged, Zhuge Chaining calmly walked forward and cast a quiet spell. Starlight Imprisonment. A streak of starlight suddenly shot through the flames and struck Ellen directly, binding him in place. Zhuge Chaining slowly approached and placed a hand on Ellen's staff. Ellen felt as if an invisible mountain had fallen onto his body. The crushing force pinned him in place. Zhuge Chaining then asked whether Ellen still underestimated the profession of astrologer, given how easily such obvious techniques had been predicted. He raised his hand and took hold of the eternal scale. Even with his composure, he could not hide a trace of admiration for the artifact. It was one of the 7 ancient origin artifacts. Coughing violently, Zhuge Chaining thanked Ellen for their encounter. He explained that he had performed too many divinations in his life and had suffered severe divine backlash. His body was already close to death. Continuing to use the power of the stars would only worsen his condition. But in the end, his disciple had helped him locate the artifact he needed. Zhuge Chaining admitted he had been curious about when Ellen began to suspect him. Ellen replied that he had never trusted him from the beginning. Zhuge Chaining gave a faint, regretful smile. If Ellen had trusted him completely, the process might have been less painful. Holding the eternal scale in one hand, Zhuge Chaining placed the other hand on Ellen's head and began the ritual. Ellen screamed as an unbearable pain tore through him. It felt as if an invisible force was ripping his soul apart. The pain far exceeded anything physical. He could feel a powerful suction pulling something out of his body. His consciousness gradually blurred as his life force began slipping away. Then suddenly, a faint light burst out from Ellen's body. It was half of a balance scale, perfectly matching the eternal scale in Zhuge Chaining's hand. The fragment floated quietly in Zhuge Chaining's palm. Zhuge Chaining was briefly stunned before realizing the truth. Half of the eternal scale had always been inside Ellen's body. The eternal scale contained 2 opposing halves, light and darkness. When the balance tilted toward one side, the power of that side would increase infinitely. The person who controlled the scale would gain increasing strength as the sun rose, reaching peak power at noon. As the sun set, their strength would gradually decline, but their regeneration and recovery would grow stronger until night fully arrived. At dawn, the wielder of the eternal scale would gain true immortality. Because it granted both invincibility during the day and immortality at dawn, the eternal scale had once been regarded as the most powerful of the 7 ancient origin artifacts. Unfortunately, the artifact had been destroyed in countless wars thousands of years ago. Ellen could not understand why Zhuge Chaining was explaining all this. Zhuge Chaining did not answer. His face had grown extremely pale, and he began coughing again as he continued guiding the ritual with his fingers. The dark half of the eternal scale began to glow faintly. A mysterious vitality flowed through it, as though something damaged was being restored. Soon, the fine cracks across the half-dark scale slowly repaired themselves. At that moment, a brilliant light burst from Ellen's forehead. A sharp pain followed, and he suddenly felt that something essential had been torn away. His immortality disappeared. Zhuge Chaining had succeeded. A heavy sense of death immediately surrounded Ellen. For the first time since gaining his power, he could clearly feel mortality approaching. Terrified, Ellen begged his teacher to stop. Zhuge Chaining showed no intention of stopping. However, what he did next was completely unexpected. Instead of using the eternal scale on himself, he used it on Ellen. The now complete ancient artifact was pressed directly against Ellen's forehead. Everything went dark. When Ellen's vision returned, he found himself gasping for breath. Fear still lingered in his eyes, but he was alive. More than that, he could feel the familiar power of immortality flowing through his body again, stronger than before. Looking down, he saw Zhuge Chaining lying on the ground, barely breathing. Zhuge Chaining gave a faint, self-mocking smile. It seemed this outcome had always been his goal. Ellen stared at him, confused and conflicted. Zhuge Chaining could easily have taken the immortality for himself, yet he had returned it. Ellen could not understand. If their positions had been reversed, he believed he would have taken the power without hesitation. Zhuge Chaining coughed blood, though the faint smile remained. He asked Ellen what he had done to deserve such disrespect. Ellen would not even call him teacher. Hearing this, Ellen's emotions grew complicated. It seemed he had never truly understood the man. Zhuge Chaining looked calm despite his approaching death and slowly began to explain. Ellen had guessed part of the truth. Zhuge Chaining had indeed been planning everything from the beginning. But the plan had never been about taking Ellen's immortality for himself. It was about the future of humanity. For years, Zhuge Chaining had used his astrologer talent to observe the stars and examine countless possible futures. In every vision, one thing remained constant. His daughter, Zhuge always died at the same moment in time. Even if Zhuge Chaining imagined gaining Ellen's immortality and passing it on to her later, the outcome remained unchanged. She still died, sometimes in different ways, but always at the same point in time. Zhuge Chaining had witnessed her death over 1,000,000 times across countless futures. At first, he thought it might be coincidence. But after seeing the same outcome again and again, he realized it was impossible to be random. There could only be one explanation. At that moment in the future, the entire Great Xia dynasty and possibly all human civilization would be destroyed. Ellen's breathing quickened. What kind of disaster could wipe out the entire human race, even those with immortality? Zhuge Chaining calmly raised a trembling finger and pointed at Ellen. He explained that he could see the future of everyone. Everyone except Ellen. According to the ancient principle, there were 50 great laws governing the universe. Heaven could manifest 49 of them. The remaining one was hidden. That hidden law represented the variable, the unpredictable existence beyond fate. Zhuge Chaining believed that Ellen was that variable. Zhuge Chaining continued speaking with difficulty. According to the fragments of the future he had seen, Ellen might be the only person capable of changing the final outcome. In those visions, 6 other individuals would one day stand beside him in battle. Zhuge Chaining had memorized their characteristics. When those people eventually came to Ellen and asked for help, he should not refuse them. He then handed Ellen a brocade pouch. Zhuge Chaining also explained the truth about the grotesque creature that had claimed to be the guardian of the ancient artifact. It was not a guardian at all. It was merely a fragment of the butterfly emperor of the demon race. Its purpose had been to use a fragment of the eternal scale as bait to attract the other half hidden within Ellen. Inside the gate of apocalypse, ancient artifacts of origin could be forcibly stripped away. That was why Zhuge Chaining had acted immediately before Ellen could touch the fake scale. Fortunately, he had also managed to use that fragment to repair the damaged eternal scale inside Ellen's body. With a trace of sadness in his eyes, Zhuge Chaining made one final request. He asked Ellen to take care of his daughter. The moment Ellen promised that he would, Zhuge Chaining's pupils slowly lost their focus. The light in his eyes faded, and his final words were a quiet thanks for Ellen's promise. Zhuge Chaining passed away. Ellen looked at his teacher's body in silence. At that moment, he sincerely acknowledged Zhuge Chaining as his teacher. He also swore that he would protect Zhuge no matter what. In Ellen's eyes, Zhuge Chaining was a man worthy of reverence. His plans had been so precise that it seemed as though everything in the world had been within his calculations. However, the quiet moment did not last long. A series of hurried footsteps approached. Tenning Jiang and Wang Lichuan arrived with their groups. When Tenning Jiang saw Zhuge Chaining's lifeless body, he immediately asked whether Ellen had killed him. Ellen ignored the question. His head remained lowered as he paid his final respects. Tenning Jiang quickly lost patience and demanded that Ellen explain himself or face the consequences. When Ellen still refused to respond, Tenning Jiang ordered one of his men to seize Zhuge Chaining's corpse and search for treasures. The man immediately drew his sword and rushed toward Ellen, ordering him to hand over the body. Ellen suddenly raised his head and looked at the man in the air. Seeing someone behave so disrespectfully toward his teacher's body filled him with anger. He decided immediately that the man would die. Anyone who dared disturb Zhuge Chaning's body would share the same fate. Using ultimate sublimation, Ellen cast the wood technique. Massive vines erupted from the earth and wrapped around the attacker, trapping him in midair. The more the man struggled, the tighter the vines became. Ellen then raised his hand and instinctively began devouring the man's lifespan. The man screamed as his body rapidly withered. His flesh deteriorated before everyone's eyes. Tening Zhang, Wang Lichuan, and the others stared in shock at the horrifying scene. The screams continued until the man completely vanished, leaving no corpse behind, as if he had never existed. At that moment, a series of notifications appeared before Ellen. He had devoured a level 42 job changer, gaining nutrients and trace elements from the body. His lifespan increased by 45 years. He gained 420 experience points, along with increases to strength, agility, and spirit. Tening Zhang, shocked and furious, believed that Ellen had obtained an 8th ancient artifact of origin and had killed Zhuge Channing to steal it. He immediately ordered his men to capture Ellen and seize the artifact. Several of them rushed forward together. Ellen calmly declared that they were not enough to kill him. Then, before their eyes, he vanished like a ghost. The investigators were confused. They guessed Ellen must have used an earth escape technique, yet none of them understood how it could be executed so quickly. Before they could react, a strange mushroom cloud suddenly appeared above them. Moments later, it exploded. Most of them barely managed to escape the blast radius, but they were left stunned. None of them could understand what Ellen's profession truly was. In just a short time, he had used fire, wood, earth, and a devouring ability. Wang Lichuan watched the scene with surprise and uncertainty. He had originally thought Ellen would be easy to handle, but now it was clear that once Ellen actually fought, he was far more terrifying than expected. Meanwhile, Ellen reappeared elsewhere. His first target was a man he had sworn revenge on inside the Investigation Bureau's prison. Ellen cast a simple low-tier water spell, which immediately transformed through ultimate sublimation into the forbidden spell Wrath of the Sea God. By sacrificing 2 kidneys, the spell condensed the surrounding water elements and summoned a phantom of the Sea God's trident. Because there was abundant moisture in the air, its power increased even further. The water elements surged violently, forming a massive spectral trident that locked onto its target. Before the man even realized what had happened, the phantom trident pierced through him, tearing his body apart. Blood spilled from his mouth as his life force vanished almost instantly. At the same moment, an energy arrow shot toward Ellen from behind the collapsing body. Ellen tilted his head slightly and barely avoided it, though the arrow still cut his cheek. The attacker was Tening Zhang, a level 62 Holy Bow Hunter. Seeing that his shot had missed, he cursed loudly and blamed the man who had just died for failing to provide proper cover. He then ordered the remaining investigators to attack together. If they could not defeat Ellen directly, they would overwhelm him and create an opening for a decisive shot. However, Ellen did something unexpected. Instead of dodging with spatial leap or blocking the attacks, he activated the Sumeru Ring. The ring absorbed every energy-based attack, converting them into temporary psychic power. As for the physical attacks, Ellen simply endured them. With the absorbed energy, the ring's enhancement increased dramatically. The 3-star refined Sumeru Ring boosted his mental strength from 160% to 220%. With this amplified power, Ellen raised his hand and cast a fire-type area spell, Rain of Flames. Under ultimate sublimation, it became the forbidden spell world-devouring heavenly fire. Dark clouds gathered above as if the end of the world had arrived. From within them, countless crimson gold flames condensed and rained down with devastating force. Apart from Tening Zhang, the others could only scream as the flames engulfed them. When the fire finally subsided, thick white smoke filled the area. Only Tening Zhang remained alive, protected by an energy barrier. He looked annoyed, complaining that he had been surrounded by useless subordinates. Realizing he could not defeat Ellen directly, Tening Zhang changed tactics. Instead of aiming at Ellen, who could teleport, he aimed at Zhuge Channing's corpse. Since the body seemed extremely important to Ellen, Tening Zhang gambled that Ellen would try to protect it. The arrow was released without restraint, its ferocious aura surging forward. At Tening Zhang's level, the attack was powerful enough to completely destroy the corpse. Just before the arrow struck, space in front of Zhuge Channing's body distorted violently. Ellen teleported there. The arrow pierced straight through Ellen's forehead. A moment later, its destructive energy enclosed him inside a dark sphere that violently disrupted his body. Tening Zhang walked forward with a cold laugh. His guess had been correct. Ellen had sacrificed himself to protect the corpse. The arrow he used was the demon god's arrow. Ellen felt his body tearing apart from the inside. Then, with a loud explosion, his body burst into a cloud of blood mist. Fragments of flesh scattered across the ground in front of Tenning Jiang, who confidently believed that even with the eternal scale, Ellen could not recover after being blown into pieces. Tenning Jiang snorted coldly and walked away with a satisfied smile, convinced he had won. However, behind him, the scattered fragments of Ellen's body began to twitch. The pieces of flesh slowly started to regenerate. Within a single breath, a severed hand grew into a complete arm. In the next breath, a shoulder formed. In the third breath, a head emerged, while muscles and tissues rapidly rebuilt themselves like weaving threads. Within moments, flesh and blood regenerated at an astonishing speed. Although Ellen initially recovered only a head and an arm, that was already enough. From behind, he raised his hand and unleashed a forbidden spell at Tenning Jiang. The level 60 Holy Bow Hunter suddenly froze. His expression filled with disbelief as blood flowed from his mouth. A golden energy attack had pierced straight through his body from behind. At the same time, Ellen's body continued regenerating. Within seconds, he was almost completely restored. If not for his shredded clothes, there would have been no sign he had been injured. Ellen looked down at the terrified Tenning Jiang. The man tried to threaten him, reminding Ellen that he was the deputy director of the Qingqing Investigation Bureau, and that killing him would bring serious consequences. Ellen replied sarcastically, asking if he should be frightened. After all, he had already given Tenning Jiang a chance earlier. In desperation, Tenning Jiang fired another arrow in an attempt to surprise him. It was useless. Ellen activated Endless Devouring. A dark force engulfed Tenning Jiang, draining his lifespan rapidly. His body deteriorated until nothing remained. Ellen had devoured a level 62 job changer, gaining nutrients and trace elements. His lifespan increased by 2 years, experience points by 620, strength increased by 8, agility by 4, and spirit by 4. After devouring the remaining bodies, Ellen's level rose from 25 to 28, and his attributes improved significantly. He then called out calmly, telling Wang Lichuan to stop hiding. Wang Lichuan slowly stepped out from his hiding place with an awkward smile. He reminded Ellen that he had never attacked him and had no intention of becoming his enemy. Ellen wouldn't kill an old man simply to silence him, would he? Ellen responded calmly, asking why President Wang would assume such a thing. After all, they were friends. Hearing this, Wang Lichuan relaxed slightly. Now that he had witnessed Ellen's terrifying strength, he decided to cooperate. He promised that both he and the Qingqing Job Changer Guild would submit to Ellen's command in the future. Keeping the guild leader alive as an ally would clearly be more beneficial than eliminating him. Ellen accepted the arrangement. He also said he looked forward to working with the guild in the future. Wang Lichuan then suggested that they leave the Gate of Apocalypse quickly, since the area was not safe to remain in for long. Ellen agreed, but first he needed to take care of something. Using ultimate sublimation, he sacrificed an arm and cast the forbidden spell Extreme Ice Spirit Coffin. A strange blue light condensed into a clear crystal coffin of ice. Ellen carefully lifted Zhuge Chaning's body and placed it inside the coffin, promising that he would bring him home. He then carried the coffin on his shoulder and told Wang Lichuan to follow. As they rushed toward the exit, Wang Lichuan noticed that the guards he had left behind were gone. He remarked that although the Gate of Apocalypse seemed empty, its dangers were clearly beyond their current ability to handle. Ellen replied that they would return one day, once they were stronger. As they approached the exit, an ominous aura suddenly filled the area. Before they could react, a level 34 dragon-blooded behemoth dropped in front of them, shaking the ground. The monster immediately unleashed a torrent of fire breath, but Ellen and Wang Lichuan easily dodged. Ellen told Wang Lichuan he would handle it. He raised his staff and cast the forbidden spell flame God's Breath. A massive sphere of blazing fire descended and struck the monster directly, killing it instantly. Wang Lichuan stared in shock at the destructive power of the forbidden spell. Ellen then devoured the dragon-blooded behemoth. He gained nutrients and rare trace elements. His lifespan increased by 424 years, experience points by 340, strength by 6, agility by 2, and spirit by 1. Additionally, he obtained a dragon bloodline, though its concentration was currently only 0.0001%, with its effects still unknown. Although Ellen was satisfied with gaining a large amount of lifespan, he still wondered about the meaning of the dragon bloodline he had just obtained. However, he had no time to think about it. At that moment, the entrance of the Gate of Apocalypse began to collapse. Without hesitation, Ellen and Wang Lichuan rushed toward the exit. The moment they entered the passage, a powerful force pulled them forward. Then the Apocalypse key inside Ellen suddenly flew out of his body and moved toward the gate on its own, sealing it shut. The experience felt completely different from when they had first entered. Fortunately, they reached the outside safely. Behind them, the Gate of Apocalypse gradually disappeared. Along with it vanished the ancient key, meaning no one could predict when or where the gate would appear again. After exiting, the two said their farewells. Ellen explained that his first priority was to give Zhuge Chaining a proper burial. If any issues arose afterward, he would contact Wang Lichuan. Watching Ellen leave with the ice coffin, Wang Lichuan declared that the Job Changer Guild would always be at his service. Later, at the Zhuge family manor, Zhuge was confronted with the truth of her father's death. At first, she refused to believe it. She stared at the ice coffin, convincing herself that it must be some kind of prank. Like someone grasping for a final hope, she shouted at Ling Yi, demanding confirmation that the body inside the coffin was not her father. Ellen could only apologize. He explained that he had failed to protect his teacher. According to Zhuge Chaining's final wish, he was to be buried beside his deceased wife. Zhuge still refused to accept it. Her father had been a renowned strategist. How could he possibly be dead? She collapsed against the ice coffin and cried uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her face and froze against the surface of the coffin. Ellen remained silent. He understood that few people could stay calm after losing someone they loved. Since he did not know how to comfort her, he simply stayed nearby to ensure she would not harm herself in her grief. After a long time, Zhuge sobbing slowly weakened. Without looking away from the coffin, she asked how her father had died. Ellen calmly explained that Zhuge Chaining had performed too many divinations and suffered divine backlash. In the end, he had sacrificed himself for the sake of humanity. Hearing this, Zhuge realized that her father must have foreseen his own death. What hurt her most was that he had never said goodbye. She then told Ling Yi to leave. She did not want to see him anymore. Ellen wanted to mention the promise he had made to Zhuge Chaining, but Zhuge refused to listen. She angrily ordered him to leave the manor. Ellen opened his mouth as if to speak, but in the end he remained silent. Perhaps what she needed most was time alone. He turned and quietly left, closing the door behind him. The next day, Qingqing City was shaken by several shocking reports. Tining Zhang and several other important figures from the Investigation Bureau had suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the renowned astrologer Zhuge Chaining had passed away. The details of his death were still under investigation. The news caused a major stir across the entire Great Xia Kingdom. It did not take long for investigators to learn that Zhuge Chaining had left the city accompanied by someone named Ling Yi. This meant that Ling Yi's identity could not be traced back to Ellen. However, the Investigation Bureau remained determined to find him. In particular, Officer Huang was actively searching for Ling Yi. To ensure that no suspicion fell on him, Ellen spent the following days appearing frequently in high-end clubs arranged by the GI family, creating the impression that he had never left the city. Eventually, Officer Huang visited one of those clubs to question him. He asked Ellen where he had been during the past week. Ellen acted casually and replied that he could not remember. He had done many things over the past 7 days, so it was impossible to recall every detail. Irritated by his attitude, Officer Huang suddenly grabbed Ellen's hand and asked directly whether he had disguised himself as Ling Yi and accompanied Zhuge Chaining out of the city. Unexpectedly, Ellen calmly took out his phone and told Officer Huang that he had been recording the conversation. If Officer Huang continued making accusations without evidence, Ellen would sue him for defamation. Huang's junior officer quietly reminded him that they currently had no proof that Ellen had left Qingqing. For the past few days, Ellen had been repeatedly seen at luxury entertainment venues within the city. Reluctantly, Officer Huang released Ellen's hand but stated that he would eventually find evidence to prove his suspicions. Ellen then revealed a piece of information that made the officer pause. Huang possessed an ability that allowed him to detect lies, so when Ellen stated that Ling Yi had been blown into pieces a few days earlier, he carefully examined the statement. Ellen claimed that he had witnessed the entire event with his own eyes, which, technically, was true, since he had indeed been blown apart. Realizing that Ellen was not lying, Huang was visibly shocked. He had been certain about his investigation, yet the information contradicted everything he believed. His junior asked if something was wrong, but before Huang could respond, Ellen casually invited them for a drink sometime and walked away. The next day, heavy rain fell over Qingqing City. It was the day of Zhuge Chaining's funeral. The Zhuge family courtyard was filled with mourners. The atmosphere was solemn. Some people quietly wept, while others bowed their heads in silent prayer. Inside the memorial hall stood a shrine with Zhuge Chaining's portrait. His image carried the same faint smile he had worn in life, surrounded by wreaths of white chrysanthemums. Many important figures had gathered to pay their respects. Some of them appeared mysterious and clearly did not belong to a small city like Qingqing. Among the crowd, quiet discussion spread. People spoke about how Zhuge now had to shoulder this loss alone. Others recalled that Zhuge Chaining had recently taken in a capable disciple. However, that disciple had not appeared at the funeral, which many considered disrespectful. At that very moment, Ellen entered the courtyard. He had come to pay his respects. His sudden arrival immediately drew attention. Many people frowned. They had already heard rumors about Ellen frequently indulging in nightlife and entertainment after Zhuge Chaning's death. Ignoring the whispers and hostile looks, Ellen walked forward. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He apologized for arriving late. However, before he could continue, Zhuge interrupted him. She coldly asked whether he had finished paying his respects. If so, he should leave because he was not welcome there. Ellen explained that he had no other intentions. He only wanted to send his teacher on his final journey. Zhuge refused to accept that explanation. She accused him of pretending to be her father's disciple. According to her, Zhuge Chaning had already severed their master-disciple relationship. In her eyes, Ellen was nothing more than a fraud who deceived everyone. Her words caused an uproar. The crowd immediately began criticizing Ellen. They wondered what kind of disgraceful behavior had caused Zhuge Chaning to abandon him. Ellen attempted to reason with her, but Zhuge was too emotional to listen. She only wanted him to leave. Before the argument could continue, a flash of lightning illuminated the dark sky outside. At that moment, several figures dressed in black robes entered the courtyard. Their faces were hidden behind masks, and a chilling aura surrounded them. The leader calmly expressed his condolences. When Zhuge demanded to know who they were, the masked leader replied that they meant no harm. They had only come to examine Zhuge Chaning's body to determine the cause of death, which they considered suspicious. Zhuge immediately rejected the request. She refused to allow anyone to disturb her father's remains. However, the masked leader had not asked for permission. He ordered his men to proceed and secure their target. Zhuge anger flared. She warned them not to cause trouble during her father's funeral and demanded that they leave immediately. The surrounding mourners supported her. They would not tolerate such disrespect at such an important ceremony. The masked men responded by drawing their swords. In the next moment, blood splattered across the courtyard. They began killing anyone who tried to resist. The sudden violence shocked the crowd. No one had expected them to attack openly in front of so many witnesses. Fear quickly spread. The mourners scattered and fled. They respected Zhuge Chaning, but they were not willing to die over a dispute about examining his body. At the same time, the temperature around Zhuge suddenly rose. Crimson gold flames erupted from her body, forming a raging inferno. She unleashed the attack toward the masked leader, but the man showed no concern. He did not take her attack seriously at all. The masked leader casually waved his hand and dispersed Zhuge raging sea of flames as if it were nothing. Seeing this, fear filled Zhuge eyes. She immediately realized that the masked leader was no ordinary job changer. He was level 50, a level considered near the peak of strength in a city like Qingqing. The masked leader grabbed her by the throat and lifted her into the air. He told her he had no intention of killing her out of respect for her father. However, if she continued interfering, he would be forced to take harsher measures. He then asked whether she would cooperate and open the ice coffin herself. Before Zhuge could curse at him, a cold voice suddenly shouted for them to stop. It was Ellen. His voice was sharp and commanding. The masked leader had not even noticed him before. He turned just in time to see Ellen rushing forward with lightning crackling around his hand. Reacting quickly, the leader released Zhuge and dodged most of the lightning strike. Even so, the explosion still scorched his arm. Since the attack had been directed only at him, Zhuge remained unharmed. Ellen coldly declared that if they still insisted on taking the coffin, he would kill them all. Instead of feeling threatened, the masked group seemed excited. Since Ellen wished for death, they would grant it. The leader immediately ordered his men to deploy a barrier. Energy pillars fell from the sky and formed a rectangular prison, sealing Ellen inside. Through a small gap in the barrier, Ellen's fierce expression could be seen as he sacrificed his liver and summoned the forbidden spell Eternal Thunder. A golden spear shot out instantly. It pierced through the barrier, tearing through the air. One masked man was struck through the chest, while another was impaled and thrown against a wall. Neither of them even realized what had happened before collapsing to the ground. The masked leader cursed in disbelief. Ellen had just used a forbidden spell to kill one of them instantly and critically wound another. Before they could react, Ellen raised his remaining hand and released a terrifying beam of energy. The attack obliterated another masked man and everything behind him, leaving nothing but ash. The remaining enemies stood frozen in shock. Ellen himself was breathing heavily. His body looked disheveled and pale, yet his gaze remained fixed on them. Zhuge watched him silently, unable to understand why he was risking his life to protect the corpse. Seeing Ellen's exhausted condition, the masked men assumed he was no longer a major threat. They believed he had foolishly sacrificed too much power simply to protect Zhuge Chaning's body. With their confidence returning, they attacked together. Two of them rushed in from the sides while the leader prepared a finishing strike. As soon as Ellen stepped into the trap, the leader suddenly appeared behind him and launched a deadly attack. The strike pierced straight through Ellen's throat. Juganini tried to warn him, but it was too late. Blood burst from the wound as a massive hole opened in his throat, an injury that should have been instantly fatal. The masked men quietly sighed in relief. They had realized just how terrifying a forbidden spellcaster could be when fighting recklessly. Meanwhile, Juganini clutched her chest in shock. Although she had never liked Ellen, seeing him die like that filled her with regret. The masked leader ordered his remaining men to retrieve Zhuge Chaning's body. But just as they moved forward, they suddenly heard the voice of someone they believed was dead. Turning around, they saw Ellen still standing. Despite the terrible wound in his throat, he was alive. He calmly repeated his warning. If they tried to take his teacher's body, he would send them to hell. Ellen then cast the forbidden spell on dying. Immediately, the hole in his throat began to regenerate. Flesh and blood rebuilt themselves at an incredible speed, and even his lost arm regrew. The three remaining masked men were stunned. By all logic, Ellen should have been dead, yet he stood there as if nothing had happened. Juganini stared in disbelief. The scene defied all understanding. Ellen's eyes shrank inward, and bloody tears flowed from the empty sockets as he cast another forbidden spell. Eyes of Eternal Freeze. A chilling aura spread instantly. The masked men's expressions changed dramatically as an invisible force bound their bodies. They tried to escape, but found they could not move at all. The freezing aura spread rapidly. Everything around the masked men began to solidify. Even the air itself seemed to freeze, turning the surrounding space into a silent, crystalline prison. As a few witnesses who had not yet fled stared in shock at the scene. It was not every day that someone saw a level 27 forbidden spellcaster defeat 4 level 50 job changers. The feat alone was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Even though Ellen was now blind and severely weakened, he calmly walked to the ice coffin and lifted it onto his shoulder. Juganini opened her mouth as if to speak, but stopped herself. Ellen did not look at her as he began walking away. Seeing his back, Juganini suddenly felt that his silhouette looked strangely familiar. She asked where he was taking her father. Ellen simply replied that he would bury Zhuge Chaning himself, just as his teacher had wished. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building elsewhere in the city, a middle-aged man stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, calmly observing the skyline. He wore a dark suit. A man in a brown trench coat and rat-shaped mask approached him. The middle-aged man casually asked whether Tiger and Rabbit had returned. The masked subordinate respectfully confirmed they had and reported new information. About 79 kilometers east of Qingqing, there were traces indicating that the Gate of Apocalypse had appeared. The man by the window responded that he had expected as much. Otherwise, how could someone like Zhuge Chaning have died so suddenly? Still, he wondered what exactly Zhuge Chaning had encountered inside the gate. The rat-masked man asked whether they should continue sending people to retrieve Zhuge Chaning's body. The middle-aged man raised his hand, signaling there was no need. Too much attention had already been drawn. Instead, he ordered them to secretly monitor Ellen and Juganini. He also asked the subordinate to locate someone else. When the subordinate asked who the target was, the man answered, Wang Lichuan, the president of the Job Changer Guild. Elsewhere, Zhuge Chaning's burial had reached its conclusion, as the final handfuls of soil fell onto the grave. After some time, Juganini thanked Ellen for protecting her father's body earlier. She handed him a bank card, saying that the money inside was enough to treat his injured eyes and ensure he could live comfortably. She did not want the Zhuge family to owe him anything. Ellen refused the card and began to walk away. Juganini asked why he refused. Ellen replied calmly that he had not acted for compensation. He had done it to repay his teacher, not the Zhuge family. He then spoke bluntly. Juganini had always been too arrogant and opinionated. If her father had not been Zhuge Chaning, she would have been an ordinary and powerless person. His words stunned her. Her face turned pale as she struggled to respond, but found no words. Everything he said was true. She had always lived under her father's protection. Now that he was gone, she realized she had not even been able to protect his corpse. Her pride collapsed completely. Juganini slowly sank to the ground beside the grave, gently touching the tombstone while quietly asking herself whether she was truly useless. Ellen left the cemetery. Later, he arrived at the GI family villa, where GI Lingyu warmly welcomed him. Noticing the bandage covering Ellen's eyes, GI Lingyu asked with concern what had happened. Ellen simply replied that it was nothing serious. Soon after, President GI appeared and asked about Ellen's future plans. He suggested that Ellen stay at their villa and even offered him a position working for the family, noting how dangerous the life of a job changer could be. Ellen thanked him for the kindness, but said he still intended to go to university. He explained that his lifespan was limited, so he wanted to live without regrets. President Gi remained silent for a moment before nodding. He accepted Ellen's decision and promised to support. No matter where Ellen went, the Gi family would stand behind him. After thanking President Gi once more, Ellen returned to his room to rest. As he dropped onto the bed, he sighed quietly, admitting to himself that he was completely exhausted. At that moment, the brocade pouch Zhuge chaining had given him suddenly slipped out of his sumaru ring, startling him. At first, Ellen assumed his teacher had left him a final message. Instead, 2 skill scrolls fell out of the pouch. This made him wonder whether Zhuge chaining had already predicted his future needs before his death. The 2 scrolls were Phantom Technique and Turtle Breath Technique. Phantom Technique allowed the user to create a shadowy illusion in front of them to confuse enemies. Turtle Breath Technique allowed the user to slow their breathing until it appeared completely stopped, creating a state that resembled death. Ellen immediately used both scrolls. Under Ultimate Sublimation, the techniques transformed into forbidden spells. Turtle Breath Technique evolved into Great Void Technique. Phantom Technique evolved into 1 Qi, transforming into 3 purities. The Great Void Technique allowed a forbidden spellcaster to sacrifice 1 bone per minute to enter a void state, becoming completely invisible. However, the effect would end if the caster attacked or was attacked. The 1 Qi transforming into 3 purities spell allowed the caster to sacrifice half of their lifespan to create a clone identical to themselves. Up to 3 clones could exist simultaneously. A note inside the pouch explained an important rule. If a clone died, the original would remain unharmed. But if the original died, all clones would disappear. Ellen was impressed. Even in death, Zhuge chaining had carefully planned everything. With these spells, Ellen could escape the surveillance placed on him. He immediately cast 1 Qi transforming into 3 purities, creating a perfect clone of himself. The clone looked exactly the same. Ellen then placed the eye patch over the clone's eyes, pleased with the idea that he could remain in the Gi family villa while secretly acting elsewhere without suspicion. He instructed the clone to stay in the villa and maintain appearances while he investigated who was secretly monitoring him. Afterward, Ellen activated the forbidden spell Great Void Technique and quietly jumped out of the window. Moving silently like a phantom, he soon noticed several job changers hidden nearby who had been assigned to watch him. From a tree branch, completely invisible, Ellen silently thanked his teacher again. Zhuge chaining truly had been the greatest astrologer, someone who seemed able to predict everything. Ellen then headed toward a teleportation gate that led to the monster hunting grounds outside the city. This time he had altered his appearance and assumed an entirely new identity. When he approached the gate, 2 guards stopped him and asked whether he was leaving the city. Ellen nodded. They warned him that monsters had recently been appearing frequently outside the city walls and advised him to be careful. Ellen thanked them and passed through the gate. Once outside, he moved quickly, leaping from 1 tree branch to another. For the first time in days, he felt free. Now, he could hunt monsters and level up without anyone watching him. Soon, a canine-type monster heard movement behind it. It turned around, revealing sharp fangs and glaring eyes filled with hostility. Thick saliva dripped from its mouth. Ellen was in a good mood. To keep his identity hidden, he decided to only use ice element spells. Smirking slightly, he taunted the beast and flicked his finger. A chilling aura immediately spread through the air. He cast Ice Blade Technique. A massive sword of pure ice condensed in the air. With another motion of his finger, the blade shot forward. The ice sword sliced through the monster effortlessly, splitting its body in half. Afterward, Ellen activated Endless Devouring. He devoured the level 32 monster, gaining nutrients and trace elements. His lifespan increased by 125 years. He gained 320 experience points, along with increases to strength, agility, and spirit. With the monster gone, Ellen prepared to continue his journey of leveling up. Ellen soon killed and devoured another level 36 normal monster, gaining the usual nutrients. His lifespan increased by 360 years. He gained 360 experience points, and his attributes increased. He then killed a level 37 normal monster, again gaining nutrients. This time his lifespan increased by 245 years. He gained 370 experience points, and his attributes increased. Even with these gains, Ellen remained unsatisfied. The leveling speed still felt too slow for him. After 3 days of continuous hunting, he finally left the hunting grounds. By then, his level had reached 30. Although the speed at which he had been killing monsters showed that he had already pushed himself to his limit, it was still not enough. He began thinking about ways to level up faster. That was when he realized he could make use of the Job Changer Guild. At the Job Changer Guild, Ellen was surprised to see the place as busy as ever. From the crowd and activity, it was clear that Wang Lichuan's disappearance had not affected the guild's operations. He approached a female receptionist and stated that he wanted to post a mission. She guided him to a male staff member responsible for handling such requests. The man asked what kind of mission Ellen wanted to post. Ellen replied that he wanted to recycle monster corpses. The staff member then asked how much Ellen was willing to pay for the recycling. Ellen told him to follow the normal market price. The man explained the pricing. A level 10 monster corpse was normally worth about 300,000. Special monsters, such as the golden armored demon rhino, required additional payment, around 450,000. Since the prices were reasonable, Ellen agreed to follow the market rate. He added that he would accept all monster corpses below level 20. The staff member was momentarily stunned. Based on Ellen's appearance, he assumed Ellen was a newly awakened enchanter who might not understand the handling fees involved in posting such tasks. Because the request involved collecting large quantities of corpses, the guild required verification of funds first. Ellen calmly took out his top-tier lifetime VIP card and asked if that would be sufficient. The man was immediately shocked when he saw the card. He quickly began processing the request. Within 3 days, job changers began flooding into the guild with monster corpses of various types. The mission created a long queue that no one could ignore. People began wondering who this mysterious client was and why he needed such a large number of corpses. Even forgers and alchemists started having trouble purchasing monster materials because Ellen had effectively bought up most of the supply. His offered prices were extremely high, and many people believed the buyer was making a massive financial loss. No one could understand why someone would recycle monster corpses at such a cost. Eventually, the staff member responsible for the task brought Ellen to a room containing the latest batch of collected corpses. After inspecting them, Ellen paid the required amount and told the man to leave. Once the door closed, Ellen immediately activated Endless Devouring. He remarked that having money made things far easier and more efficient than hunting monsters personally. As he devoured the corpses, system notifications rapidly appeared. He gained large amounts of nutrients, lifespan, experience points, and increases to strength, agility, and spirit attributes.